Hello again, Struckwap, and welcome back to another day of me streaming. Today I'm starting in the afternoon, it's 4:26 here in the afternoon, and we will be having some fun times in Wolcen. I wish I could play Torchlight 3 and stream it for you, but I can't, so I will be streaming some offline mode to Wolcen ahead of the launch of the game. And for those who do not know when Wolcen is launching, it is 11 days from now on the 13th of February, which is a Thursday, mind you. So they're gonna have Thursday and Friday to work out any issues that might arise on launch day. In the meantime, I will be continuing from where I left off last night. And I left off last night by hitting level 20 and doing a couple of maps. So I do not have much stuff yet. And those Eneracts, I'm just gonna grab them and use them. Those that I need to use, since I can't use either, I'm just gonna sell them to level up my skills. I waited for level 20 so I can sell them for the maximum possible value I could get out of them. Although the problem is they dropped while I was lower level, so I guess the value stays the same. You saw some of them were 1500, 1700, 1600 because they were dropped at level 15, 16, 17. So I guess it doesn't matter when you sell it, it's always gonna be the same price. I thought the price goes up if you go to level 20, but it does only for those who dropped at level 20, like this one here. Well, the more you know. In the meantime, I'm gonna need this because it's material damage. I'm not gonna need this. This is tempting, pretty tempting. I'm gonna check how my damage changes, but actually that doesn't have flat attack, so I'm not gonna use it. My idea for now would be just to see how much stuff I could farm. If I get something good, so be it. If I don't, well, the launch is soon. Damage to attacks. This seems like a good one. Let's sell those as well. And let's see which skills do I want to max out. I'm gonna try and max out any of the skills I'm currently using. In Bladestorm and Warpath were the most important for me. Those are the ones that were really important for me. I've already maxed out, so I might as well just go for something for the other builds. Something that I might want to max out for other builds would be this one. I'm just gonna get them to like level 8. Things that I know I will be using eventually on other setups when I switch to a mage or to a rogue mage. Okay, that's enough, that's enough. Now, what I need to check here is the damage, 1390. And now it's 1430, and from 1430 it goes to 1446. Okay, that's how it's gonna be for now. Cool damage, I don't think that's gonna give me extra average damage here. But I will check it, Just a moment, oh crap, I've got a missed call, just a moment. I'm not gonna call, but just wanted to see who called me. So I'm gonna check those occult spouters, the shoulders, whether they're gonna increase my damage, the average damage. So 1446, 1456. 1440. Okay. So this is it. 1456 is the max I could get out of this. Alright, just give me one more moment and we're gonna do some endgame stuff. I'm probably gonna do some regular maps until I get slightly stronger, and then I'm gonna move to Wrath of Saricel maps to get some rage-based damage items, because I really do need those. And as for my armors, I'm thinking of getting something with HP like this. A little bit of extra HP wouldn't hurt me right now for the easier difficulty stuff. Since I don't have a lot of HP stuff, might as well get something else. Like Wife Leech from attack damage, that's not so bad. It's better than nothing. Might as well place this one there for now until I get better gems. It's so temporary for now. And let's take the uniques and oh, I actually can't unlock this. I'm gonna have to save gold to unlock some storage space. And when it comes to this one, I'm thinking the new one would be the better option. Let me check. 1456. 1456, that goes down. 1452. The difference is barely noticeable, so I'm gonna go for the one with the war, but I think this is good. So, alright, there we go. I can start from veteran 1. Actually, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna start from it. Whitening resistance, yeah, that seems fine. I'm not doing whitening damage, am I? I don't think so. Yeah. That's fine. Let's give them some weak enemy spawning, some stasis chance maybe, and what else do I want to give them? Maybe some damage. Let's go. Need to start looting some gems for now. So I'm just looting some random yellow gear for now, because at the moment even yellow gear can be an upgrade to me. Even the junk yellow gear. Because it's freshly reached endgame last night on this playthrough. Thankfully I was pretty lucky to get an okay two-hander for spin to win setup. And that's a great start, because with spin to win you can easily farm some basic gear that you need without that much investment. I wanna check something, so here 1485. Oh, those are two-handers, never mind. I thought they were one-handers. Let's keep moving this way. And here, oh, 10,000 almost. gonna make my way to the boss fight, because we're getting close already. That was a nice hit. What do I have on Wings of Ishmir at the moment? Stun on impact, increased damage, rage generation. I'm wondering if I should get the sacred damage one. I mean, the sacred damage one won't be bad to get, but then I'm gonna have to sacrifice some damage from it. Or rage generation. How much rage does this generate? Rage generation, I can't see it. 175 or 100. What do I want? Tefco. I mean, I could get rid of the stun on impact, but what about the damage? That's a lot of damage lost, like 1/5 to 28%. But I want the sacred damage with the weakness, so I'm gonna go for this setup for now. As I said, I will be looting some of the yellow items for now, because you never know what's gonna be an upgrade for me. This is definitely gonna be an upgrade, if only it had some flat attack damage though. I really want a good Omnistar amulet with flat attack damage. Alright, let's keep moving, I think this way. Look at that, how many spiders. And it's boss time. Alright. Let's take the helmet, the belt, the legs, and go into the next one. Spell stuff, I'm gonna keep that aside for spell stuff. Ferocity from those boots. Tempting. Very tempting. And the rest doesn't seem as good. I do wish it was easier to tell what item has what affixes just by looking at the name. Would have been so much easier knowing, hey, this item has this affix, that means it's gonna have this bonus damage or this bonus defense or bonus to this stat on it. It would be nice, different affixes to change the name of an item. But since there are so many affixes, it's gonna be hard to make it. It's just gonna be almost impossible to fit all of that into this short amount of space we've got for the name. But it would make it so much easier knowing what to pick up and what not to. At the moment the only choice you have is looting the item and checking whether it's a good one. Taking some mana racks for skill leveling. Okay, that should do it. Let's keep. Okay. Oh, bosses. I mean elites. Gotta kill those bandits. Actually, he died. Since I barely have any gems, I'm gonna be picking up some gems as well. Alright, let's go for the boss fight. I'm gonna check the gear afterwards. And we are here. Hello Kenny, welcome back Kenny, nice to see you again. I'm good dude, how are you? I'm just enjoying freshly reached endgame last night and I'm enjoying this character again. And since it's easy as a starter setup to gear up for it, I'm doing spin to win, Blade Storm with a bit of Warpath. It definitely is an easy starter setup to gear up for, because you don't need that much good gear to get it to work. Yeah, this is offline mode because I can't do online. At the moment, no one can do online. The servers are out for maintenance. And welcome Semik or Kemik, nice to see you. I can help you with the passives. You can basically try to copy my passives. What you really need is this one. This is the most important one for a spin to win setup to get it to work. Rage generation on kill. And you can go this way if you want to save one extra point. So doing this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is 10 points. But you can do it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then you're spending one less point. Then after that you want this extra crit chance score, but I suggest the first thing you want to go while leveling up is this one. Then you go this way for this extra max willpower and rage. And then you go this way for the extra crit damage. But before you get the crit damage you could probably get the crit chance. Once you get this, you can do something like getting this one over here. You get a lot of crit chance score on the way, some melee damage, you even get some willpower on hit, which you really don't need, but it's nice to have it, and then you get that willpower. And finally I just topped it off with some extra 20 crit damage here and 20 crit damage and attack damage here and some little bit of HP on the way. I mean, that's optional, like those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. The 6 points I spent here, you can spend them elsewhere. If you want, you can even do something like getting this, where was it? Damage to nearby enemies. You can get extra wife leech if you want. There's a lot of things that you could get, but like for example you can get this material damage, and if you have a physical damage weapon you can do something like this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points here for extra 80% material damage. This is if your weapon does not do elemental or occult damage. If your weapon only deals physical, rend and or toxic. My weapon, as you can see at the moment, does fire, and I've also socketed it with Aether. If my weapon didn't do fire but actually did toxic, then I would have socketed it with material damage, and I would have taken this here for extra bonus damage. Like a very great starter weapon would be a Rygarde's Hope unique item, or the edgy unique item, because those only do material damage and you can build them for that extra material damage bonus and still get good results. Especially with Rygarde's Hope, you can put 3 material damage gems inside and get very good results as a starter setup until you gear up with something good. And that's the good thing about this setup. It really doesn't require that rare items to gear up. Like, it requires some of the uniques that are very easy to get. But tier Bastion. Alright, I'm getting an upgrade on my armor now. The Butt tier Bastion is an upgrade for me, because it gives me max willpower and rage, which would result in more damage when I max out my willpower and rage. This is also a very great starter armor for the setup. It gives you a good amount of HP. It is a good drop. I mean, it's one of the items that drops a lot, and it's not better than a good triple socketed armor with even if it's non-socketed armor, if it's an item that gives you damage based on willpower and rage, damage based on rage I mean, but the damage based on rage you only get from the Wrath of Saricel, from the Untainted Enemy map mod. And I'm not doing Untainted for another few maps. I just wanna gear up first and then I'm gonna do some Untainted enemies. But I do wanna do those. Silverstone, nice. Actually, I feel like I wanna check this battle hammer. No, it's one-handed, fuck it. I thought it was a two-handed, but then I remembered that the two-handed is called a warhammer, not a battle hammer. It's gonna take a while to learn all the names. But yeah, the spin to win, probably one of the best for starter setups in regards to how easy it is to get the good stuff out of it. Of course, turret setups are always easy as a starter setup, but I don't feel like playing a turret yet. On launch, probably when I get my Necro going, I'm probably gonna go for a Necro turret. But for now, let's see. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. And two-handed, I found two-handed to give me the most damage for a spin to win setup, so that's why I'm going for a two-hand. But if I find some great dual-wielding one-handed weapons, I'm definitely gonna switch. I'm also gonna drop some junk items that I don't need. The things I'm looking for right now is good helmets, good hand armor and good shoulder armor. And of course good rings, yellow ones. I mean, yellow ones can be a good upgrade with the right stats. Let's see this. Basically a bunch of junk. And this one seems bad as well. This one. Just making room to pick up some more items afterwards. Oh, this seems tempting. This seems pretty nice. Sacred Shadow. I'm gonna check it. 1483, 15, that's an upgrade to my current weapon. And it's not even socketed yet, it is better than what I had. Yeah, there are pens that allow us to cast shadow spells. In some of my older streams before the server shut down for maintenance, I had those pens, and they're amazing because not only it allows you to cast shadow spells, but you don't need willpower. You need rage, so they cost rage, and they're good for both mages and for warriors. Because when you cast those shadow spells, first of all, you're giving yourself buff if you're using the correct what's it called, modifier, the correct skill modifier. So you can cast the Shadow Thunder Strike, and if you use this one, that's gonna give you some extra damage, to extra shadow damage. And the other shadow one is the Shadow Frost Nova, the Shadow Winter's Grasp, as it's called, and it also has this modifier that gives you buff, and you use them to waste rage. So even if you're playing it on a mage, you can go for a full willpower setup, and then using those boots you're gonna be able to use both rage and willpower to cast spells, and then you wouldn't have any troubles with the willpower, which normally some mage builds would have problems with the willpower as a result of going full willpower, for example. So the Rage Mage, as I call them, legs are amazing for both warriors and for mages. Well, that's a lot of stuff here. I'm just gonna take the POW drones, the amulet, and let's take the belt. And here I'm gonna take the helmets. Alright, let's go for the boss. It's already time for that. Okay, and the boss is right here. Let's go fuck him up. Yeah, alright. This was close. Thankfully I've got enough reses. Oh, and catalytic strap. Legendary belt. Let's see. Oh, rend damage added to attacks. That's nice. It's one more, actually not one more. A few more than what I've got, so it's a good upgrade. And a ring as well. And gauntlets. What about here? There's executioner, I wanna check it, and a scimitar. Alright, I don't need this, I don't need this. Elemental damage gauntlets, I might save those. And rage and willpower cost reduction, but yeah, no damage. I'm looking for damage. Damage can drop on the shoulders and the gauntlets, so that's what I want at the moment. Percent damage there. This lightning damage to spells. Toxic damage added to attacks. Together with elemental damage and crit damage. This should be an improvement for me. Let's see, 1540 and it changes to 1499. Strange. Probably because I don't do elemental damage, that's why. Alright, for now I'm gonna go with what I've got. Probably would be better. Or maybe this one. Oh, look at this. Toxic damage to attacks. And 8 to all attributes. 1540. 1486. Okay, still not as much. What about this one? 1570. Okay, this because it's a code damage and I do a lot of a code from the Sacred and Shadow. Oh, and I entered the portal to the town instead of the other one. Well, might as well go for a Rat of Saricel map now. What do I want to get? Let's sell some items, get some money. I need to unlock my extra storage, so I'm gonna be needing to farm some money. Wrath of Sarisel is good for starting your farming, by the way, because you could get some good stuff. Ferocity on those legs. And that extra ferocity is not bad. But no cooldown, so I'm just gonna scrap it. What's this? A dagger. I'm gonna keep some of the yellow stuff that's dropping for some other builds. For now, later I could probably get rid of it. Let's get some skill points. I'm gonna need those skill points for the Wrath of Sarisel maps. And I'm gonna be doing some Wrath of Sarisel maps now. Let's give them elemental resistance, let's give them element damage resistance, projectile damage reduction, crowd control effects, this, and here we go. Yes, there are other items like that, and those items that allow you to cast certain abilities that you no longer can cast, those modifiers can drop in the mod I'm gonna do right now. But I forgot to do it. So I'm gonna have to die and restart. I forgot to get untainted enemies. So let's die, let's respawn in the town, and I'm gonna show you what you need to do to farm such items. Basically, this mod allows you to get items with any ability on any item. For example, you can get a two-hander that allows you to cast a spell, or you can get a two-hander that allows you to make a turret, or you can get a spell item that allows you to cast a spin to win on a mage. So there's all those different items that you can get by wearing untainted enemies. And how you do this is, first of all, you start by rolling modifiers. You need to roll 4 modifiers before you can wear untainted enemies. So I'm gonna do this one, then I'm gonna do this one, and then this one, and fighting resistance, and then you do this. You pay 200, not 200, but 2000 affinity, and this changes it changes the way the end game map would behave. Instead of you killing enemies and pushing through different ranks higher and higher, it's a single map only. And there's no item drops until the end of the map, where you fight the boss, and behind the boss there's a chest. Once you open the chest, first you get wood from the chest, and you also get ranked based on how many times you've died. The less times you've died, the more rewards you get. And also, since you see enemies don't drop items, chests like this red cursed chest do drop items, so you definitely want to be going for those chests. So you can see this one gave me some items, and I'm gonna pick them up just to show you some of those modifiers. Like, for example, let's see, well, it didn't drop something with a special modifier yet, but there are special modifiers that can only drop in this mode. And some of those modifiers is being able to do extra damage based on how much rage you have per 100 unspent rage points. Okay, let's keep moving. The only thing about this is, yeah, you shouldn't die. The more you die, the less the rewards on this mode would be. So you're gonna have to try and not die when you're doing this mode. That's why it's great to get a little bit of extra starter gear before moving on to this, unless you're confident in your setup. And then there's also those special enemies, the Untainted, as I said. This one is an example of one such enemy. You should be careful with those, because they have special attacks that should be avoided. This one is one of the easier ones, because first of all it's not as mobile, but then there's one that's a Shadow Blade, an assassin type of enemy. Pretty difficult to deal with sometimes. Shadow Blade, that's the one that just showed up. So in this modifier, for example, if you're playing it with a team, regardless whether you or your teammate dies, both of you would get a lesser rank for each death. So ideally people would be striving to do this mode without a single death in the team. You can still resurrect each other if you get downed, but getting downed would result in negative results. But that doesn't mean you're still gonna get bad items, you're just gonna get one less item. At the end, for each death you get, it removes one item from the end wood. It does not remove items from the chest though. The boss chest would always give you the same wood from what I've noticed, regardless whether you've died or not. Alright, we're getting close to the bosses. So thankfully I didn't die here, I was getting close. And this is what happens, you get this and then there's 5 items for S+. Rank S, which is one underneath it, is 4 items, then you have rank A with 3 items and so on. So this is an example, allows the bearer to cast Thunder Strike. So it's a shield that allows you to cast Thunder Strike. And this is perfect, this is what I needed, an armor that gives me extra damage per unspent rage points. This is the main reason why I'm here. I want an armor and a helmet with this modifier. And this modifier goes all the way to 9% damage per 100 unspent rage points, which is a lot. This is probably one of the biggest damage boosts you can get. That is an amazing system, an amazing system. It's definitely nice. I mean, this game is combining some parts from Diablo 1, 2 and 3. It's combining some parts from Path of Exile into a game of its own with its own unique new systems implemented. So it's definitely a lot of stuff that might seem similar to another game's system, but it's its own thing as well. So let's equip this armor. That's gonna be a huge boost for me. Let's get rid of the unique for now. I'm gonna do a few more of those runs. In the meantime, I'm gonna keep this material damage stuff. Just looking out for some good items that are worth keeping. This is material damage and I can probably equip it over here. Losing 5%, but that's okay. This one, physical damage added to attacks, but not as good as the one I've got. But I'm gonna keep it because it gives me 1 pierce to projectiles for projectile builds. The rest of the gear is kind of junk, as we can see. Oh, this one gives me 2 times flat damage to attacks. So this is gonna be an improvement here. Losing the crit damage, but that's fine. Only 4%. And the rest I will sell. Wood JH, I'm excited for the release as well. This game has so much potential. I just hope that they never stop with the crazy ideas that they've been putting into this game. They've had some very fun ideas and they implemented them splendidly so far. I'm excited to see what new things the update would bring that we do not know about. Especially in regards to the end game. What the fans of this genre are most excited about is the end game. So a game to survive in this market at the moment really needs a lot of variety in the end game. Look at games like Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn is a perfect example that can survive even though it's not an online only game. It's a game with offline only and you can easily cheat in Grim Dawn, but it still has a strong community. It has a lot of people modding the game and it's doing that to a certain extent thanks to all the different activities you can do once you max out your character. You've got rifting via the form of shattered realms, then you have different dungeons like Bastion of Chaos, Steps of Torment, Port Valkyrie. Then you've got what else is there? Then there's that Crucible, which is one of my favorite things in the genre currently on the market. I love survival modes, so I think this game adding a Crucible like survival mode, it shouldn't take that much time developing a survival mode because it's just a circular arena with tons of enemies spawning every few waves, getting a boss fight or elite fight. Something like the Crucible in Grim Dawn is a great addition to any ARPG, and it's an easy way to provide some extra endgame content. So if they want to make different endgame content but they don't have time to make something complicated at first, probably making a survival mode could give them some time to develop something else afterwards, something more complicated than that. But the survival mode is definitely a good way of giving extra value to your game, endgame wise. We do have the rifting system already in place. Under the form of expeditions, we do have bounties under the form of what's it called? Mandates. The mandates are called bounties in this game, but they're also called mandates, so two names, one thing. And they have this Ratusari cell modifier for getting some specific uniques. There's more coming that we don't know about, but there's definitely more endgame here. And with the introduction of those, what's it called? The apocalyptic forms. With apocalyptic forms, I think it's gonna be very nice to save those for bursting bosses. Just getting that massive transformation right before a boss fight, turning into some sort of a demon or angel or whatever it is called. Some primordial entity. But yeah, unfortunately this is at the moment I'm playing the offline mode, so I can't team up with you guys because the servers are down for maintenance before the launch. Hopefully they don't have trouble when the game launches with the servers being overloaded. It's a bit alarming because they didn't have a stress test. This is the one thing that's alarming for me. They didn't have a stress test, so hopefully their servers don't melt down on the 13th of February when the game launches. Okay, that was a close one. Almost got myself killed. I still need to get myself a big HP potion. I keep forgetting to look for large health potions on the ground as drops. Still using a medium one. Okay, so so many explosions, wow. Alright, now I think it's this way. Let's hope I didn't get a nasty boss. Shit. Okay, that was close. Alright, I could deal with this guy. I could deal with him. Another S plus. 5% damage per unspent rage points, but I have already one with 8%, and that's gonna be a huge blow. But this also gives me transfer time and cooldown reduction in 2 sockets, so it's not too bad if I switch to this one. Alright, not too fancy, but not too bad either. Let's get all that gear here. I'm a big fan of ARPG hack and slashes myself. I haven't played Last Epoch because I just can't. At the moment, I'm saving up for improving my machine rather than getting new games. But yeah, I'd rather improve my machine by getting some SSDs and things like that uh, to make it run faster, to make my rendering faster when making content for YouTube. Uh, but I'm definitely keeping an eye out for Last Epoch. It's on my to-do list to get Last Epoch eventually when it gets closer to its launch, because it does seem like another great game in the genre that's gonna be worth testing once it improves some more. Not this gem though. What do I wanna put in this armor? Either a little bit of HP or maybe some wife leech. I could put some wife leech. Yeah, let's get some extra wife leech for now to make things easier. This one I don't need, even though it's legendary, it's bad. But I'm gonna replace this one. I'm gonna keep this just in case. If I do find the helmet, probably putting the other armor would give me a lot of damage altogether. This one I don't need. But yeah, the spin to win definitely seems like a good starter setup. Not much investment needed, but you still get okay damage. Look at that, just with the double flat damage. Only 4 stats. Uh, red, not red, but yellow item. And I'm still doing fine. But on a depth, you better be able to do a depth. If you can't do a depth, then you definitely need to switch things around in the build. Uh, if you're maxed out. My HP is very low now, so I probably would be able to die often. Maybe I should change those gems here for HP. I'm gonna quickly check if I can buy some HP gems. Nope, no HP. Didn't I have some HP here? Yeah, this is HP. I can get this HP gem there. Socket it. So maybe some material resistance and some HP, like this should be fine. Alright, let's keep doing this. Just a few Wrath of Sarisel to get me with my started gear going on. Mostly for that extra. I need a helmet with this same modifier. This modifier is basically a stronger version of one of the skills. It's a stronger version of this skill here. Manic Slaughter. That's what it is, this modifier. Yeah, what I'm doing now is endgame. It is endgame. And welcome back, Commander Rosa. So I'm just doing some expeditions. I'm doing Wrath of Sarisel expeditions to try and get Manic Slaughter helmet items. And maybe some rage rings. If I get rage rings or accessories, it would be nice. but it's not necessary that much for me. Mm, I'm gonna go for this one, and then I'm gonna go for poison, and this one really helps fill it up quickly. This one also helps. Burn chance, and then we're untainted enemies. This is the important part for this specific farming that I'm doing right now. Single map runs with some special items being able to drop from those. Okay, let's move here. Okay, halfway there. Let's see, HP. Let's get that extra HP for myself. I could use that extra HP right now. Which way could the boss be? I think it's this way, so I'm gonna go there. Well, appeared Mind Sealer. I'm a big fan of the Mind Sealers appearing because they're not as difficult as Shadow Blades to deal with. And yeah, the boss fight is here, so do I want to get the Mind Sealer before the boss fight? Maybe I might want to. Fuck, Shadow Blade appeared at the same time the Mind Sealer did. Okay, I managed to get rid of the Shadow Blade. And did the Mind Sealer die as well? Maybe he did. Oh, look at that explosion. It killed the enemies. I didn't know those explosions can kill enemies. I thought only I can get damaged by those. That's an interesting mechanic. Let's see. I'm just gonna push towards the boss fight. Let's do this. Oh, wrong button. What's this buff? White Leech. Might as well get it just in case. Although in this modifier you don't need to be getting those that much. It's perfectly fine to just rush for the boss fight as soon as you can in this modifier. Killing elites won't give you a better reward, so it's not needed. Jose Luis Galarza, welcome dude to my YouTube, nice to see you. Hope you're having fun. Oh, you like my build in Chaosbane? I really don't understand Spanish, but from what you wrote, I think you're talking about something about my build for Chaosbane. Not sure which build, and if you can use English, it would be nice. If you can't, at least Google Translate. At least Google Translate it would still allow me to kind of understand what you wrote, but I really don't speak Spanish. I can kind of maybe understand a few of the words. And thank you, Freddy Dow, for the follow on Twitch. Welcome to the Struck Club. Nice to have you here. So let's see this legendary pistol. It's not a bad one, by the way. It's a pistol with Winter's Grasp. Flat toxic percent material, kind of bad, but for a starter setup, it's okay. Blaze Aisher, Blaze Aisher, welcome to my Twitch channel as well. Welcome to the Struck Club. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it, folks. Whether there's enough content to justify the $30 when the game launches, there should be. There should be enough content to justify the price tag when the game launches, but when the game launches, it will cost uh, €10 more. It will cost $15 more. So what I can give you is something as news, something that they posted in December, and what it says is when the game launches on the 13th of February, the price is gonna be €39.99, so €40 or $45. So this is the link with some of the stuff that's coming when the game launches. Currently it's a beta, so currently the price, the €30 price that it has at the moment currently, for the beta probably it's not as good unless you get it on a sale, but knowing that with this price, if you buy it now in 12 days, actually in 11 days, you're getting the full game with 2 more acts, the level cap becoming 90 instead of 20. You're getting twice the skills, twice the skill modifiers. The current end game is something like rifting in Diablo, and then you have something like a greater rift or whatever, just a single map run where you kind of just a second here, where you kind of kill enemies and then get rewarded based on how well you performed and how many times you died. So you have different modifiers still, and then there's something like bounties, which are called they're called mandates. So you have those types of things. But when the game launches, we're gonna be able to explore the story zones. Currently, we can't explore the story zones in the endgame mode, but they promised that when the game launches, we would be able to explore them. We would be able to hunt those bosses and named enemies in the story, not just rifting and instanced combat. So basically, what we can do once we hit the max level, the limit, once we finish the story, we can do those expeditions. And you start from Adept, which is enemy level +1. Then after 3 runs, after 3 maps, you reach Veteran, which is enemy level +4. And this goes all the way to Veteran 9 and Champion 9. And Champion 9 is 55 levels above you. So when the limit on launch is level 90, that means Champion 9 you would be fighting level 145 enemies, and you will definitely need some meta min-max builds to be able to do Champion 9. If you're not doing meta min-max builds, probably Champion would be kind of like something you would want to stay away until you fix your build, fix your gear. So there's stuff to keep you grinding as well. And Denox, thank you for the follow, welcome to the Struck Club. Commander Rosa, you said something about agility. Agility at the moment is one of the stats. It affects the dodge chance, attack speed and spell casting. But currently what most builds go for is ferocity, because ferocity is giving you attack crit chance or spell crit chance. That's what most people would invest into. There are some setups where people would be investing into toughness, because toughness gives you all resistances, and there is this passive skill here, where is it? Retaliator. This gives you damage per percent of your physical resistance. So you can get up to 1.25% damage per percent of physical resistance. And when you stack toughness, you get extra resistances here. Where did it go? And that can give you some extra damage. So there's those setups, like if you want to build a tank but still get some damage out of it, you would probably go for a retaliator on a tank setup, stacking all resistances, etc. And yeah, this definitely is a cool mix between Diablo and Path of Exile. And it's not just Diablo 3 and Path of Exile, but it also has elements from Diablo 2 and Diablo 1. I always post some links when I'm playing for people to check some of the stuff about the game. So this link is about the Gates of Fate, the secondary zones, the third Gates of Fate rings, and about tinting, which is a dice system where we would be able to collect dice and change our gear. And the second link is about crafting, and the fourth link would be about skills, and there's another one about skills that came last week, which I'm gonna give you in a moment. Just give me a second to go to the Wolcen Discord, and I'm gonna grab it from there. So just a moment. Announcements, there we go. Copy. So this other link is for more of the skill reviews. That's skills that are upcoming, skills and skill modifiers upcoming on launch when the game launches. So they've been revealing those five new skills and some new modifiers every week. So there's gonna be some more coming next Friday, and then the next one would be probably shortly before the launch, the final part. I normally wait for more of those skills to get released before making a video about those. But I hope you enjoy all that info I sent you via links. I'm going back to the game now. So let's see. I saved this code damage and I'm probably gonna use it. My 1640, 1645. A little bit of extra damage from this. Alright, let's go back and do another map. Aether resistance. I'm not doing any Aether damage, am I? Then let's give them this explosion and curse chance and this one maybe, and this one untainted, and that's it. No worries, you're welcome. Those links definitely contain some information that people might wanna know. And I keep forgetting about needing new potions. Keep forgetting I need a new HP potion. Gotta pay attention for when it drops one. Okay, let's pick up all the wood here. How am I doing with the money? Alright, 37,000. I think by the end of this run I'm gonna have enough to unlock my first warehouse space. Shared storage space. And as I was saying earlier, this setup, the spin to win, really doesn't require much investment in regards to items to make it shine. To make the most out of it, you really need min-max gear, but to make it work, you don't need min-max gear. So it's perfect for a starter setup if you just want to gear up for any other setup. All you need is Bladestorm, Warpath, and preferably Wings of Ishmir. You don't even need Tracker's Reach, but it does help sometimes. And Sovereign Shout also does help. Good two-hander. would provide some nice damage. Alright, I'm gonna have to get rid of this Might Sealer. Oh, Shadow Blade, not great. Oh shit, he one-shot me. Alright. Well, that's gonna be less rewards for us. Shadow Blades at the moment can be dangerous because my HP doesn't even have 2000. I went for a more damagey instead of a beefy build. Probably I should have taken more HP instead of more crit damage. But as I get better gear, I'm gonna get some more HP, so that's fine. Right, we can go for the boss now. Alright, we got the Primordial Guardian, and it's gonna be only rank S. It's not gonna be S plus because of the one down state. Still total death 0, but if you check the more details, it says times down 1. Let's see this. This is another special modifier that only drops in this place. Attacks gain etc. % damage from the last spell cast. So this is good for builds that have a spell in the setup. For example, with the legs that allow you to cast shadow spells, you can buff your damage for the attacks by a certain amount of damage. So if you use that ring together with those legs and maybe another one of those rings, maybe if you have 15% for 15%, that's gonna give you 30% shadow damage by casting a shadow spell with those legs there. Alright, let's sell. First of all, I'm gonna put this ring in the warehouse because it deserves a space there. Although this frost damage to attacks, I could as well use it because it gives me frost damage to attacks and it gives me some extra elemental damage. So, and also support gem for extra all attributes. And I strongly suggest getting all attributes instead of ferocity. It's gonna give you better results overall for the support gems. Cool damage, I don't need this. Let's see, what else do I wanna keep? What else to keep? Fire and material. 149, alright, this is great. This is great. Physical and sacred. Keep this aside, keep this aside. So far nothing too fancy. But at least I did get some sort of an upgrade. Let's wait for my rage to be 0 now. 1645. 1738, look at that boost. And then what do we change? I'm gonna change this one. So 1738 changes to 186869. So definitely an improvement with those items. I don't need this, I'm gonna sell it. I'm gonna check if they're selling HP gems. No HP. Right, let's do some regular maps now. Enough Wrath of Saricel, let's check some regular mapping. Let's start from Veteran 1. And Frost, am I doing Frost damage? Frost, I'm doing Frost. Okay, I'm gonna start over then. Weakness chance. Alright, that's fine. Let's give them weakness chance for me. I'm not doing any Aether, so I'm gonna do this, and I'm not doing whitening from what I can tell. Oh, actually I'm doing whitening. Okay, let's give them shadow damage then. And let's give them ailment damage resistance. And let's go. So this one would be a regular one, like pushing higher and higher. It's not gonna drop those special items here. But now the enemies will be dropping items as they die. So this is the standard version. And I should still remember to look for a large HP potion. I don't see a large HP potion. Right, let's keep pushing. The performance of the game, by the way, when it comes to loading times, you would definitely want to have this game installed on an SSD. I don't have the game installed on an SSD, and there's something that's not great, but the initial loading, because this is using a Cry engine, the initial loading is very slow. The next loadings after that are a bit faster, but when you create the game for the first time, when you're creating the environment and everything, it takes a bit longer than people might be used to. Oh, vendor in town sells large potions. I'm gonna check it after this to see if he's got something for me. Thanks for the tip. Really nice getting that tip from you. But yeah, the performance of the game, it requires slightly better CPU. If you have a bit of an outdated CPU, it's not that bad as long as you're not streaming, but I had trouble before when streaming this game on an i5. Now I upgraded my PC a few months ago to 3700X AMD and changed my motherboard for a better one, so definitely I definitely see the difference, but keep in mind this game is on CryEngine, so it's a bit more hungry for CPU. At the moment, if I go to my task manager, it is also using a lot of GPU. It's using 70% of my GPU, but that's probably because I'm streaming. But it does show up under Wolcen executable, it doesn't show up under OBS Studio, which is strange, but okay. And for CPU at the moment the game is using 19% of my CPU. My streaming software is using 22%, 23% of my CPU. So at the moment I only have like 47% usage of the CPU, but the GPU 70%. I'm not sure whether the streaming software makes it use more GPU as the game executable, because I've set up the streaming software to use the GPU rather than the CPU to handle the streaming. I might experiment disabling NVIDIA encoding and let my CPU handle all the encoding and see if it's gonna give me better performance. But if you guys don't stream, then probably even with an older CPU you'd be fine. I think an i7 is perfect for the game. You're not gonna have that much trouble with an i7. Keep in mind my video card is 4 years old. It's a 1066 gigabyte NVIDIA. So it's definitely nothing to be worried about when it comes to video cards. because I think even with a 4-year-old video card you would be fine with this game, since I am myself as well. There's definitely difficulties optimizing this engine for an ARPG. This engine is meant for shooter games, the Cry engine. So they had some troubles. They had some troubles from the get-go. I remember back there, before even switching to the beta version, there were some news about them having to start over some of the things from scratch. Basically what the beta was like a second alpha. They sacrificed all the progress from the alpha in order to get the beta as a completely new game, completely new experience. I remember in the alpha we had crossbows. We don't have crossbows here, but the rogues with crossbows in the alpha were so fun to play. And we had the ability to openly explore the story zones. Even the parts of alpha that didn't have story were fun to explore. And then came the beta. The first version of the beta was just endgame stuff. It didn't have story. Then with content update 1 they added the story, and with content update 2 they added some extra endgame options. And the final update was 4 months ago, in the end of October, kind of. Since then they've been doing some hot fixes, but they were preparing for the launch. They were preparing for the big release. So there's a lot of stuff that we're getting since then until now that they have been working for on the back end without letting us test it. So my only concern would be when the game launches, people might be angry about bugs, and I hope they manage to flatten out the major bugs, the game-breaking bugs, the ones that block the progression, because I'm not expecting a bug-free launch. That's almost impossible nowadays for people to launch a game without a bug or two being there. But if the bug doesn't block the progression, we should be fine, as long as we report the bugs and they fix them on time. So be prepared, guys. There probably would be some things on launch, but my biggest concern is the servers. We didn't do stress testing. They didn't do open beta or whatever, just to let as many people test the servers as possible. So I'm hoping they can handle all the new players on launch. And believe me, there will be a lot of new players, from the looks of it. But this is not an MMO as well, though. It's kind of like lobby-based ARPG hack and slash, so probably they should be fine. But I'm still kind of a little worried about this, about not doing any stress testing. So those 2 weeks, if they spend those 2 weeks stress testing the servers themselves, I'm not sure how they can even do it without opening the servers to the public, to thousands and thousands of players, tens of thousands even. The biggest bug, the most annoying bug, is probably what you meant. I'm assuming that's what you meant. The biggest bug for me is sometimes after doing a MOBA mobility skill I can't do damage. Like, it happens sometimes right after using my warpath, this shield charge. If I start spinning right after it, I'm not gonna do damage. This is an annoying bug that hopefully they would fix. This also happens when using the mage shadow step, the Aether jump skill, the teleport, blink skill, whatever you wanna call it. It's officially called Aether jump, but it's basically a blink mechanic, this skill. So after this skill, something like this as well might happen. The next skill you use would do no damage unless you move or start another skill. So after warpath, either spinning or doing things like bleeding catch sometimes end up not doing damage. And it could be annoying if you're really relying on that little bit of extra damage to finish off an enemy. especially the way I play it. The way I play it is on bosses. I start with Warpath, and after Warpath I immediately follow up with some sort of a damage skill. Oh, that's a great drop, guys. This is a great drop. This is one of the best, if not the best, wolves in the game. This is the only hand armor that can give you flat damage, not percent damage like this one or this one, but flat. So look at the difference. This gives you 33% material. This gives you 15 material, but this gives you percentage material and flat material damage. So this is one of the rarest and best items in the game for attack-based builds. Attack-based material builds. Even if you're not a material build, as long as you're an attack-based build, that's gonna give you extra damage to the attacks. So that's a very good drop this early in the game for me. Because I only hit endgame yesterday on this playthrough in the offline mode. I think the game also would need, after launching, they should start focusing on improving the matchmaking, if they haven't already implemented some better matchmaking. Because the way matchmaking works right now is it can only team you up with people who are also looking for a party at the same time. So if I'm looking for a party, let's say at 2 in the morning, and then there's someone looking for a party at 2:15 in the morning, I would have already started my game, so this guy would not be put into my game. Basically, I've noticed you cannot join a game that has already started. But if you have two people looking for party at 2 in the morning at the same time, or 2 in the morning and 2 in the morning and 1 minute after, then most likely those people would end up in the same team. Probably that's gonna happen as long as they're in the same region. I think it still looks for the region as well. So it's not like Jabu where it can put you in a game that has already started. And I think they should change this if they haven't already. I don't know what's been done over the last 4 months, but if something like this has been done, then good. If it hasn't, then they should consider doing it soon after the launch, to avoid unhappy people who would rather group up randomly with people instead of looking for people to group up with. Additionally, an easier solution would be to add looking for group channels. Add global chat and looking for group channel, then people would be able to find teams themselves until they can implement something like a matchmaking improvement to look for that. For now, I don't know what's been implemented, so I can only guess. But that's just my suggestions. If the matchmaking remains the same, the least they can do is just add some global chat and LFG channel. It would help with the social functions of the game a lot. Alright, starting to get those legendaries. Well, I gotta drop something. 10% material damage, I don't think it's gonna do much for me. Although it has rage and willpower, but okay, fuck it. Let's drop this, let's drop this. Let's drop this. And this. And this. Oh, triple socketed dagger with 3 times flat damage. So this is a great drop. This by itself, why is this a great drop? Because it only gives one stat as elemental. And it has rend toxic, so a lot of material stuff going here. And then it gives crit damage, crit chance and wife leech. basically amazing all over. Mm. Actually, never mind, never mind. This could be good. Rent physical. So with this one, with rent and physical, I can make a specific build that might end up being better than what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna keep it and experiment with something once I go into the town. And this one I'm gonna probably keep it for that special build I have in mind. Alright, let's move. Basically there is a build where if you're only doing physical damage, so if you're only doing physical or toxic or rent, you can do something good to help you with the damage. Tiva89NS, welcome to the Struck Pub, thank you for the Twitch follow. Basically what I was talking about, guys, is this one, Gods Amongst Men. This gives you 80% material damage, which would be physical, toxic or rent, but it makes it so that you can only deal material damage. So currently I'm dealing some rent physical, but I'm also dealing fire, frost, whitening and sacred. If I didn't have the sacred, whitening, frost and fire, then I would be dealing only physical, rent and maybe some toxic, and then I can go for that option there. And this is a good option because it definitely could boost the build. If you don't have a good weapon that doesn't do physical, but you have a great weapon that only does physical, this is probably my suggestion. It works great if you find there's a unique item with 3 sockets called Rygarde's Hope. And it definitely works well with the Rygarde's Hope. It's not as great as a good min-maxed weapon, and that's a legendary with 3 sockets, but definitely a good alternative. Oh shit, okay. I tried to escape this guy. Need some more HP. My HP is very low. Like, he doesn't even have 2000. And that's what I wanna do. I wanna switch all my non-material damage items for material damage setup with this item I got. Unless I find something better. This one is rent and whitening. Shit. Got distracted there. I keep forgetting that the moment I'm weaker than I used to be before, and I can't tank as much as before. Elemental damage. So at the moment I've got a cool damage, and my cool damage is by it's quite big, quite a lot of a cold damage. But if I go for more elemental damage stuff with this one, I can get some elemental damage with this, and I can use this. And here I do 2052. I need to get my rage down. While my rage is up, I can't tell the difference of the damages. So I'm gonna wait a bit. Come on, go down. Right, I'm gonna get it down like this. It's easier. So it's 2079. If I do this and this, definitely less at the moment because of this cool damage bonus here. But if I were to do this, yeah, for now I'm gonna stick to a cold damage. Oh, actually I was using the wrong item, never mind. Never mind. 1766. Eh, still not as good. Alright, let's move this way. Ooh, the trial belt. Is this fucking real? I needed 150 hours, 160 hours to get this in online mode, but in offline mode it drops from the get-go, like on my second hour, is it, of endgame? Yeah, it's actually, I did some endgame last night, like 15-20 minutes endgame, and now I've done 1 hour and 33 minutes today. So on my second hour, fucking hell, man. Totally unexpected, but okay. Best belt. What this belt does is it applies vulnerability to them. And now I need to level up my vulnerability skill. Basically it applies a curse, and this curse makes them take more damage and many other things. The curse is this one. So I'm gonna put it here to start leveling it up. Even though I'm not using it, I think it's gonna get XP. If I level it up, I can modify it, and when I modify it, all those modifiers I've placed into the skill would apply when it gets applied. Makes enemies more vulnerable, so it makes the enemies take more damage. Then you can modify it to take even more damage. You can modify it to make them increase damage from damage over time, or maybe something like this one makes them take increased crit damage. So there's definitely a lot of stuff. There's even this one making them explode. So this is probably one of the best belts, and the good thing about this belt is it works with any build. You don't have to be mage to use it, you don't have to be warrior to use it, it works with any belt. Of course some builds would rather not use this belt and rather apply the curse themselves and use a belt with a lot of good stats, and there are belts that can give you a lot of min-max damage that are better than a trial. But getting a good legendary belt with 3 times flat damage, or 2 times if that's the limit, and some extra percentage damage and some extra other things like crit damage, it's so difficult to get a good min-max belt. Whereas a trial is just what it is. It has fixed stats. It's always gonna give you that extra option there. Large health pot back. How much back was it? Let's see. I'm gonna go back for the large health potion. And thank you for that. Way back. Sorry for noticing this just now. This trial got me excited. Or was it before the trial? Oh, it was where I died. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna wait for the next one. I think it was somewhere here, but I'm not sure. Which reminds me, I need to start picking up gloves and shoulders. At the moment, things that can boost my damage are gloves and shoulders. Not yet, but when the game launches, we would be able to change the number of sockets on an item, because socketing would be an important part of the endgame crafting. So at the moment we can't, but later we would be able to. Just gotta check something here. 2202. Okay, that's an increased damage. And this one I don't think it's gonna be better for a coat. I think my physical is better than the coat, so this would stay here. This would stay here. I'm slowly transitioning from a coat to physical, and then I can change to a weapon that doesn't do a coat. But pretty nice getting the trial this early on. That's like a blessing. Right, Mark of Impurity is getting some nice levels. Alright, let's go finish the boss now. Okay. Getting the drops going. Getting those drops. Now I need to quickly get rid of junk items that I don't need, like this one, this one. Toxic Sacred. Transitioning away from the cold damage bit by bit. Oh, extra ferocity and movement speed on boots. That's gonna be great for me. Still gonna keep the 4 shield ones for when I need to use them. Don't need this. And I definitely don't need 2 abolition acts. This is offline only, so I'd rather keep only one of them. Sacrificing this to the wood gods. Let's go on. The unique is kind of a mixture between perk and pimpo and pink. Between purple and pink. Did I just say perk and pimpo? I need to trademark those words. Just a moment. I'm getting too excited with this trial. I mean, getting Argan's heart and the trial gets me too excited at the moment, so I can't even speak properly. The excitement an item whore gets when he gets 2 good items 2 hours into the endgame. Ah, shit. Didn't see that there was a demon like this here. And I need to put some modifiers into my... Okay, let's hope they don't spawn any more enemies here. So I need to modify this Mark of Impurity. This is what I wanted. The increased critical damage, and I probably would put... This one's not bad, but at the moment I'm gonna go for Swow. Controller support 6 months after launch. I mean, that's not too bad, but it is bad. But what you can do is there's different tools that people have been using that allows you to rebind keyboard buttons to a controller. So you're still gonna be able to use a controller, but not official support. But that's good news to let me know that there's still gonna be controller support, because people have been asking me about controller support, and I've been telling them that there isn't official one, but there is a tool that that people are using. Welcome DZ Games, welcome back. Yeah, darker purple for the legendary would be nice. Kind of like grim down purple items. But I think they wanted it to be a little more pinkish rather than purplish for the unique items. There is some nice contrast with this though. There is a nice contrast from the item not blending in with the background, but even a darker background won't be bad. But I guess the game is not trying to be like any other game, it's trying to have its own thing. Normally people go for a different color for the uniques. Oh, me liking the game, I'm so stoked for the launch. This is one of my favorite games at the moment. This together with Torchlight 3 are my two most favorite games, but Torchlight 3 is still in alpha, whereas this one is getting released soon, and they're catering towards different things I like in the genre. Torchlight 3 is my more casual game, where I don't need to worry that heavily about what build I'm playing, whereas with this one, this is my slightly less casual game, and it's gonna be nice to have both of them eventually launched and with many people playing them. At the moment, Torchlight 3 is not something everyone can access and play. It's in early alpha. Well, actually, it's getting out of alpha soon, so soon it's gonna be a beta in Torchlight 3. And both games are not as punishing as games like Path of Exile could be. In Torchlight 3, basically you pick 4 classes, pardon me, it's already 4. So you pick between 4 classes, there are some customization options, which are limited, but there's gonna be more coming, and you basically follow a story with different acts. And once you finish the story with the acts, there's some endgame content, which is very limited at the moment in Torchlight 3, but they're gonna add more eventually as time goes on. But you do create your own character, but it's not like in Wolcen. It's not like in Wolcen where you create a character and then you can make it anything. There are different preset classes, if that's what you meant with the question. I'm not sure what exactly you meant, but that's probably what you meant. So there's predetermined classes, 4 of them, each of them has 2 different skill trees in which you can spec. So, for example, the new character class is a sharpshooter, and you can either play it as a summoner, pet build summoner, or you can play it with some nice DPS ranged class with bow skills. But you don't even need to be using the bow to use the bow skills. It has a class specific item, the bow, but it can use any other item, either as a stat stick or as a weapon. And they added some respect points in the game, but I think the respect system in Torchlight 3 does need some sort of more options in how we can get those respectable points. Because at the moment I feel the options from where we can get those are not enough. And you end up getting 1 point every 10 levels after level 15. So that's level 15, no, after level 5, so that's 5, 15, 25, 35, 45, 55, 65, 75, 85 and 95. So that's 10 points you're getting for respects from leveling up, and then you're getting some more points from doing contracts, which are kind of like as you kill enemies you get fame, and that fame gives you fame levels, and the fame levels unlock different rewards, and those different rewards can be used for different things. Some of those rewards would be maps, legendary maps, blue maps, things that you can't buy from the shop. But there's also things like respectable points, then there's dice, They added a die system where you can change the shading and tinting of a certain item. But the dice only work on armors, not on weapons. See, you're like Wolcen. Wolcen's gonna have dice when it launches. And they're also gonna only work on armor. Hello Yarek, nice to see you again. Health pot. Nice. Where? Let's see. Oh, thanks. There we go. Health pot. Thanks, Dinox or Denox. We got it. Okay. Now we're talking. I'm gonna start throwing those little gems. Right. Yeah, this is another thing that I shouldn't be happening. I think what they need to fix is they need to fix it so you can swap the places of two square item or two SWAT item for a one SWAT item, because currently we can't. And this is a bit annoying. I mean, I'd rather be able to do that. What? Oh, poison. The poison got me. I keep forgetting I'm squishy at the moment. Alright, let's go get the boss before I end up dying a lot. It definitely is annoying. It's not something that's game breaking, but it's gonna be good to fix it as a quality of life. This is the first game where I'm seeing something like this being a problem. I've never seen an ARPG where I can't swap the places. As long as there's one extra space above this, why not swap it? This one might end up being a good one. Spawnless 84. That's a nice emote there. That's a nice emote. What does it say? I can't see the name of it, but okay. Yeah, I'm still testing offline, and look at that. I got myself a trial belt and an Argan's heart already. 2 hours into endgame, already got those two. The character didn't transfer. The character didn't transfer. It's just some damn luck. I used to play MMOs. At the moment, I just don't like any of the MMOs on the market. They're too zombieing. Like they make their players to be zombies. Daily logging zombies is what I call this mechanic. The game wants you to log in every day to get rewards. If you miss a day, then you miss rewards or you miss something else. Then it wants you to do daily quests every day, like a fucking zombie. It didn't used to be like that. Then the pay to win, free to play came and ruined everything. Before we had private servers where people could do the pay to win by donating to the server, and that's probably what made the MMO developers realize that instead of the private servers being free and having pay to win mechanics, they would do that themselves. So I don't know, I'm not a big fan of this. 13th, yeah, 13th is coming. Well, people with World of Warcraft have Classic, but unfortunately, hate me if you want for this, but I never liked World of Warcraft. I actually hated it when I was an MMO player. I thought World of Warcraft is everything that's wrong in MMOs, and I like playing games like Lineage 2, Ion, and Terra and all of that. But then all of those games started getting so bad in the cash shops, and yeah. I couldn't longer enjoy them, especially with all those daily logins and everything like that. I think if World of Warcraft wasn't such a big success, probably the MMO market would not have turned out the way it did, with all those Chinese and Korean companies trying to imitate World of Warcraft and bringing all that into their games. I think an MMO doesn't need to be grindy to keep people occupied and playing it. Currently what they do is they force people to grind, they limit the number of times you can enter a dungeon a day. So let's say you can do this dungeon 4, 5, 6 times a day, and then you have to wait for the next day to be able to do it. And this is artificially prolonging the time a player needs to spend to gear themselves up. This is making it that if you are a new player, it's almost impossible to catch up to others. And what those games normally do is PvE gear normally matters in PvP. I like how Guild Wars 2 did their structured PvP. The gear you get from PvE did not have any effect on the structured PvP. And this is a great way of doing it. But when it came to World v World, if you had better gear, you would be doing better. And of course, World v World was kind of a Zerg fest, and in games like those with open PvP it's always Zerg fests. So that's also another thing that I don't like. It's kind of hard to balance it when it comes to the open world PvP. And the PvE, I don't think you should be limiting people's runs. If someone wants to do 20 runs today and then not log in for 3-4 days, let them do it. There's people who only have time on weekends, that are working class people who play a couple of hours every night and maybe more on the weekends. Those people kind of get fucked by the dungeon entry system being limited to 2-3 times a day or so. And most of those games have power creep. Like each patch there would be new levels, new skills, new things, new items. All of that makes the old gear being no longer as meta as the new one, and everyone needs to get the new gear because the old one ends up being shit, and it's just a complete power creep. And that's not how it should be. If you're making new items, you need to make the new items provide a new playstyle. You shouldn't make the new items be the new go for items. The new items should be just opening up new builds. That's what the gear should be in games, especially in ARPGs like this one. New items should mean new builds, not new meta. It could be adding onto the meta as new items that are meta, but as meta as the others, not more meta. So you definitely want the new items to be opening up new mechanics, new things, but you don't want to make the old gear outdated. And look at Path of Exile, it has 950 uniques. Out of those, probably only 150 are used in builds that are meta builds that can do all the content and everything. And the same goes for Diablo 3. Most legendaries are bullshit legendaries that barely see any use because of set items being so strong. Dark Age of Camelot, oh man, I've never played it, but I've heard a lot of good stuff about it back in the day. What happened to it, by the way? Oh, WoW was released, okay, that happened. Well, yeah. I can see what might have happened there. Just a moment, let me get this mark of impurity upgraded. I'm gonna go for this and then I'm gonna go back to my chain. So now that I've leveled up Mark of Impurity, and Wolcen definitely feels like an action RPG, and the action part is not missing in Wolcen. There are some ARPGs that definitely are missing the A in ARPG, but this one has it in full force. It has a physical dodge roll mechanic. The animations and skills feel very crisp and smooth. So this game is definitely one that people should be enjoying if they are fans of the genre. What do you mean by asymmetric armor? Oh, you mean that this item, like depending on which socket I put it in, it changes. So I can swap them and they change. This is how it works. And you can see the shoulder. One shoulder looks in one way on the left side and on another way on the right side. You see how I'm changing places and they change. Is that asymmetric? And yeah, you can equip any item because you don't have classes that walk you into playing into different armor classes. So if I want to, I can have one of each type. So here I have a sorcerer armor. Then I have this one as a rogue. I have this one as a bruiser, and this one is heavy. So I've got a properly mixed stuff going on. You're not forced into picking only the same armor type. This game definitely gives a lot of freedom to the player. Power to the people, as they used to say in the 70s. Definitely great. This game is the punk era out of gaming. The punk era of gaming is how this game is kind of turning out to be. Yeah, the character currently you can only play offline until the game launches because the servers are under maintenance. So everything you do now would be lost. Because once the game updates, your character would be into a completely different build, and you would not be able to use your offline character probably. I cannot confirm this, but you probably won't be able to use it as an offline character post-launch. Because this one would have been created in a completely different build. One thing that's obvious difference is just a moment. I'm gonna show you some screenshots. So Wolcen crafting this one. Are you guys seeing it? Yes, you're seeing it. So this is what the gems would be like when the game launches. So just look at the difference between this one and this one. This would tell you how much different the game would be. Then another thing that you might wanna see is why different slots. Look at that. This has different defensive sockets. Currently, only have one defensive, one offensive, one support, but we're gonna have three different types of all three different types. So we're gonna have 9 different types of sockets to play around with, and that's gonna result in things like this being possible. And then we have things like this as a regent, and this, and this, and this, and this. So definitely good stuff coming into the game. This is kind of like what the storage system. Look at those armors, by the way. Look at that's a sneak peek preview of some of the items that we would be able to see. And look at the stacking. We're gonna be able to stack gems because gems would always have the exact same stats. Currently, you can have two of the same gems with different stats. So look at this gem and this gem. They're supposedly the same, but this one gives me 22 willpower offensive. This one gives me 20 willpower offensive. And then 15 stamina again, 18. So that's no longer gonna be the case. If you get a certain tier of a gem, it's always gonna be that same amount of stats giving you. And you're gonna be able to stack it, which is great. And this seems like a very nice neck rope kind of armor, the one that we can see here in the background. Some teasing there. Toxic and physical. Alright, let's keep finishing this one up. I wish I could share some Torchlight 3 with you guys. I would have been streaming Torchlight 3 if it wasn't under non-disclosure agreement, but I'm trying to stream Wolcen while I'm streaming, and then after I end up streaming every day, I do play a bit of Torchlight, get some levels going there, do some testing. If any of you does play Torchlight 3, I wouldn't mind playing together once my stream ends tonight, around midnight, half past midnight or so. Well, that was quick. Yeah, Torchlight 3 has controller support, but it's still in alpha, so there's a lot of things that need to be fixed. A lot of things that need to be changed and modified. I mean, the game is transitioning from a free-to-play game to a buy-to-play game, so they need to get rid of some of the leftover things that make it still feel like a free-to-play game. There are some things that they're still getting rid of, then there's things that still need to be added and fixed. There's a lot of placeholders, there's gonna be more skills added to it, to all classes. So there are to do things. There is a big to-do list for the developers before the game is ready to transition into beta. Hopefully within the next 2-3 months they would be able to transition into a beta and let us do the final testing for stability and everything during the beta. Alright, we did that 6 map run. Futuristic ARPG, you might want to look into Kill Squad. Kill Squad is a futuristic ARPG, but I've never played Kill Squad, and I think from what I've seen about Kill Squad, it looks like the game is far from being playable. At least that's what it looks like to me at the moment. Can't say for sure, but that's what it looks like. So, what do I want to test? As I said, guys, I want to test something in regards to damage. So here I'm getting 2031 damage average with this setup. But if I go for a physical setup, let's see how much I can squeeze out of it from a physical setup. So I need to get rid of all the non-material things. So this would change this code for material. And what else gives me a code damage? This one gives me toxic or rent. I'd rather stay for the all attributes one. But this one gives a lot of material damage, so I'm gonna test it later. Then ring wise, fire and whitening and frost and elemental. Damn, I really need better rings. I'm not gonna be able to pull it off. But let's see. Reset passives. There was extra material damage somewhere, not sure where. Oh, it was this one here. Well, there isn't much more damage I can get. I can get Elemental, but that's not gonna help for this build. I can get extra melee weapon damage, or I can get extra ferocity for crits, or some extra HP. Let's see how my HP is. Wow, such low HP. Yeah, I definitely need some more. I definitely need some more HP for now. And something needs to change. I need some HP gems. Come on, give me HP gems. HP gem. Okay, that's fine. An HP gem here. Let's put this HP gem into... Oh, this is Wife Leech from spell damage. I don't really need this. But Wife Leech from attack could be nice. And since I was testing physical damage, I need to equip the physical damage weapon, which was this one. And now let's see my damage here. Well, it's barely any different than the last setup. But that's because I don't have physical rings. If I get the rings with physical damage, that's gonna be a completely different story. This Farent Whitening is not gonna do much for me. So if I do this, it's getting a bit better. And what else do I need to get rid of? Alright, let's put elemental damage here. Putting all the elemental damage together. And all the occult damage would be on this side. So occult damage here, elemental damage there. Occult damage, occult damage. Which one is this one? Elemental goes here. This is occult damage, so it goes here. I'm just gonna sell this shit, and I'm gonna sell this shit. And I'm gonna sell this shit as well. This is occult damage, so it goes here. Material damage. Oh, this might actually give me better damage than the flat one. Let's see. 2035 compared to... Yeah, it's not. Right, let's sell it. more cool damage, and alright, I think we're good to go. Let's do this. I'm gonna do some more Wrath of Sari Cell stuff. I need a helmet with rage based damage bonuses. This isn't bad, but I'm gonna wait for something better. Fuck it. Let's go doing some Wrath of Sari Cell enemies. And this and this. Except, let's see. You want me to show bow? After this map, I'm gonna show you bow. If you want to see it. It's not gonna be as strong because I don't really have good gear or good skills, but I can do some leveling up of bow stuff. That's not bad. But with bow, I'm basically gonna use the bow as a stat stick. I'm not gonna be using the bow to fight with it, as it's just gonna be me using it for skills and stats on walking. I mean, the bow gives you access to certain skills that cannot be accessed without a bow, pistol or dagger. So the same things that I can get with bow, I can get with a pistol. So like this one, it's only usable with daggers, bows and pistols. So you can even have a melee person, a melee skill based character with bow skills. Like with the bow. Because it does give you some access to some skills that are melee, even though it's a bow. Yeah, there are pistols. And pistols are one-handed, so it means you can get a melee weapon together with the pistol and get access to pistol skills, but also get access to skills that can only be used with melee. Most of the time people use pistols to get access to the turret and combine it with a melee or with a spellcaster item. So you can get like an offhand, a focus. It's called catalyst, and you can use that catalyst together with a pistol, and then you can have a turret mage. Or you can use a melee weapon with a pistol and you can have a melee turret build. Turret builds at the moment are very strong and they're kind of boring if you play them for too long. So if you don't want to be playing the meta, you're probably not gonna be playing a turret in the beta. Not sure how it will be on launch. I'm pretty sure that turrets would still gonna be strong, but you're gonna have summons, you're gonna have a necro on launch. Currently we have, let me show you, I'd rather show you. But actually I'll show you after this map, because on this map there can be enemies ambushing me. So after this map I'm gonna show you the two necro summon skills that have been released so far, that have been teased. And they have been teasing some different skills. They have been teasing different skills, and that's nice, because we do know what's coming into the game. There's gonna be a very nice railgun skill, where you're kind of charging up a huge attack. Well, in this game you can do almost everything. If you want it to be a paladin, you can use something called Bulwark of Dawn that allows you to heal up. Then there's other spells that also would allow you to do that. I mean, this game would have options for everyone. The amount of choices that they're providing us with are too many. It's actually much more difficult to pick what to play with so many choices. So this gives me auto turret on a two-handed weapon. This is what I mean. This is perfectly fine at the moment. I can get this one and I can make a turret build and it's gonna be strong. So with this setup I can do something like this. I'm gonna show you. Let's go and level up the turret in a moment. Just a moment. So for the turret build, if I want to make a turret build, probably since I'm playing with a material based setup. So at the moment I'm gonna go for material based stuff. Code damage 26, 32, okay, we don't need this. 16, we don't need this. I'm gonna put this back here because I might end up needing it again, but I'm gonna quickly level up the turret a bit. So you can see now I have spin to win, but I also have a turret. And this is something that's possible with this item that gives me the turret on a weapon that normally wouldn't give you access to it. And with this one you can, for example, push further and further. And I'm not even gonna spec into turret, I'm gonna keep my passives the way they are. Spin to win based physical damage passives. I'm gonna keep them that way for now. And at the moment the turrets are very strong. I mean, everyone's been using those to be pushing. Almost everyone. And I just got super lucky to get this. I didn't want to play with turret, but I want to show you. I want to show you just so you can see. Of course, this is not max level turret, and when it's max level turret, I'm gonna be able to have two turrets, and they would be able to turn and attack a different enemy and switch targets and everything. So for now, I'm just gonna level up the turret. Basically, what turrets are good for is bosses. It's not good for mobbing that much, but for bosses it's amazing. Because you can just let it be and it would kill the enemy. I've got very low HP at the moment though, very low HP. It's so low that it's criminal to have that low HP. If you're not doing a force shield build. They could throw me in jail for having that low HP. Let's see, Spoder, let's... I don't need this, I don't need this. Still looking out for good ones at the moment. What level is my turret now? It's level 14. I need to get it to 20, then I can show you why turrets are strong. If you're... I mean, saying turrets are OP would be kind of bad if I don't show you why, I think so. Oh, you wanted to see bow, so let me pick it up just for a moment. I'm gonna try and wood a good bow and a good pistol, so I can show you that as well. Oh shit, I pressed my number 4. I thought my number 4 was the AoE pool. Alright, let's move this way. This poison hurts so much. Well, with turret build you still wanna go for a good amount of ferocity and a good amount of damage. So you basically need to try and get... there's some good stuff to get for the turret. Pierce is always good. Pierce on projectiles. Basically you would want this thing here. This one here gives you 1 pierce to all projectiles. So this is very good for a turret setup. This one pierce to all projectiles. Then there's this thing here, gives you projectile damage. Then this one here can also give you projectile damage, and it's not bad. What else would be nice? Rage based damage, like the one I've got at the moment, is fine. Crit damage here is fine. Crit chance is fine. This thing you wouldn't need, because having a physical build is only good with certain weapons. So this thing here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this one here you probably would want to get rid of, and then do something like 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, 5, or this one you probably would want to get rid of too. Attack speed you do not want on a turret. On a turret, attack speed would not work unless you're equipping the turret yourself. And there is an option to equip the turret yourself. I'm gonna show you once I unlock this. You kind of equip it and use it as a machine gun. And that's when attack speed bonuses actually would matter. But you would not want to use the turret like that because you're very immobile. Unless you have someone tanking and pulling the aggro for you, you would just want to use the turret as a regular deployable. Alright, let's pick up some things that might be good for us. And there's something else that's very good for a turret setup. I'm gonna show you. Just a moment, I want to make sure there's no enemies. So for a turret, something that's great is... where did it go? This thing here. Attacks gain etc. % damage from the last spell cast. This is great if you're using a mage turret build, so if you have even 1 spell cast, that's gonna be fine. I think a shadow damage based turret build with the shadow pens that give you extra access to shadow skills, to shadow spells would be nice, because that way you're gonna be getting extra attack damage to the turret after casting spells, and it's gonna be from the element that the turret is doing. If I get those legs, I'm gonna show you. Especially if I get there's one offhand. There's a very strong offhand for shadow as well. That doesn't reduce the transfer time. But the more rage you get, the more the damage. There's also an ailment turret setup where you're getting damage based on how many ailments you've placed on an enemy. You can see I just let the turret do the damage, and it did. So this is why I say turret is so OP. You can just leave it there. Once it hits level 20, I'm gonna show you how much stronger it gets, because you're gonna get 2 turrets. And that's why I kind of at the moment try to avoid playing a turret, because it makes things so much easier, and it's not like I can get owned if I play a turret build, but the chances of me getting wrecked are much lower. Right, let's get this enemy here. You can see now, I just put the turret and the turret is just... Unfortunately, I can't tell the turret which enemy to attack, but it's still strong enough by being able to focus a certain enemy. If I did not try to use the turret now, though, I probably would not have died if I focused on my other skills. 2 more levels and I'm gonna show you what I mean. Because currently the turret is not turning, it's not changing targets. Look at that, look at what's happening now. It's just attacking the enemy and the enemy eventually dies. Without me even being near, and that's why it's a bit OP. But don't worry, as long as they balance the other skills to be as strong as this one instead of nerfing this one, it's gonna be fine. Okay, let's keep moving. How many? What's the level of this shit? I'm gonna have to wait a bit, but while I wait I might do this. Until I'm waiting for the better mods. Look at that, now I can... Oh, that's different, that's for mobbing. I've never played with this modifier, by the way, on the turret. That's an interesting modifier. I didn't even know this existed, I've never tested it. I've never tested it. It does quite little damage and it shoots pretty slow. But it's interesting for mobbing. But normally the strong part of the turret is not the mobbing part, but it's the boss killing part. Alright, one more level. And then you're gonna be able to see it in action with duo. Let's get that elite there. Nice. Oh, copper stone, give me that copper stone. Hello Deadpool, welcome back Deadpool, nice to see you again. Sorry I didn't see the message until now. Well, Depending for what DK rack, if you're gonna be using a turret, you probably would wanna be going for one-handed until you find something that gives you the turret on a two-handed. Ideally, I would suggest either going for a dagger catalyst, or for a pistol catalyst, or for a dagger one-handed weapon, or a pistol one-handed weapon. Depending what you want, what type of turret build you want. Do you want a melee one? Do you want a mage one? Personally, I would suggest strongly going for a pistol with the catalyst, and going for a shadow build with the shadow legs and the unique shadow catalyst. Then you can get so much damage together with things like, what was its name? Things like this one, residual energy, and getting residual energy rings. And the catalyst itself gives you residual energy, the unique catalyst. So that would make it a very strong mage turret setup. Yeah, same here. I'm really wondering what the new uniques would be first, because unique items would be also another major driving force of the meta. And with the new ring, with the new uniques, and the new crafting system and everything like that, there's gonna be so many changes. So many changes that I can only guess what's gonna happen right now. And I'd rather not. Be careful, what? NCOF 2019. Not sure what that means, NCOF. But welcome QAS Quas maybe, if that's what the name is pronounced like. Cas. Alright, the turret is 20. Now I can show you a proper turret setup. I think that was the better setup. I'm not remembering whether I used focus fire or high caliber ammunition, but I know that twin repeater, autonomous sensors, and ballistic reinforcement is what you need. Coronavirus, don't worry about virus outbreaks. Where I am, I'm safe. I am safe about those viruses. I'm not sure what this virus is about and how to get it, but where I am, I'm safe from that. Also, I rarely get ill. And when I do, I get fine very quickly by not even taking medicine, just herbs. So that's fine. Probably have not been ill in 2, 3, 4 years maybe. Let's see. This is not bad. And this one, by the way, is very nice for a starter item for a turret build. If you need a pistol and you don't have a good legendary one, this one could be a good choice for a physical turret setup. Okay, so now you're gonna see what I mean by turrets being strong. When I was saying why I'm not using them because they're kind of too easy. It's like that. I can just put 2 of them and they're gonna keep rotating to make sure they're attacking the correct enemies. And it's just making things so much easy. Look at that shit. And I can just use the spin to win for mobbing, for the popcorn enemies, for the popcorn mobs. And then when it comes to something tougher, I can always switch to a turret like this one. Let's put the turret for this one. Bam bam bam, there we go. You're just dying in seconds. And look at that, it's hitting for 5,000 or so. It's just too much damage on this turret. And that's with me just spending 3 hours in the end game. I've only invested 3 hours in the end game. Half an hour last night before ending my story mode stream. And today I've been streaming for... I need to kill the enemies to see. But I've been streaming for 2 hours and 38 minutes. So that's gonna tell you kind of a rough idea of how much time I've spent on this endgame setup. Of course, I did get super lucky to get the two rarest items that you need for builds, the Trial and Argan's Heart, to get those throughout this stream today. Definitely something that you wouldn't have with only 2 hours spent after maxing out your character. But yeah. So I'm gonna show you some pistol and bow next. Because you said you wanna see pistol and bow. That means I'm gonna be showing you some pistol and bow skills. Look at that turret, just destroying him. I can put the turret next to the enemy and then just bail out. There we go. Let's kill those because there's quite a few. Oh, there's some more elites there. Look at that, now I'm gonna put the turrets and let them do the job, just so you can see how easy it can be. And the tunic... It's not gonna be better than what I'm using because it's not in the right mod. Map mod. And look at that now. On the boss fight I can just do this. I can just keep dodging and putting turrets. And it's just lazy man setup. Imagine this with turrets and summons. Then it couldn't get any lazier than this. But one more level maybe before I go outside and earn the checkpoint. I think after this one I would be able to earn a checkpoint and go back to the town by unlocking the checkpoint stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing this. This is probably gonna be my first build on launch. I wanna test the Necro and I wanna play it with a Necro and a turret. So I'm gonna have two ranged zombies, and two turrets. From what we've seen so far, there's two melee zombies at least. at least 2 melee zombies and at least 2 ranged ones. Probably there's gonna be more from different modifiers and different items, but for now I can only guess how many more summons we can have. Speaking of zombies and summons, I'm gonna quickly show you. To those of you who are interested in this, just a second. Craft Wolcen previews. Where's the name? Feeding Swarm. So this is the melee zombies, and you can attack. So first you cast them, and then you can press the skill again to make them attack a certain target. So you can kind of tell them who to attack, which is good. I like when I can tell my pets to attack a certain enemy. And this is the ranged ones, so that's 2 ranged ones. You can see he cast 2 melee ones and then made 2 ranged, so don't be mistaken, it's not 4 ranged enemies, it's 2 melee and 2 ranged, and that's why here they're showing 2 ranged ones. So definitely a lot of stuff going on here. And this is what the turret would have. The turret would be able to reflect projectiles back to the enemies with this thing. You can still shoot through it. And then you have this amazingly strong railgun with 4 charges. Definitely a lot of stuff. I mean, I can keep showing you stuff, but I've already got a video with all those here. So definitely a lot of good stuff. The new levels and the new acts are getting added on launch on the 13th of February. Currently I'm playing offline because the servers are down for maintenance. 2 weeks maintenance, so there's 12 days left. Actually not 12, 11 days left until the launch. Until next Thursday. So not this Thursday that's coming, but the one after that. Mark the date, 13th of February. There's gonna be all the way to level 90, and there's gonna be 2 new acts, 20 new skills as opposed to the current 20, so that's gonna be 40 skills altogether, and each skill would have 16 skill modifiers. You can see currently skills have 9 or 8 modifiers. Well, there's gonna be twice as many skills, and each skill would have twice as many modifiers. So definitely a lot to look forward to when it comes to the game launching. And if you wanna get it cheap, at the moment the game costs 10 euro or $15 less than what the final launched version would cost. So keep that in mind. Oh, and now I can show you the unique bow. I can show you some fun builds with the unique bow after this map. So let's do this map and then show you that bow. Because you did want to see bow play, and with this unique bow I can show you something that I can't with legendary ones. Because this one gives me extra 2 projectiles to projectile skill, so I can do a projectile build after that. It doesn't give 2 extra projectiles to the turret, so keep that in mind, and the turret would not benefit from that extra projectile bonus. But all my other projectile shits would benefit from it. Let's see this ring. Oh, damage to attacks. Frost and Lightning though. So it's not gonna do anything for this current setup I'm playing. Actually, those are very low. I've got stronger ones. Material damage 25. I've got 20 and I've got 35. Let's check something. I want to get rid of all my... I'm gonna get rid of all my rage. So I've got 0 rage. This means 2, 2, 2, 6 with this and with this. 2, 2, 3, 5. I'm losing toughness though, but okay, a bit more damage. Alright, nothing fancy here. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm one of those boring people that would play a game even if the game had 0 story. I'm at a certain state where story mode can barely surprise me. Oh, there's betrayal in the family. Oh, there's someone turning against our main character. Oh, this one turns out to be a bad guy. Oh, I didn't know that. No, that's not gonna happen. Oh, this character dies. It's not gonna surprise me. I've seen it all. I've seen so many movies and I've read so many books and comics and things like that that there's nothing that's gonna surprise me in a story. But when it comes to the end game, if the end game is good, it's gonna keep me playing for a long time. I do enjoy story with good cinematics, regardless whether it's CGI cinematics like Blizzard does, or it's cutscene cinematics with the in-game engine like this game does it. At the moment I just want a good end game in my games. Something to keep me playing, to keep me farming for items and testing different builds. And I want a good variety of builds being viable. Being able to switch and respec easily. This game is the best in regards to the respec. It's super easy to respec, it doesn't cost a leg and a kidney. So you don't have to farm a whole week to respec your character for a new build. You can just do it within a few minutes of farming. And this is nice, this is how it should be in action RPGs. You want the action to be major thing in the game, not to be something that happens every now and then. Sandbox is nice, and this game gives us a lot of sandbox elements. It's not a complete sandbox, but it gives us a lot of sandbox elements. So look at that now with the turrets, how easy it would be. I just let them be, and if I dodged out of danger, I would not have died even. And the turret did all the damage. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the town now and switch to a bow build, because you said you wanna see a bow build. Bow build it is. And the pistol. We've got bows, we've got pistols lined up here. Yeah, it would be. It would definitely be. MMO with similar skill system and similar itemization system would be great. Like imagine the same game after the game launches, but adding open world zones where you can go and kill world bosses that spawn every hour or so. You don't want to make them spawn once a day, because then the game would become so grindy and so impossible to get, but having a world boss spawn every half an hour or every hour would be amazing, and it would definitely keep people trying to get that boss killed together, teaming up for it. Having some open zones that people can go into and just venture out in the open, something like that would be amazing. But it would also be super heavy, because this game is on an engine that's probably the last thing you want to be doing on CryEngine is an MMO. So if they decide to make Wolcen 2 in a few years and to make an in-house built engine or use a engine good for MMOs, then maybe yes. But at the moment, this game currently, if this game decides to switch to an MMO or to a semi-MMO, it's definitely gonna be very difficult to optimize. Not with this engine, not with Cry. There's gonna be a lot of crying if they decide to do it with this engine. Someone would definitely have to cry if they decide to do MMO with that. So let me quickly check my pistols. Which one would be the best one? So let's use the unique bow first. I'm gonna keep the pistol with me, by the way, but I'm gonna put this one there. Just wanna get some gems here. Let's get this gem here. Let's get I'm gonna do something here, and actually I want more HP, so not this. Let's remove the wife leech. So this goes here, this goes here. This goes here, this. Let's get this one. So I've got different choices of gear for this setup to use. And let's respec. You wanted a bow build. Well, we're gonna get you one. We are gonna get you a bow build. Okay, we got this one going for us, and we've got 3 more points. Do we get more projectile stuff, or do we get more survivability? I mean, we can get more survivability and it's not gonna be so bad. We're still gonna have good damage, and I can get 50% extra HP with those 2 nodes. Alternatively, I can go for some projectile damage. Or some ferocity, or some agility, maybe even some wife leech. But I think I'm gonna go for survivability, cause why not? And maybe some cooldown. I'm gonna get 1 cooldown node. Just 1. So now I'm gonna equip this bow so you can see some builds with it. And I can still keep the turret maybe, but what I do want is I want Phantom Blades, I want Havoc Orb. Um, hmm. The problem is I'm not gonna have a movement skill, not with this bow. And that's gonna hurt me badly, but it's gonna have to be played that way. If you wanna play with this bow, we won't have a movement skill. Not a good movement skill at least. Arrows well, and well, I'm kind of I don't wanna use this, and I don't wanna use this or this. I'm gonna have to use this for now. Let's give them some levels. So I'm gonna sell this. Oh, Gunslinger's brand. Shit, I should not have sold this. Where did it go? Shit. Can't buy it back. I was gonna use Gunslinger's brand, but I forgot I didn't have it. But I really wanted to show you this Gunslinger's brand. No, no, you can read more about this here. I'm gonna give you a link. Basically, you're gonna have 10 points to spend, and the skills would cost 1, 2, and 3. So only 1, 2, and 3 is what the skills would cost. So read this article. This is the article about how the skill system is changing. So first of all, you're gonna have minor modifier for 1 point, medium for 2 points, major for 3 points. Our first modifier point will be unlocked at level 5, along with the first 2 skill modifiers. Once you reach level 5, you will gain 1 modifier point every 6 skill levels, and 1 new skill modifier every 3 skill levels. The maximum skill level would be 90, the maximum character level would be 90. This means your character unlocks all skill modifiers at 47, and your skill reaches the maximum of 10 modifier points at skill level 59. So skill level 47 to unlock all modifiers, and skill level 59 to unlock all 10 modifier points. In addition to this, each of the 40 skills will have 16 modifiers. And you would be able to level the skills all the way to 90. So even though you would get 59, to unlock all the modifier points, you're still gonna make the skills stronger by leveling them up to 90. Okay, I think that's enough info for now. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get that brand. I need to get the Gunslinger's brand. And I'm gonna min-max my gear now, just to modify the attacks. This is 1126. With this, it's gonna be 1131. Most of the damage I'm doing is physical. Yeah, most of the damage is physical. So I'm doing well to boost my material damage. So basically, I wanted to level up some skills. Okay, let's go and do a regular adept run. Or let's just get any. Doesn't matter which one I get. I'm gonna go on Adept and give them Aether resistance because I'm not doing Aether. I'm not doing Whitening, am I? I'm doing Frost Whitening, Frost Toxic. No, no, not this. This. Alright, I should stop using the turret so you can see the other skills better. And this is my basic attack at the moment. You can see it's 3 projectiles thanks to my bow. So this bow is probably very good for some sort of a basic attack build. Where you're stacking attack speed, but you need certain items, certain rings and other things to boost your basic attack. Hello DJ Wrongdog, welcome to my Twitch channel, welcome to the Struck Web DJ Wrongdog, nice to have you here, thank you for the follow. So yeah, you wanted bow build, well, I really want to show you Gunslinger's brand, but I don't have it right now and I accidentally sold it and I couldn't buy back into it. But I will be showing you different bow based skills that you can see. Let's do something like this for this skill. You have the basic multi-shot type of skill, this one. It's very slow charged, so probably you need good attack speed for this. And then you have something like a rain of arrows kind of type of skill, this one. And then there's my basic attack, which is much faster than the one I was using just now. And this rain of arrows, once it levels up enough, I'm gonna show you how you can make it do all the damage at once. Instead of doing damage over time by the arrows continuously falling, it does it at once. So it falls once, it deals the damage and that's it. Then you have to kind of wait for the cooldown. So this setup would be very good with good cooldown. So that's the thing. All damage is dealt directly but reduced overall. So I'm gonna show it now. So you see it falls once and that's it. And the thing that's on my right click does not have cooldown and does not cost willpower or rage. It's a charge based skill, so it has charges. And now let's use a turret for this guy to make things easy. This is why the turrets are strong. Look at that. I barely did anything. I just let the turrets do the job for me when it's this enemy. And now I can go for pistols if I decide to. I can go for dual pistols. Let's see if my damage would change much. Just a moment there. Okay, let's make sure I've got max rage. So this is 1432. And now it's 2, 3, 4, 8. So with 2 of those pistols I'm getting more damage, but I'm losing 2 extra projectiles. So all of the skills I'm using would have 2 less projectiles. And it seems like the attack speed is slower as well. I'm definitely seeing some difference in the attack speed. Projectiles attack speed getting reduced. So this means this is probably good for a turret, but not good for regular projectiles like this one. Because look at how slow I'm charging. And this one. And when you stack 2 of those, it definitely hurts the damage. But if I were to replace this one, it's a little bit better. It's not too bad. What if I were to do this? Yeah, the damage is hurt with this one, but the speed is much better. And the good thing about projectile speed reduction from the regicide, does not change the attack speed of the turret, only of the projectiles, but it's still shooting fast. It's shooting fast, just the traveling time, the traveling speed of the projectile is reduced. You can see how much slower the projectiles are traveling. Reduced projectile attack speed might be a bit better for some setups where you want the projectile to have longer travel time so it can have chances to hit the enemies multiple times. Like this one, it keeps spinning, so maybe it can hit an enemy more than once, but I still don't like it. I still would rather use something like this. Actually, let's keep using the bow. Let's keep using the bow because there's some other things I wanted to show you, and it's this one, Have a Corp. Have a Corp could be great with the right setup. We can do this one, now you're gonna see what I mean. Look at how many projectiles. And if you're close enough, you're gonna be able to hit with all of those projectiles. That's what, 6 projectiles? 5 projectiles. 5 projectiles, each of them doing 900, or I can go for 3 projectiles, each of them doing 1500. So, of course, if I go with 3, I'm doing less damage overall, but each projectile would do more damage. So it would depend whether I'm gonna be playing it up close. If I'm playing it up close, I'm gonna want to have more projectiles, because up close, one enemy can get hit by all of them, especially if it's a big boss, one of those bulkier ones. And with a good setup, you can do up to 20-30,000 damage on Havoc Corp without the multiple projectile things. But you're definitely gonna be needing better weapons, not this unique item. So there's a lot of skills that you can use, and there's gonna be twice as many when the game launches. At the moment I'm trying to avoid playing turret setups, but I wanted to show you the bow and pistol skills as per request. And there's Gunslinger brand again, I'm trying to get it. Until I get it I won't be able to show you what it is, but it is a nice skill as well, Gunslinger's brand. And now for the bosses, 2 turrets and then they're dead. Look at that, how easy it is. Well, it didn't drop what we needed. I'm gonna do a bit more with this setup. Okay, let's pick up some of the stuff that might be good. Occult damage only 10%, no damage. Actually, fuck that, that's bad. And another thing that can go up to like 20,000 damage when min-maxed with good gear, maybe even more, is the one that I'm throwing right now. The Phantom Blades. This one, Phantom Blades, can go up to very decent damage with the right projectile-based setup, with good weaponry. Actually, fuck it, that's bad. Well, while I'm playing this, I might as well level them up. What killed me? Okay, now. Currently this is 7 projectiles. 7 projectiles of 600 something, or 5 projectiles of 700 something. So not bad. And this one exploding on contact. Let's test it. Let's test the exploding. For this one, I'm gonna increase the damage. That was an interesting glitch there. Let's do this. Look at this, just standing there spamming skills. Okay, I'm gonna use the turret here. Let's. Alright, just a moment, because my pet is begging me for food. I wanna give him some food so he could stop begging. How hungry are you? Say. I'm just gonna give him food, just a moment. There we go. Okay, ready here now. What's this one? Force shield and some enemies. Alright, let's do this. Let's get the enemies from that one there and the enemies from this one here together. Can I survive now? I'm intentionally not using the turret, just to make things more challenging. Looking for something good. No. Yeah, there's many ways to increase your damage from different passive skills. That like there's one passive, Immortal Offering, that allows you to get damaged, to get extra up to 25% damage of a certain element with this one. 25% damage for certain element. As long as you kill an enemy that has an ailment with this element. So let's say I switch to toxic damage on some of my skills. When I'm killing enemies who are suffering from toxic, I'm gonna get 25 extra increased toxic. The same goes for rent and bleeding, or any type of damage. With the current skills I've got, I can get fire with this, or I can get rent with this one. And with this one I can get fire. With this one I can get toxic. With this one I can get toxic. And with this one I can get whitening, but no ailments and stuff. So this one should have to stay like that. Unless I switch to something else, like Gunslinger Brand, which as I said I don't have it. Ah, SWOT. Oh wow, so many explosions. Right, another one of those. Wow, those came out of nowhere. Right, after this one I'm gonna go back to the town, because I've had enough of playing rogue. I'm gonna go back to the spin to win, because it's more fun for me. The rogue would be fun if I level it up, not level it up, but if I find better gear for this. At the moment I'm not doing anywhere near the damage I want. Unless I use the turret, but yeah, it's a different story there. Let's see, is the boss there? I think he's gonna be this way. Hopefully I don't have to backtrack, because backtracking is never fun. Especially if you don't have good movement skills. And on this setup I don't. Leveling up some skills still. I'm gonna cheese it and use the turrets for the boss. You can see how easy it is with the turret. I'm just standing there and he's just pew 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 and it's gone. Right, I'm gonna go back to the town now, switch back to spin to win. Just a moment. This might be nice, this might be nice. Now. Nothing too fancy dropped. checking all the stuff. See what we can get. Alright. So what did I have here that I didn't before? Oh yeah, I need to switch this from material to another type of damage. Although I can still keep the material damage. I can still keep the material damage and just go for a material build as I did before. 8%, 10%, 8%. I don't need this, I don't need this. This could stay maybe for now. Not enough primordial affinity. This game's messing with me. Since I'm doing material damage stuff, I want this one. Normally, if I have anything that's non-elemental on my weapon and on my rings, I would not go for this, but this time I want it. What else did I have? I had something like this here. And 2 points. I could probably put 2 points instead of an extra material damage. I'm gonna go for 1 into material damage and 1 of them into maybe HP. Because I'd rather have some more HP. Look at that, it's barely anything. So here I need to get rid of the frost and whitening, and here I need to get rid of the frost and elemental. Because I'm not gonna do that damage. See, this would be better. When I put this inside, it would be better. It's not physical damage, but at least it gives me crit damage that this one doesn't. So you can find good physical rings. This one didn't sell any. Even a blue one would be good as long as it's a nice one with physical damage bonus. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna grab this one. God damage 32. Alright, that's nice. What about this one? This one gets sold. Back to my setup though. I'm not even gonna use the auto turret. Even though I can use it, I'm just gonna go for the pure spin to win. Something's missing. This one. And we're ready. Not gonna go veteran 4. Veteran 4 is too much. Not worth it. I'm gonna keep going to veteran 2 maybe. Veteran 2 is good enough. This and toxic. I'm not doing toxic. Wow, this poison. Okay. Boom. No wood. We need to sacrifice some legendary junk to the wood gods for some good items. Don't mind a good ring or two. Wait, did I come from this way? Okay, so it's up there. Boom. Oh, nice. Please tell me it's a good one. No. It's a shitty one. At least that's some sacrifices to the wood gods, so let's see if they're gonna hear the prayers. Oh, they heard them. They heard the prayers. Nice wood gods. Unfortunately, just a chrono cell. Nothing too fancy. I mean, for a starter setup, the chrono cell would be great on annihilation build. It's not as good as you can get it with legendaries and stuff, but if it's all you've got, you can still make a decent annihilation setup with the chrono cell. Okay, a lot of them. Getting close to the boss, so I'm just gonna quickly push through it. the boss is this. Oh no, it's not this way. My bad. This is where the boss is. Come on, this is another bug that's annoying. Normally when I have this skill and when I have this modifier for it, it shouldn't work like a normal skill when I'm holding the button, but sometimes it doesn't count me holding the button as me holding it. It counts it as if I click it. This is what happens when I press the button once. See, you see this as if I'm clicking and it does that. Sometimes when I hold it, this doesn't happen. This time it did. I'm gonna keep trying to hold it so I can show you how this gets glitched. Come on, now the game's gonna throw me and it's not gonna do it. Come on, game, show me the bug. See, when I try to replicate the bug, it just doesn't want to get replicated. This is BS. Oh fuck it, I'm not gonna be able to replicate it, but quite often it happens. I keep holding the button, but it doesn't count me holding the button as what it is. And I really wish we could disable this sound, this annoying sound of me applying the curse from the belt. Either remove this sound at all, or add options to disable it, because that's something that it's just so painful to my ears playing the game with this belt, but the damage is so good that playing without it is sacrificing a lot of damage. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that thinks so. This sound is just ear rape. It's basically raping people's ears so much. I'm not sure how this even passed QA, having this sound being all the time here when applying the curse. Movement speed, nice. Oh fuck! I didn't have willpower. Not willpower, rage. I'll quickly wait here. I didn't have rage to do the charge. I was planning on charging back at the big boss when I come here. Oh, there's another one. Okay, we're gonna have to push a bit more and see what happens. Maybe this way. Let's see. Here, yeah. And the boss is that way. So this is now it happened. Now it happened. I was holding the button, but it counted it as if I pressed it. And now again I replicated it. And again. I think it happens when I press the button quickly. So if I press its volley and hold it, maybe it's not gonna happen. Let's try. Yeah. So it happens when I press my button on the keyboard quickly. But I'm not the only one that's had this bug. Many other people have reported them having that bug as well. I think as soon as I press the button, it should just hold it. Here, this chest. Boom. And this belt would be something great for a newbie. Leveling up when the game launches, even if you get it at level 20, just for the sake of getting a mark of impurity applied to the enemies, I would strongly suggest keeping it until 90 or until you get a stronger one. Because it's not the belt itself that is strong, but it's the ailment. So it's not the stats that you get, but it's the mark of impurity. That is worth it on it. So I'm gonna be praying to the wood gods that when the game launches I get this one early on in the game. I'm loving those combos. They're so fluid, some of the combos in the game that you can do with different skills, chaining one after the other. Okay, let's keep pushing. Oh wow, almost died, and now I died. Yeah, this exploding enemy that shoots spears when it dies can be a pain. And as I said, my HP is criminally low. It doesn't even have 2000. It's an offense to the spin to win to be playing it with such a low HP count. Wondering where the boss is. I think I see where it could be. This way, yeah. Oh. Alright, another bullshit unique. Oh, fuck. Yeah, in this glitch. It always happens before bosses. Keep pushing. With this wood quality we're good. 125 is pretty nice. I mean, when I mention two both of them at the same time, doesn't always work. Oh wow, I don't even see what hit me. Must have been this guy charging into the ground and me spinning into his charge. Can say it's not possible. Thankfully I can even interrupt them with my chain. Moving. How many are coming? They just keep looting. Let's use this now. Okay, almost there. Soon in the boss fight. Might as well start going towards the boss room. Should be this way. Okay. A ring, always welcome, especially if it's a steel one. Acute damage 17. Fire to spells. No damage. So basically no good stuff so far. Just a moment. Yeah, to start my heater. There we go. I'm gonna do this map and then I'm gonna take a short break for a piss. But after this map. doesn't drop good stuff. Delia's March would be a great addition. The material damage boots. But at least I've got the harder to get things like the gloves, even if it's one, and the belt. Here, here. Was that 61,000? Not bad. Ring, please be a decent one. I know you want to. I know you want to be a good ring. Come on. Okay, I mean for spells it's not too shabby, but nowhere near as great. But anyways, everything's just for a few days. Everything I get now is just for a few days until the launch, to keep us busy, to keep us having fun. I'd sacrifice all my wood now for better wood on launch. I wouldn't mind myself getting better wood while leveling on launch to make the whole leveling process a bit faster and easier. I do love games that give better wood quality while leveling and then crappier wood quality when you reach the end game to make it more balanced. That way the leveling is easy, and then when you go to the end game you get the regular wood quality where it's kind of for grinding gear and stuff. So get those early legendaries, get the people hooked, get them all. Look at that, so many good legendaries, and then give them a bit slower but still not too bad drop rate after they reach the max end game. Deck the host with legendaries. Wow, 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 wow. I'm not gonna sing it properly. Let's see this. Oh, it's boss time already. No, 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 fuck. I wanted to run away. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Good thing I've got more reses. Can I die now? Alright, before going deeper, I'm gonna quickly take 2 minutes for a piss and to maybe go grab a bite from the kitchen. So just give me a moment. I'm gonna start a BRB screen. If you're watching on Twitch, I can even start some ads for you, but I can only do that on Twitch. I cannot do it on YouTube or Mixer. But there we go, 2 minutes AFK, BRB. Alright, I'm back and got myself some coconut and stuff to munch. Um, yeah, let's uh, let's proceed. This. Oh wow, no, he froze me. Bad boy freezer. Oh, it's raining legendaries. Come on, pick it up, pick it. Fuck. No, shit, I keep clicking on the wrong stuff. So staff and this one's another shit. Sacrifices to the wood gods. It is. Better we can do with the junk legendaries and uniques, other than sacrifice them for better gear. I think a system in the game where you sacrifice unwanted legendaries and uniques would be great. Just amazing. To be able to sacrifice them and get something in return, and then use that something to either to use them as a crafting, rerolling material, or whatever. Or maybe whatever it is, we need something that we can do other than sell them for gold. I mean, yeah, there is trading, but if it's a junk legendary and I don't want it, probably others wouldn't want it either. Unless they have just started and don't have better stuff. I'm pretty sure if the game becomes popular, there's gonna be websites showing up for trading, like PoE trades in Path of Exile where people are trading gear and stuff. Hopefully the black market doesn't follow shortly after, because we do not want black market of people selling items for real money here, but it's probably gonna happen. With open trading like the game currently has, it's inevitable for people to start profiting from the wood. And I'm kind of split in between whether I want this open trading or whether I want Yabu style trading. Because on one side I want open trading because as a content creator I would rather be able to trade with other people so I can gear up quicker for more builds and put more builds on YouTube for people to test. But as a player I would definitely want to have some limitations of the trading to avoid black markets of people selling in-game items for real money being a thing. Because that would bring a lot of bots grinding for items and then selling them. Kind of like in Path of Exile. Praetorian Vambrace. Right, and that's the end of this 6-map run. What do we get now? I'm gonna get whatever costs more. This one costs more. I'm gonna get this one and sell it. Sell, 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 sell. A lot of selling. If anyone wants to see a mage build later, I can do something with the Chrono cell, by the way. Let's do one-handed here, two-handed here. Armor here. Maybe I can do rings here. So, two-handed. I'm gonna get rid of all these little gems. I do not need the little gems anymore. So this goes there. This oh, me likey. So that's completely changing my build now. For this thing, if you want to remember this damage, 2256. Let's write it down somewhere. 2256. I'm gonna open Notepad and write it. 2256. Now let's respec, change my weapon, upgrade the weapon with gems. Good gems. The best gems I can get. What damage is this one? Fire and lightning. Well, I'm not gonna get good elemental damage, I'm gonna put the cool damage gems in it. So I need... if I can get the best you can get is 8 to 12 damage. 8 to 12 damage, this is good. This is 6 to 12 and this is 7 to 12. And I don't think I've got another 7 to 12. Not at the moment. Alright, let's put those gems into the weapon. 1, 2, 3. And what's happening now is I need to get rid of this. So that means full respec, and that means 1, 2, 3, 4 points, which I'm probably gonna do 1, 2, 3 and 4. Or 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not gonna work for 6 points. Yeah, I'm gonna put 1 point here, because I can remove this and put it here, but I need one more for discrete damage. And there isn't Oh, I can take this one here and get this damage. Okay, that's how it's gonna be. So respec. Not enough more primordial affinity. Well, that's easily resolved. Just doing this would give me enough primordial affinity. So 1, 2, 3. Then we're doing this, getting the crit damage, and then we are getting this damage and crit chance and this thing here, and now what I can do is get this crit damage and that's it. So we got 40% more crit damage, some attack damage, and a lot of HP on the way. So we're not gonna be that squishy now. Now we have 2000 HP. And remember we had 2256. Now we have 2660. Definitely an upgrade. And now I don't have to stack physical damage and material damage. I can get all sorts of damage to attacks. So this crit ring, I don't need it. I can put something with 2 times flat damage like this. Boom, 2633, and with this one is how much? 2660. Okay, I think. And this one probably because of the crit damage is bumping up the stuff. Alright, what about the other ring? Let's switch like this. This one is damage to spells. I had another one with damage to attacks, elemental damage. This should bump my damage by 100 maybe. Yeah, 100 damage more. And if I do this? Nope, not as good. What about doing this? 2734. Okay, okay, we're talking. We're talking with this all attributes and crit damage. Better than this one. No, actually it isn't. And what about this? 2745. I think this is better. No, it isn't. Well, even though it's more flat damage, it seems to not be as good as the 20 crit damage. So that 20 crit damage definitely seems like a good one. Material. This can probably change. Like, I think this might give me more damage. 2759. No. Okay, well, I've squeezed the most I can. The rest is just going back there. Oh, and I wanna do something for more storage space. The best thing you can do if you're whacking storage space is to do something like this. Put the gems into the items. Take the socketed items and gem them. Definitely saves you some storage room that way. Oh, I've got more socketed items. 1, 2, 3. It's one way of optimizing the storage space. And we're good to go. I'm gonna do a bit of Wrath of Saricel because I want some special modifier items. Hmm. Let's go this and let's do this. Shit. I didn't do it because I didn't have Primordial Affinity. So now I should have Primordial Affinity, but the thing is now I can't start until I die. I'm gonna complete this one. I'm not gonna ruin it because it gave me good wood quality. So I'd rather take it to the end. I actually need to modify my Blade Storm for the better setup, because I think it's not, or maybe it is. Oh yeah, it is with the best setup I can think of. Because I don't need the rage cost and I don't want this. And I don't want those. Right, let's wow, this movement speed shrine. Allowing those movement speed outers. He's in such a bad spot there. Such a nasty spot, okay. Let's see. Right, let's go this way. My pet keeps bugging me. He ate earlier. If you were watching earlier, I fed my pet during the stream like an hour and a half ago, and he keeps bugging me for more. Not gonna give him, because he needs to be on a diet, otherwise it's unhealthy for him. But yeah, pardon me for this annoying little creature here. I wish I could show you how fluffy and chubby he is, so you would know why I'm not giving him some more food. If I had a camera, you would actually be able to see him. He normally stays right behind me. Right behind my chair is his tree, the one he climbs on top of and lies down on. Edict. Okay. Right, we got the buff. yeah, with this good wood quality I'm gonna keep pushing this until the end. I was not planning on doing it, but I've already picked up 2 of those wood increasing additional modifiers. So it's gonna be a shame if I were to quit and go back to Saricel. But after this I'm gonna do some Saricel just so I can farm some, maybe a better helmet with rage based damage, because I do need one. It would be a great addition to the setup. Pet, shush, shush. Alright, I think he's quiet now. He could as well want attention and wants to play with someone. That's quite often what he wants. I might go and share some images of this pet, of this cat on my Discord channel in the pet section. Did make a channel, but no one shared anything so far there, because we're not that many there. But I could share some images of this little fatty. Yeah, I think he wants attention, because now he's just running around the room and he's going on in all frenzy mode. So it's not that he's hungry, probably he just wants to play. I'm gonna quickly test something in the chat, because sometimes my chat doesn't feed me messages. Sometimes the stream chat goes down. And what do you mean by D10? Cas, what do you mean by D10? Let me test my chat, see if it works. D10. That probably was sent when I was AFK and I didn't see it. Oh, another Bloodlust. What? Apex Bloodlust, okay. I mean, Bloodlust is great for me now, because I don't have a better helmet. And a Bloodlust would be a great addition until I find a good helmet. Of course, the one with more ferocity might end up being better for me. I wanna end up using all my rage. No, shit, that generates rage. Need to get rid of it. I need 0 rage so I can compare the damage without anything messing in the formula. Okay, so 2759. With this one it's 3065, with this one it's 3049. Okay, as I thought, more ferocity is better than 3% crit damage. So it works well. It works quite nice actually for this setup. What else does it give me? Rage generation on kill, which I really don't need. I've got 35, but it's nice. And then wife leech on bleeding targets, which probably won't be the case for me. Losing some HP, but crit damage, man, crit damage. How's my crit damage now? 372. I'm not sure whether there's a limit. In Torchlight 3 there's a limit of 300 crit damage being the max. After that it's overkill and you don't get the bonus. Here I'm not sure whether there's a cap. Wouldn't be surprised if they made it 400 or 450 being the cap on crit damage though. Would not be surprised at all. Shit, missed the boss. The elite, not the boss. And this guy didn't even have time to pull me. I want gauntlets, and when he drops two of the same item next to each other, one of them better be good. Unlucky. This could be... Nope. And another nope. And more nope. And even more nope. A lot of nopes. Boom. Anything good? Bullshit, bullshit. Shit bull. Bullshit uniques and horseshit legendaries, that's what we're getting recently. That's good for a 4 shield setup. I'm gonna keep it just because it's 548 4 shield. If it had 3 sockets, that would have been 800 4 shield. I think 4 shield really needs a rework. To make it so that maybe when you have a lot of 4 shield, the 4 shield has extra elemental resistance built in, or extra ailment resistance. Something needs to be done to 4 shield to make it a viable choice. I mean, yeah, you do have 4 shield leech, and you do have a skill that allows you to take damage over time in the 4 shield. Was it here? This one. Wife leech affects 4 shield, and then you have this one. Damage over time is dealt to your 4 shield instead of your health. So that's good, but I think there needs to be done something to that O resistance. Currently HP and O resistance, actually not even HP, only O resistance. O resistance is the one that is suitable for high level content. Because you can max out the resistances and kind of end up making a tank build that can survive. Even though most bosses would one-shot you on champion, regardless whether you go for shield, health or all resistance, bosses would one-shot you. But I think HP and 4 shield need something to be done to them to make them a viable choice over all resistances. Because without resistances, most enemies would one-shot you, regardless whether you have 10-20,000 4 shield or not. And I think with HP it's good because with HP you can get a certain armor and convert 4 shield into HP, and then end up having 20,000 HP. But with 4 shield you can't do that, you can't convert HP into 4 shield. You can only convert 4 shield into HP. And I think the opposite would be nice, because then maybe some of the attacks you would be able to survive with that much. So if I get this armor, I'm gonna be able to test this this conversion setup that I wanted before on a rogue. I do have a good idea about the rogue with a lot of attack speed, a lot of wife leech, a lot of HP, and using the Slayer's Fury skill. And I can show you what Slayer's Fury does if you're interested in knowing what I'm talking about. But it's basically a rogue attack speed based attack, very fast, up close. Let's see, let's equip a dagger. I'm gonna equip the dagger just to show you what Slayer's Fury is. So Slayer's Fury is this. So So it can teleport you like dashing strike onto an enemy, and you just, with fast attack speed, this can be amazing with a lot of wife leech and a lot of HP. No, no, no. That's like the Matrix. Red pill or blue pill? Which pill do you take? Well, we're going for the red one. Okay. Boom. So 245 wood quality. That ain't bad at all. So the most damage I'm doing seems to be toxic and the enemies are dying. Wait, why do I have my dagger on? Shit, I forgot. I switched my weapon by accident. Forgot to switch it back. So yeah, you can see differences in the attack. I was definitely doing smaller hits with the dagger. 3-3 something, and this one half the damage. I mean, I was still killing them, but just seeing the toxic things immediately made me think what happened. I was not killing them with toxic explosions. I'm gonna keep speeding up the tempo. Oh, not here. Copperstone, but raw was the shit one, yeah. Think 2 more, or is it 1 more? Oh, another one. Look at this wood quality. This is just so much wood quality. I think actually I couldn't get more. It only went from 245 to 250 after taking this one. Probably doesn't get added there, but it gets added to the overall. Can I see it in here on my show details screen? Show details. Magic finds 275 extra. I don't even have an O'Malley Swiki belt. Which is strange, by now I would have dropped many O'Malley Swiki belts. on any other day. Rygar's Hope, not bad. But I already have a better two-hander than that. A bit too late. When I needed it, I didn't drop at the start. And Rygar's Hope is a great starter weapon for a spin-to-win setup. Want to buy wood filter? Seriously. How do I sort out the junk now? What's this? I need helmets and gloves. This is not helmets and gloves, I need shoulders and gloves. $16. I'm not sure if I've got better elemental ones than 16. 21 a coat. Yeah, I've got better ones. Hey Semic, yeah, it is a fun build. It is a fun build. I mean, everyone loves spin to win. If not everyone, most people love spin to wins for easy content speed farming. If you want easy content speed farming, spin to win is a great option. And as I said, it does not require a lot of investment. And for a few hours I've already geared it up pretty decently. It's nowhere near min-maxed, but it gives me good results for speed farming of the easier content. Tier damage 31. No thanks. Let's see this. No. 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 Is this movement speed? No, then I don't need it. Okay, I'm gonna speed through now. Fuck. This glitch again. This. Let's check the legs as well. Ooh, this seems okay. 14 cooldown and some more resistances. Okay, I'm gonna keep that because it's 2 sockets. And this one, 21 elemental, is not bad for an elemental setup. One more map and then it's gonna be some Sari cell stuff. Let's see if the wood gods have been pleased today with us on this map. With this much magic find, it better give good stuff. Oh, and this would be a great test to the wood quality. This chest is gonna clear out all the popcorn mobs around here. No, no, no. Don't. Is it 2 of those demons that I'm fighting? Or is it just one? It's just one. Well, bad stuff dropped, but look at how much stuff dropped. Let's see here. Gauntlet, Powdron, junk, 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 junk. Right, now we're gonna do this. One shot him of one shotson. This was elemental with Aether. Yeah, nothing too fancy. We'll go and kill that elite there. Two shots, okay. Vanity's plea. Silverstone, actually want that Silverstone. Actually I need to go this way. Up there. I can screenshot it, yeah. Do you want me to send it to you over Discord? I can screenshot it after this map for sure. I'm just gonna quickly complete the map to avoid getting ganked. Although on this mode I probably won't get ganked. Just a second. This is the Discord server. You can either join my Discord server or I can give you my Discord name after this map is over. I need to go and copy it. Right, we're almost done with this map. Okay, so this is the passives. This is the passives. I can screenshot it, but I want to make sure you know what's where. So I'm just gonna... How do I show it? Okay, I'm gonna show it like this. This is One Man Crusade. So you're gonna know that this is Praetorian, and this is Whirlwind of Steel. This is Assassin, and this is Ranger. This is Warlock, and this is Cabalist. So we're not speccing into Cabalist and into Ranger. So shift and print screen it. Where's my white shot? White shot. Shift print screen. Save. Where is it? Wolcen. Save. Okay, I saved it in Wolcen. Now, Discord. Uh, if you want my Discord name, it's this one. If you don't want to join the server, just want the name, that's it. So PM me so I can know who to send it to. In the meantime, I'm gonna post it in my Discord server on the general chat page. If you join my Discord server, you just need to react to one message, which is the rules, and the rest is it would just give you a row. It would give you a row by reacting to it. But yeah, if you want it as a private message, just PM me and I can send it to you. It is important actually. I'm gonna delete it and make a new screenshot where you can see which one's what. Like this one's Praetorian, so let's print screen it like this. Shift print screen. Why does it not work? What? 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 Okay, I had to out and tab out of the game. So I'm gonna post it again. Screenshot number 2. There we go. Link it to DC chat. DC chat. What do you mean to link it to DC chat? It's in the Discord chat on the main page of my Discord chat. Okay, I'm gonna send it to Samil. Okay, this is it. I hope it's easy to understand which one I took. Basically, the points I didn't invest into are Ranger and Kabbalist. So if you're wondering which is the green one I placed points into, the green one is Assassin, and the Warlock one is the one I invested into for the Rage. So basically you want this Rage, you want this Rage, you want this regeneration on kill, you want this crit chance, and you want this crit damage, and here for the remaining points I just got some extra crit damage. Put screenshots to chat. Okay, let me upload them into image UR. imgur.com. I'm gonna upload it to imgur because I guess it's gonna be easy to put it in the chat for everyone there. Let me quickly drag and drop the screenshot. No, I'm gonna even write no points into Ranger and Kabbalist. Okay, so how do I post this? Post to community. Spin to win beta. Post to community. Alright, there's the link. There's the link to the image on IMGUR. And I've written that there's no point spent into Ranger or Kabbalist. And as you can see at the bottom is not Praetorian, but yeah, actually that is at the bottom it's Praetorian. So okay, that sorts it out. You need this kind of if you want my setup. But what's important is not just the passives. What's important is having this item or other items like it. So you can get it on armor and you can get it on helmet. Damage per unspent rage points. And this is a lot of damage. A lot. You can get 9% from this. And you can get 9% from a helmet with this one. And together with the 2% you have here, you have 20% per 100 unspent rage points, and with this much rage we can get 1600. 1000 rage would be equal to what? 20 times 10, so that's gonna be 200 extra damage with 1000. 1500 is 300, and you can get close to 2000 rage if you get rings with rage. So there are rings that can give you up to 100%, up to 100 rage. I have 1600 something, so you can get it up to 1800 something rage, and that's gonna be close to 400 extra damage. And in order to get those rings and to get this chest and to get this armor, you need to be doing Rat of Saricel. This is the main thing that gives you good damage. Rat of Saricel anointments, not anointments, but what's its name? Modifiers, affixes. And I'm gonna be doing Rat of Saricel now, by the way. I was going to, but I didn't have enough affinity by accident. So let's give them physical damage, let's give them this, let's give them this, let's give them this, and this, and this. How many? Okay, I'm gonna speed things up a little. Let's stop spinning for a moment. Mind Sealer, okay. Mr. Mind Sealer. Meet Mr. Damage Dealer. Alright, the boss is this way. Not the Shadow Blade. I'm not a big fan of those Shadow Blades. Alright, Shadow Blade down. Alright, boss time. Boss time, like this. Quite a long map. 3 minutes almost. So now I'm trying to get a good helmet with a good bonus. A Manic Slaughter helmet. Meaning I need to start picking up all the helmets I can get here. And rings would be a good choice as well to pick up. So let's sell what we don't need. Let's keep moving. I'm gonna go veteran 1. Boom. 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 And we're good to go. Okay, moving on. Look at those enemies spawning there. Yeah, that's a glitch. It's like trying to spawn enemies there. What do you want, pet? What do you want? Come on. Keeps begging for attention. What enemy? A zealot. Boom. Oh, movement speed, perfect. I'm a big fan of movement speed shrines. Big fan of them. The damage from the charge is only on the charge though. And it's not always this big. Like the damage, I think the further you charge from, like the more distance you've traveled, the bigger the damage seems to be. I'm not sure exactly what scales this damage to go this high, but there is something that makes this damage this high. Can't tell what. Can't tell whether it's a bug or whether it's intended. Can't tell whether it's based on how much distance I've traveled or whether it's something else. But keep in mind we have shit tons of damage from rage. That's why we have that much damage on the charge. It's not like other skills can do as much. But this is the skill that does the most damage in the game at the moment for a single hit skill. There's other skills that can hit for more total if you combine all the different hits per second. No, no, no! Fuck, I didn't have enough rage. Didn't have enough rage. Fuck. And now there's a Shadow Blade as well. Yeah, this was busted. This was a bad run. 2 deaths, it's gonna be shit items. Let's see if anything good drops. No, bad helmet. Let's see, helmet. This one's a helmet. Yeah, the element version is strong if you can apply the elements. It's not bad indeed. It's definitely good. And you don't need much investment for the element. Like for the element you can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're removing those 6 and then you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the 6th point you can put somewhere else, wherever. If you can apply the elements, it's definitely a stronger setup. It's one option. For now, for speed running lower difficulty stuff, whether I'm doing the element version or not, the difference is gonna be very small for me, because everything gets a one shot most of the time. I'm not sure if even if I need to keep this, but let's keep it. I could do it though, I could do it. I can go ahead and respec it into the element version. So for the element version, it's almost the same, just slight differences. So we're gonna be doing smaller crits, but overall it would probably be bigger thanks to the bonuses from Immortal Offering. So this is the element version. If anyone is wondering what his build is, it's probably something similar to this. And then there's one point which, well, I think it's best spent for some extra HP, because look at my HP now. That's 1200 HP, that's bullshit HP. I don't want that much HP. I want more. So at the moment I can't afford to make such a build because I'm lacking HP. But let's play it for a bit. See how much HP I'm gonna go for. Yeah, in here put full ferocity. In here everything into ferocity for crit chance. You want crit chance. Oh, he puts more than 6 into Kabbalist, where more than 6 is fine. But I can't afford to put too much. I mean, yeah, this is good. 10% status ailment is good. You can even put this for more ailment stacks, and or this one. This is nice because that's 30% extra chance to do ailments. It's good, but at the moment I need HP. I can't afford to do that. I can get 2 more points. 1 point from here, and if I go 1, 2, 3 instead of 1, 2, 3, then I get 1 extra point, and I can put those 2 points here, and I can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points into Kabbalist. With that 30% status ailment resistance. Oh, that's resistance. So I just need this 10%. I don't need the resistance. And I don't want to go for ailment damage. I want to go for this damage. But the thing is, I'm not gonna be applying ailments. You're gonna see now that when I play this, I'm probably not gonna even be applying those. I'm not doing frost. Oh no, I am doing frost. Let's see if I'm gonna be too squishy. 1600 HP is definitely low. Alright, I get the sacred damage from one of the things. And I can get some extra damage from this if I... If I do this, I can get some rent. Mm. Then I need to do something as well here. This one. But yeah, I'm too squishy with this. I'm definitely too squishy at the moment. And this element setup works if you're not one-shotting them. If you're one-shotting them, it's not gonna give you the bonus. And in order to inflict elements, I need to be using certain skills before the spin to win. So there's too much to set it up to get that extra bonus damage. I mean, element stuff seems to work fine, but I don't think it's best for a spin to win setup. Because that means you have to stop spinning to do some other stuff before bosses. It is still fine, especially on bosses you can get that extra damage sorted. See, it's kind of not really easy to get them to die before. Most of them would die with one hit, and I need one hit to apply the ailment and then another to kill them probably. So at the moment I'm barely getting any buffs down. And I'm losing 40% crit damage for this. Which is not a small amount. It's not big, but it's not a small amount either. Now I need to wait for some rage. Fuck, it didn't work out. Fucking glitchy skill, man. I really wish it didn't happen like this. Fuck. The damn glitchy skill, so annoying when it glitches out on me. Now if my skill didn't glitch out, I would not have ended up hitting before the enemy was reached. Now it's rank A. Definitely not liking this setup because I don't have the gear for it. If I want to be doing an element setup, I need the gear for it. And 1600 HP is criminally low. You shouldn't be allowed to have that low HP on a non-force shield setup. And it just doesn't work that well. Oh, I missed something. I missed this. There's many other ways how to do it. There's one way where you could go here instead of spending points like this. You can go over this way and do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That way you're not doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you're saving points. I used to do it that way before. Before I switched to this setup here, I used to go like that. So as soon as I unlock this, I go this way, I unlock this, and that gives me more points to spend into other things. But I decided to just stop doing it that way because I do like it the way it is now because of the extra crit chance score and extra attack damage. Kali Goat, OMG dude! I'm uber struck indeed. Kali Goat, 37 viewers rate. Thank you very much, really respect you, man. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna make sure to give you a follow myself. And oh, that's an upgrade armor, 7% damage instead of 5. I'm gonna keep that and test it. So let's go ahead and do some more farming. Hopefully get a helmet. I really need that Manic Goat helmet. So Kali Goat, let me give you a follow quickly before I forget. And thank you for the raid, dude. Really appreciate it. Oh, actually, I sent a friend request. Sorry. How do I follow? There we go. No. There we go. Just a second. Well, it's not letting me follow it, because I'm gonna find it. Just a moment. Just give me a moment, dude. Good person. Good man. Thank you, guys. Thank you all for the follow. Really appreciate all the follows, guys. Thank you very much. And I'm gonna follow now Kali. So let's keep grinding. Let's keep grinding. I'm gonna try to shout out all the names. Seti, Beefissimo, Wretched Strife. Thank you for the follow, folks. Let's keep the journey. You're getting me all hyped up now. Let's keep farming for a good Manix Water helmet. Let's keep it going. Let's give them curse chance. Let's give them Aether damage, Wretched Strife, Seti, Beefissimo, and Caligo. I hope I didn't miss anyone so far. Let's untank them. And what else do we give them? Let's give them rend damage instead of resistances to anything. So we're on a quest to get the Manix Water helmet. Oh, movement speed from the get-go. Now, this would make us very, 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 very fast. Look at this. Spinny Gonzalez, more like. Let's be Spinny Gonzalez. With this movement speed. Alright. Getting halfway there almost. Oh, glitch. That's a glitch. That's a glitch. You should be careful, by the way, when using the Blade Storm skill. There is a glitch that hopefully would be fixed on launch. I can replicate it. Like, if you go close to an edge, you can't unspin away from it. It doesn't happen on all edges, but like, careful when you're going close to the ends of the map. Like now I got glitched and I couldn't move away from it until I stopped spinning. Nice. Yeah, this spin to win is such a great starter setup. Like last night when I ended my stream, I was finishing the story in offline after the wipe of the online characters for maintenance. And today, just 2 hours into the match, I already had like this one and this one. Such a lucky run. If the drop rates are like this when the game launches, because it took me 150, 160 hours to get these belts in online mode. The trial belt. Showing my passives. Reed Kito, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club to everyone. Enjoy your stay. And my passives, I can show them after this map because this is a Wrath of Saricel. If I stop in one place, I'm gonna get ambushed by Untainted. So just give me a minute or so to finish it. We're getting there. We are getting there. Alright, we're done. Nothing too fancy. Oh, this ring is fancy. 2 times flat damage and extra material damage. And attacks gain extra damage. This is good for a turret spellcaster turret build. Amazing for a spellcaster pardon me, for a spellcaster turret build. Alright, let's get the important stuff. If I'm lucky, this hood would be nice. So my passives again, to show them. Going here for the regeneration on Q. You're going here for the crit chance score. On the way you're picking Manix Water for that 2% to stack it with the helmet and chest. I'm missing the helmet at the moment. Then you're getting willpower and rage here and willpower and rage here to give you more damage from the Manix Water. And then extra crit damage here, 60%, and then extra 20 and 20, so another 40% crit damage with a bit of HP on the way. This is how I like to play it, but there's multiple options. Like one option would be to not take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points here, and then you're taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points here. So you're saving 2 points which you can spend into things like maybe this here, extra damage based on nearby enemies. That means you can remove some other stuff. Definitely saving some stuff if you want to make different builds, they're possible. I used to play it like that before, but then I decided to play it like this. I've experimented so much. Mostly when I stream, what I do is my favorite thing to do when streaming is to experiment with different setups, to try and find the weird combos, the weird synergies. I've experimented over the last month and a half with a lot of setups, and I try not to watch other people's builds, so that when I make builds on stream, I make something that's getting my mind thinking. I'm trying to get something that I've made myself. But there's so many builds that can be made, especially once the game launches. There's gonna be so many possibilities with the addition of the third tree, being able to have 12 new classes here, together with the 6 and 3 classes here. That's gonna be a lot. Thank you, Fotuve or Fotuve. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. If I'm not, pardon me. With the addition with 20 new more skills, opposed to the 20 we've got, and with the addition of 16 total modifiers for each skill, opposed to 8 or 9 at the moment, there's gonna be not endless, but pretty high number of possibilities. So let's quickly check my damage now. 3065, and if I do this, it's 3175. If I do this, 3093. Okay, so definitely this is the way for now for me. And I'm gonna put some stuff here. Let's put some legendaries as well, just so we have something there. Okay, next. I'm gonna keep trying to get this helmet. Until I get this helmet today, I'm gonna be doing basic Wrath of Saricel runs. But we will get it. We will get it. Even if it's 5%, I'm gonna be okay. Ideally, I want 9% damage here and 9% damage here, together with the passive that's 20% per unspent rage points. And as I said, I can get up to 1600 rage, and with rings, if I get rings with 100 rage each, that's 1800 rage, maybe even more if I get more from other sources. And this is a lot of damage, close to 400% damage with a 2000 rage setup when maxed out. Stasis chance, untainted. %100% cooldown reduction. Basically, there's something weird about the cooldown reduction on a skill with a 10-second cooldown. I took a passive with 10%, and what that happened is I was testing this 2 days ago or 3 days ago with 10% cooldown reduction. A skill with 10-second cooldown went to 9.6, or was it 9.4? It went to 9.4, so it gave me 0.6 second cooldown with 10%. Then I took another 10% and it took another 0.7 seconds, which means weird. First of all, the same thing, so this one gave me 0.6, taking this one gave me 0.7 together with the 0.6 for a total of 1.3. So it's very weird how cooldown reduction works in this game. It's not diminishing returns because it was giving me more the more I spent. But it's definitely weird. Definitely something going on there that probably would prevent it. But I think you can get up to 80% cooldown reduction, because from this item you can get 25, from this item you can get 25, and from this item you can get 25, which is what, 75. And then you can get 10% here, 10% here, and 10% here, which is in theory you would have 105. In practice you wouldn't, because there's some sort of diminishing returns, I think, or whatever it is. Hopefully this 105 would be 100% cooldown reduction, but I'm really not sure how that works right now. Maybe someone who is a data miner might be able to tell you how the formula works, or maybe in the official Wolcen Discord some of the developers might be able to share that information, but at the moment I really don't know how exactly cooldown reduction works. But I do know that we can get up to 105% cooldown reduction. Whether this would give us a pure 105% reduction to the skill, that remains to be seen. And yeah, you can get on legs, on chest and on helmet cooldown reduction in the beta. When the game launches, it remains to be seen, because there's gonna be socketed gems that give you more options than they do now. We're gonna have 2 times as many options, so that's gonna be 3 times the current number of options from gems. After this map I'm gonna show you some screenshots of things that are to come into the game, things that have been teased by the developers, just so you can see how the crafting system would allow some possibilities. And socketing gems into items before crafting them would give you different results. So the gems would be used as regions to protect some stats before rerolling, or to make sure you're rerolling with the stats inside the gems. The game is definitely gonna be a good mashup between Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Diablo 3 and Path of Exile, because it has some systems that resemble things in those games. And the developers are small indie studio, but for the size of their team and the years it took them to develop this game with all the difficulties they had, they definitely they came a long way from what the game was in the first alpha versions we've played on Steam years ago. It was definitely very clunky and the combat felt wrong back then, and look at how crisp and smooth the combat is now. Fast-paced, good combat, very nice looking skill animations, sound effects befitting the skills. I'm a big fan of those shockwave sounds. Okay, I'm gonna quickly wait a second to feel my rage, and then I'm gonna charge the boss. Alright, please give me something good. A helmet, a helmet, helmet. Did we get it? No helmet. Well, can be Easter every day. Let's see. I did get a helmet here though, so I'm gonna check if that one's a good one. Enter ring. Let's confirm what we've got. Nope. So keep grinding. Eventually it's gonna drop. But yeah, there are special modifiers that can only drop in this mode, in this modifier. I'm gonna sell all of this. And there's a great way to store gems. If you have a lot of socketed items and a lot of gems, if you want to preserve storage space, just put the gems into the items. It's much easier to store them that way. And that's my tip for storage room. And there's gonna be more storage room. At the moment we only have three stash tabs. I think we're gonna get 6 on launch, if I'm not mistaken. I remember reading long ago about 5 or 6 or 9. I have those 3 numbers in my head, but I can't remember which one it was. 5, 6 or 9. And it was very long ago when I read this, and I can't remember where I read it, whether it was official info or someone speculating. But I'm pretty sure there's gonna be more storage room than what we've got. Because there's gonna be more levels and a lot more new stuff. And I can't wait for the apocalyptic forms. And just as I promised, I'm gonna show you some screenshots, some things about the crafting. So currently you can see the gems that we have only have three different things that they can give us. I'm gonna go ahead and remove some gems from this item so you can see what I mean. So this one gives rage per hit, maximum HP and toughness. But when the game launches, things like what you're seeing in the screenshot would be possible. Each gem would have 9 different things they can give based on the socket. The sockets would have 3 different offensive, 3 different defensive, and 3 different support sockets. And since armors can only be defensive, you would be able to see something like this on an armor. Where is it? This one. So this one has defensive 1, and a defensive 2. So armors would be able to get defensive 1, 2 or 3 regardless how many and which way you're gonna be able to reroll the socket numbers. So if I go to this jeweler NPC, this dude here, I would be able to have some options to change the number of sockets. And there's gonna be things like just a moment, like those things. Those things would allow you to do some special crafting, and based on the socketed gems, it will consume the socketed gems and either give you new magical effects or either preserve certain magical effects on the items, certain affixes. So there's gonna be some interesting crafting setup that you can control to a certain extent by socketing different gems. So maybe there's gonna be some cooldown reduction gems. This is what I'm suspecting. Because there's gonna be a lot of new stuff. And it makes sense to have something like cooldown reduction added. There's also gonna be an ability to add different special skills on an item. So an item that doesn't give you spells you would be able to place a modifier such as those Wrath of Saricel modifiers that we can get, such as this 5% damage per 100 unspent rage points. You would be able to grant an item such a modifier without having to farm this modifier, this specific untainted enemies like this one. Because those items only drop in this mode when you untaint the map, when you add untainted half-breeds. And my guess is we would be able to get those special orbs from this mode. It would make sense if those items, those orbs that give us those stats drop on this mode. So we would probably still have to farm it, but we would have to eliminate the RNG in a certain way. Because if you're not getting lucky and like me at the moment, I'm not getting helmets with this modifier, but I get a very good legendary helmet that I want to craft. To give me this modifier, I would be able to when the game drops me this orb. I'm hoping we would be able to salvage such items with such modifiers to get those orbs as a result. If we are unable to, I'm gonna suggest it as feedback post-launch. This character is a combination of different classes. In this game, the classes are in the passive skill tree, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 classes in which I've invested. So I've invested into Warmonger, into Praetorian, into Assassin, into Scholar, and into Warlock. Because this game doesn't have a traditional class system. The classes change based on the skill you pick, and you can at any time respec one character to a different combination of skills. So at the start of the game you're picking only the starting gear and skills. So there's something that might seem like picking a class at the start, but you're not really picking a class. You're just picking your starting skills and gear. And this is great because this game seems to be some sort of a sandbox. If you want to make outs, make outs. If you don't want to make outs, then keep respecting the same character. It's super cheap to respec, and it takes around a few minutes of farming to be able to fully respec one character. So it doesn't cost a kidney and a leg to respec, which is definitely a bonus. In my book, this is a bonus. I don't like having to spam dungeons and maps for 2 months or for 1 month just to get enough resources to respec my character fully. And we're talking a complete respect. You can completely respect the attributes: ferocity, toughness, agility, wisdom, and you can also completely respect the passives. And it definitely is cheap. And that's good. Power to the people, give them freedom. Give them the ability to experiment. It's definitely a fun one. And I'm doing this because this is one of the fastest characters, one of the fastest setups for speed farming. Thanks to the spin to win, allowing you to quickly clear trash mobs, popcorn mobs, and with this charging skill, Warpath, it allows you to one-shot most things. It allows you to do a lot of damage. Some people with min-max setups have reached 140 something thousand damage on this skill in the beta. But that's a stalking min-max setup. So that requires special min-max gear, and yeah, that's gonna be tough to farm. You're gonna need some time to farm min-max setup, but even then I've done like 70-80,000 damage without a problem, without min-max gear, as long as I have the helmet here that I'm trying to get. And look at that, it's giving me 3 helmets, neither of those has the modifier, the Manic Slaughter modifier. Let's check this one. And turrets are very strong in the game right now. You can grind the hell out of it if you want. You can grind the hell out of many things. There's no restrictions in how many things you can grind a day. It's not an MMO, so it doesn't have annoying dungeon restrictions like MMOs does. If you want to spend 2 hours a day, spend 2 hours a day. If you want to spend 10 hours one day because you have free time, you're gonna be able to do so. And there's gonna be a lot of min-maxing going on. When it comes to the end game, you're gonna be doing a lot of min-maxing. Getting better gear is possible, and most of the time you would be farming for it. So yeah, this one not the best for this setup. This one's not the best. Like if I do this, for example, this item that I'm gonna equip now, look at the damage, 3175. Now it's 3175, but I'm gonna max out my rage. So now it's 4099. With this one it's 3894. Definitely more damage, but my HP is tragic and I need more HP. So at the moment I'm gonna use the one that gives me more HP until I find something better. I also need another big gem, another gem with 80, 90, 100 HP. So this extra 2% damage per 100 unspent rage points gives me around 200 more damage, average damage there, but at the moment I just can't use it. Actually, there is a way to use it, and I found out how. Just give me a moment, I'm gonna min-max this. Let's remove those gems, let's put them in the pens. Oh yeah, remove the gems first. And then let's put this here and this here. Removing that wife leech, and there we go. We've got ourselves a better setup. And this helmet is a good starting helmet for this build. It's an okay starting helmet for the build. An okay starting armor before you get this modifier is this one. This gives you max willpower and rage, so it's not bad. I mean, it's not as good as having damage per unspent rage points, but it's better to have max willpower per and rage, because with this thing you still have this extra manic slaughter, even though it's only 2%. So there's another thing to mention. A great setup would be Rygar's Hope or Edgy. Edgy or Rygar's Hope are great when you start, because they only do physical damage. And them only doing physical damage means you can give them 80% more damage with this thing. Because they already only do material, and physical is a type of material damage. So those things here, the conversion of damage, would not hurt you. But if you have a weapon like the one I'm using right now, this gives me fire, whitening, sacred shadow. So if you take a Rygar's Hope and put physical material damage gems, like those gems, material, 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 and it only deals physical and rent, which is material damage, then that's gonna be fine. That's gonna be a very good starter weapon, and it's pretty good for this build, and you just want to put some 1, 2, 3, 4 points all the way to Gods Amongst Men, and maybe lose those points here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you can even remove those 2 points and put the points here into 50% HP instead of this setup here. So that's an alternative setup. And I got lucky earlier getting this weapon that only deals physical and rent. This is better than Rygar's Hope, and this also gives me access to auto turret, so I can do spin to win melee setup with an Avenger auto turret. And the Avenger auto turret is an OP skill. It's so OP that it gets a bit boring when you play it, but I'm gonna be playing it on Wounch. I'm gonna try and make a Necromancer with a turret on Wounch. This is my idea for a build as a starter setup when the game launches. So I'm gonna be trying to get items and set up my skills for that on the 13th of February when the game launches. There is time until then, so we're gonna have to be patient. 11 days, guys. The hype is real. But my guess is a Necro with turrets would be lazy man's build. Just what I like to do every now and then when I just want to be chilling and killing some enemies and getting some loot. Spin to win is also good. For the lower difficulties, Bladestorm spin to win setup is amazing. And there's two key things to remember in such a setup. Wait, did I taint the map? I think I forgot to taint the map. Basically, the two key components are this: rage generation on kill and this can be held to prolong the skill. Once you get those two important ingredients, you do have the build. You do have the recipe for this setup. Okay, let's keep pushing. Oh shit, shit, shit. I accidentally clicked outside of my game. Okay, there we go. I'm playing Windows and all my chat windows are on the side, so I kind of clicked on my Mixer chat. Good stuff. I'm really happy with this game though. The way it's shaped up over the years, it just gives me hope knowing that they listen to the community and that they make sure to fix things and are not afraid to completely go different route if something doesn't work out well. They did so. The alpha was fine, but they went for such a drastic move that they scrapped all the progress from the alpha and made a completely new game for the beta. The first version of the beta I wasn't a big fan of. It seemed like a step back because it didn't have the story, didn't have the open zones. It was just the end game content, just the dungeons. It was very boring. But then they added content update 1, which added the first act of the story. Then they added the Wrath of Sarisel, which added some more end game options and some new skills and things like that to strive for new bonus stats on items. So definitely worth it. And we'll see. The final update we got last year was in the end of October. Content update 2. Since then there have been some hotfixes, so that means they had around 4 months to spend towards the what's it called, the launch. Definitely a lot of time to make sure it's the best launch we can hope for. I'm assuming there's gonna be a lot of bugs. I mean, I haven't seen a game launching without bugs recently. But as long as they're not game breaking and they're blocking the progression and they're not annoying, then I'm okay. I'm gonna give them feedback and hope they fix them on time. They do need a nice system to report bugs, something from within the game that sends an email to something like feedback or support or whatever at wolcenstudio.com or whatever. Torchlight 3, another game I play, stream and make content for on YouTube, is another great game that uses Trello. This game, Wolcen, also uses Trello and has been using Trello as a public roadmap since the alpha. And what Torchlight 3 has is you can press escape, you can click on feedback, and that would immediately send an email to the QA team. So you can report bugs, you can report suggestions, and Torchlight 3 in big parts has been developed by the community in regards to ideas and regards to changes and balancing. There have been a lot of things that the community has kind of said, this feels bad, could you change it, and it has been changed. So Extra Games and Max Schaefer, who is actually one of the fathers of Diablo, Max Schaefer, his brother Eric, and David Brevik are the fathers of the Diablo franchise. And Max Schaefer is also the father of the Torchlight franchise, I think together with his brother. And currently Torchlight 3 made a drastic change from Torchlight Frontiers to decide and move away from the MMO free-to-play and be a buy-to-play single-player title, change the name to Torchlight 3. I think this is a good move, but it's gonna take a bit of time for the game to get the free-to-play mechanics out of itself. Slowly but steadily they're doing that. And to a big extent I think this is thanks to the community saying what they want. And at the end I think they realized we don't really want it to be as MMO-ish, as massive as it can. We are fine with a multiplayer online game, even though if it's not massive. It's gonna be like Path of Exile. You can meet other people in the hubs, in the towns, you can see them there, you can party up with them there. But when you exit outside of the town it will be just you and your teammates. In a way I'm sad that it's not gonna be massive, it's not gonna be with open zones, but in a way I'm happy because it's gonna be less laggy, less buggy, and they're gonna be able to better provide support and development with the team they've got. And the same goes for Wolcen. This game, with this Cry engine, which is slightly hard on the CPU, it's a CPU hungry engine. It definitely does not need to be massively online. This game is fine the way it is. I wouldn't mind better matchmaking, I wouldn't mind some clans and guilds or whatever you wanna call it, where we can kind of have communities. I wouldn't mind a global LFG chat in this game. And when the game launches and I see what the matchmaking options are, I'm gonna try and send some feedback with suggestions. At the moment I'm not happy with the matchmaking in this game, because if you start looking for a game, you can only team up with someone who is looking for a game at the same time. So you can't hot join a game that has already started. and this is not fun, but I mean it's better than nothing. So hopefully they would put some work towards improving the matchmaking if they haven't already. 4 months is a long time, so they might have as well revamped the matchmaking completely. So let's see. Please be a helmet, 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 helmet. Helmet? No. Unlucky. Unlucky. I'm gonna have to grind the hell out of this. Let's see. Well, yeah, I'm gonna try again. I just sell. But if you have any questions, anything you wanna know, feel free to ask. Let's see here. Oh, material damage, but only 26. I got 35 and 20. Oh, let's buy it back. 26 with 5 agility would end up giving me a bit more damage, I think. We will test it. So the damage here is 3154. 3163, and also attack speed. I really don't need attack speed with Blade Storm. We've tested it with some of my viewers. They told me Blade Storm really doesn't benefit from it. So visually I start spinning faster with more attack speed. I do start spinning faster, but the ticks are the same. The damage ticks take the same amount of time before they get up white. So definitely don't need as much attack speed, but a little bit extra material damage and agility. If you spend points into other attributes, you get more extra damage from this here. So I got from ferocity 129.5% damage. From all the toughness, agility and wisdom, I get the rest. And that's why I'm putting all attributes in my rings. It's better to put into all attributes instead of into ferocity. 20 ferocity is not gonna give me better end results than 10 to all attributes, because I'm getting some extra toughness, agility, wisdom, and even though I'm losing 10 ferocity, I'm still getting some damage from here. Yeah, I'm gonna get less crit chance, but overall it's better that way. So that's another thing I could give you as a hint to keep in mind when putting gems into support sockets. But that's gonna change. That's gonna change because first of all we're gonna be able to put so many more things than now. Because there's gonna be 3 different types of support slots with 3 different types of stats we can get from the gems. So a lot of the things can change and will change. Power regeneration, okay. Regeneration on hit. Do I wanna punish myself that way? And this is something great. You're able to pick the modifiers. If you don't like them, you end up closing it and try again. It's not that punishing. It's not that expensive to keep rerolling for good map modifiers. Because if something is a hard counter for you, you would rather take something that isn't. Like toxic resistance. I'm doing toxic damage. I'd rather give them damage than myself less. Like this. Mastering Souls, welcome to the Struck Club, dude. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Glad to have you here. Hope you're enjoying your stay. Oh wow, 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 that was close. Almost died there. Okay, let's wait. And oh fuck, this ended up hitting a blockage, something on the floor. Maybe a stone, a rock. So very fast setup, the Blade Storm Warpath combo. Oh, Devourer, Devourer. Let's go behind him and charge. I need more rage. I need more transfer time as well. Transfer time reduction is a great stat to help your rage dissipate into willpower and your willpower dissipate into rage. I need this, and this. Falling enemies there in the background to glitch. Enemies spawning outside of the map borders and just keep falling down and up and down and up. Okay, I'm just pushing through to the boss fight. But I did see something spawning, I didn't see what, but there was some sort of untainted enemy. And even if you pass them through, they can still catch up and teleport close to where you are. Thankfully one shot. 2 minutes 38 seconds. Oh, such a good helmet, but not the good modifier. And another few helmets. This gives me max willpower and rage, so this is not bad, but it's not as good as having that other modifier. Oh, and look at this, ferocity, rent and toxic. What damage to attacks. And pierce to all projectiles, definitely good for a turret setup. You do want pierce on a turret, Silverstone, good. Another helmet and another helmet. Gauntlets. Let's check all the wood we got. So far, no work with the rage-based damage, but I'm thinking of equipping this one with the max willpower and rage. But it's only 51. Not sure it's worth it. The one with the crit damage and ferocity probably would be better for now. This one with the cooldown is also not bad. As I said, you can get 25 up to 25 cooldown on a helmet, on legs, and on chest pieces. Mental 20. Transfer time reduction, pretty nice. Wondering if I should keep this one or not. I'm gonna put it in the warehouse for the time being. Let's check the damage now. 3163. 3163 and now it's 3240. Okay. But I'm getting even more squishy now, losing another 9 toughness. If only I can get a better... What's the name of this gem? Copper stone. I'm gonna have to pay attention to the NPC selling copper stones maybe. Which is here. But I've rarely seen this guy selling tier 4. It goes up to tier 3 but rarely tier 4. You can see here a preview of what the next gems would look like. You can see this big one here. And then this square one here. That's probably gonna be tier 5, 6, 7, 8... I think it's gonna go all the way to tier 9 with the new gems when the game launches. Currently it goes all the way to tier 4 and that's it. Let's go veteran 1 this time. It's not gonna be that much different. Human damage resistance, explosions, weak enemies. This is frost. This is no longer frost. Mr. Damer, thank you for the follow, Mr. Damer. Welcome to my Twitch, welcome to the Struck Club. Glad to have you here. Hope you enjoy your stay, dude. Let's Let's do this. This and taint it. For turret build, I'm gonna try and tell you some of the skills. Do you mean active or passive skills? I'm not sure which skills you're asking for. So if you're on the passive tree, just let me finish this map and I can show you some things for turrets. But basically you probably would want the extra rage and willpower. And you would want to use Manix Water at least in the armor. Even if you're not using Manix Water on the passive tree, you would want that rage based damage on the passives. And turrets are very strong with Immortal Offering. If you have a hybrid build, so you can use spells to do ailments. And then there's residual energy on the passive skill tree. There's residual energy that gives you extra, it gives your attacks extra damage from the last cast spell. It gives you from the spell type damage. So if you cast a shadow based whitening spell, it's gonna give you shadow damage. I think, oh, that's gonna kill me probably. No, 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 don't die, don't die, don't die. Okay, that was nice. Survived this. So residual energy is definitely great, and you can have rings with residual energy on them, which is also great. And I think the shadow-based turret mage, rage mage with turrets is amazing. So you want the rage leggings, the shadow-based rage legs that give you extra cold damage, but reduce your material and elemental damage. And then you want the Eneract offhand, the one that doesn't have transfer time reduction, but gives extra occult and shadow damage or whatever it gives. The McFestern Eneract is what it's called. This one together with those legs and together with maybe a pistol would give you a very good rage mage build with turrets. With residual energy, with Immortal Offering, you're gonna have some nice ailment based damage and residual energy based damage stacking. This is, oh shit, wow, I dodged this in the last possible moment I could. Right, we have to speed things up. The boss is ready to be killed. He's just waiting. I mean, that's probably not the meta setup, but that's one setup I can recommend. If you want a melee turret build, then there's a completely different setup for it. Oh shit, just give me a second, I need to shut down my voice meter and restart it. Okay, it should be fine now. Sometimes voice meter glitches out on me and the sound gets distorted until I restart it. That's voice meter potato that I'm using. I haven't made any guides yet. I'm gonna be making build videos for YouTube once the game launches. I didn't feel like making guides knowing that the game would launch and completely make those guides worthless in month and a half, because I returned to the game month and a half before the launch. Before that I wasn't playing that actively. I was coming on and off after each update just to check how things are, what the new skills, the new setups are. But I will definitely be spending more time after the game launches making builds and other things for YouTube. Trancer 24/7, welcome back, nice nickname. I do enjoy some Goa or other trance every now and then, even though it's not my main music to listen. Good nickname. And if anyone's wondering about my YouTube, here it is. The command should work on Mixer and Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, you definitely don't need it to work there, but yeah. So let's see, helmet and shoulders, and let's check the pistol, by the way. A good pistol And did I say I needed copper stone or did I? Yeah, I needed copper stone so I can get some extra HP. Oh, 98 HP. This is amazing. So welcome to the Struck transfer, if I didn't say it. Hope you enjoy your stay here and more willpower and rage. 86 this time. Okay, we're getting better and better. But still not getting that Manix water modifier. So this is what I mean. The game offers a lot of stuff to look forward to and to keep you busy, to keep you farming. And you don't feel unrewarded. If I switch to the regular mode, which I will in a moment, I'm gonna do a few more maps. If I don't get the Manix water, I'm gonna switch to the regular mode and do some farming there. And this is a fresh character. This is not my old character that I had in the online mode. A character I made after they shut down the servers for maintenance, just for offline only. And I'm already lucky to have the trial and Argan's Heart. Super lucky. I mean, it took me 150, 160 hours to get this one before, which is a lot. At least for me it is. I don't know how much it seems to be for you, but for me 150 hours is a lot of time to get a specific item. And I never could get a second one, even after spending like 200 hours or so. I couldn't get a second one of those to drop before the wipe. But those are definitely great for physical material based attack builds. Even if you're not physical material based attack build, you're still gonna have bonuses from this flat damage. Because that's the only gauntlet, the only glove that can give you flat damage to attacks. So for turrets, for example, you want this. Even if you may be going for a occult or elemental turret build, you would want this. So I got some more HP with those gems. That means I can... Let's not throw them, let's sell them. I can sell those. I'm gonna put this here just so it doesn't take much room. Yeah, my YouTube channel is Struck TLF. I try to name everything like that. Actually, TLF stands for Torchlight Frontiers, because when I started streaming and making content, I was not planning on doing other games. But then I decided why not think of something else, and I was not sure whether Torchlight Frontiers would stay as a name for the game, and it didn't. It got renamed to Torchlight 3. So I decided to make sure that TLF means the Wood Fiend. It could also mean Torchlight Fiend. It could mean many things. But yeah, Struck TLF. And Struck was taken. I mean, I would have named myself just Struck, but Struck was taken, and when it is taken, I think of something else. But Torchlight Frontiers was the game that made me come back to streaming, made me decide to spend more time on making content and streaming and all of that. And as a result of that, if I watch my old videos and compare them to the ones that are more recent, at least I can see myself, I can see that, that there's been some progress. It's not been all for nothing. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is dangerous. Let's try and get him before he gets me. Actually, did I get him? Oh, never mind, he's here. Oh, he died. This will cost more on the launch. If you get it now, you're saving €10 or $15. It will cost €39.99 or $44.99 when it launches, depending on what region your Steam is. At the moment it costs €29.99. Not sure about the dollars price, but I'm assuming it's $34.99 on Steam. There was a sale in the winter sale. The game went back to $20.99. So if you managed to get the game during the Steam winter sale, you could have saved like €20 or so on getting it, kind of almost for half the price on launch. But it's definitely worth getting now if you're planning on spending time in the game, and only if you're planning on spending time in playing it. Because if you're gonna get it later, that's €10 more. That's a few beers. You can get a 6-pack of beers or whatever with this. In my country that's actually a lot of beers, because with €1 you can get less than a more than a beer. One beer is less than €1 here, half a liter. So €10 here is probably what? Let's say 20, 3, 4, 5 beers. That's a lot of beers. And I heard that that controller support is coming 6 months after the launch. Not sure about console. This game would be great, but I cannot tell you anything about console. You might want to check the Trevo board. I'm gonna give you the link, just a moment. Trevo Wolcen. Oops, caps lock was switched on, never mind. But I think you should be seeing the Trevo, the Wolcen Trevo command. Are you not seeing it? If you're not seeing it, I'm gonna redo it, just a moment. Trevo Wolcen. So you should be able to see a link to the Wolcen roadmap. If it doesn't say anything about console there, then maybe it's still too early to think about that. I think it would be great for consoles though. There aren't many keys to keybind. You need around 11-12 keys to keybind. 6 for the skills, 2 for the potions, 1 for the dash, 1 for the rage mode, not rage mode, but the transformation, the apocalyptic form that would come on launch, and then something for the hut to get the inventory and all that other stuff there. But I'm not sure they have console developers at the moment working on the game. But if it turns out to be a good success, which I do hope it does, on launch for PC, I'm pretty sure they would want that extra share of sales that can come with console. And when it comes to cross-platform, that's very difficult to get done for any game, because making sure that all the consoles and PC being on the same version, on the same build, is very difficult, especially for ARPGs. Shooters probably a bit easier to do something like that. Phew, I don't know how I survived this. Alright, where is the boss? Oh, it's in the other way, shit. Gonna have to return. So it's this way. One-shotted. Please give me a helmet. If it doesn't give me a helmet, I'm gonna do 2 more runs of this one, and then I'm gonna switch to the regular one. Oh, there we go. Manix Water Helmet, finally. Finally, then we can switch to the regular mode. I mean, there's a lot more stuff that I wish I could farm from here, but it's just, it's kind of boring doing this, this all the time. I like some bit of variety. And I do hope they add more game modes, end game modes. Currently we have the bounties, which are this guy, Eugene. It gives you a bounty. It's called Mandate. But you can see it also says a bounty here, so that's kind of the equivalent of bounties. Then you have regular expeditions, and then you have untainted expeditions. Now with this helmet my damage would go up by a lot. With this helmet here. It doesn't show it on paper, but if I keep getting, I'm gonna get my rage maxed out. I'm gonna get my rage maxed out to show you what I mean. So at the moment 4477, and with this one 4199. So you can see that's like almost 300 extra damage there. Yes, I'm gonna sell this and this and this. Selling a lot of stuff. What's this one? That's pretty nice for an ailment spell build, for a yellow one. Might as well keep it, because you never know, I might end up playing helmets soon. And those helmets here, I'm gonna sell them. So we did get our Manix Water combo. Now let's do some maps here. Let's do Veteran 3, for example. And start farming uniques. So the other one that I was doing was for farming certain affixes that can only drop there, maybe farming legendaries with those affixes, but the one I'm gonna do now is perfect for farming unique items. The maps take longer to finish though, but every enemy can drop items. Let's give them damage. So we're not wearing Untainted now. And there's not gonna be those Untainted enemies. Just a moment, I wanted to... I missed some sort of comments, but yeah, thank you Beefy Simo for thinking that my knowledge is top notch. I missed this comment and I just saw some of my history. It's not, I don't have the best knowledge, but I try to keep myself informed. I know there's a lot of people on the Wolcen forums that are min-maxers and know a lot about the builds, a lot about synergies, and mine is probably not as good as theirs. And they have a lot of builds, you might want to check them. Skewer, Roxy, and I forgot the Steph the Dude. Those three people have been posting a lot of builds, and I can give you link for builds. I can give you, just let me show you the official Wolcen forums where they post their builds. This is the link. Those three guys have been making a lot of min-max setups. There's also another guy, Dreams, that has been posting there. But if you want some builds for the beta, you can check this link. Those three guys, I think all three of them are German. They have been posting a lot of stuff there. So just give me a moment. Getting back into the game. Adventure. Oh, I got defeated. Well, let's start a new one. I did not see this. I did not see this. Okay, let's do another Veteran 3. Let's give them this, and then let's give them... Well, I think this is better. A bit more damage won't hurt those enemies, and... I don't do projectiles now. And someone wanted turret setup. Before I forget, so residual energy is this thing. You want this thing for turrets, and you probably would want this all projectiles. So if you're doing a melee projectile based build with turrets, this is great. So you can grab those with extra crit chance, attack damage, and projectile and melee damage, and then you can probably grab this one pierce to all projectiles. Normally when I do turret setups, I do it like this. I put this one here, and that's how I do it with a turret setup. And thank you Dragon Hellas for the follow, really appreciate it. So you want that one pierce, you don't want to get this damage. It's not gonna happen all the time. I've experimented many times with it, and the enemy being at 15-meter distance, that means it needs to be around here somewhere. I think somewhere around here. where my cursor is. So that's long distance. So you would want this one pierce, and then you would want this rage. Regardless whether you get it from up above or whether you get it from down there, you want this rage, you want this rage here. You would want this crit damage, and you probably are not needed to get this regeneration on kill, but it's advisable. But what I would suggest for a turret mage build is this one, ailments. Each element would give you 25 damage for this element. So if you're doing some whitening together with some shadow, together with some sacred, then you're gonna get extra 25% damage of this ailment type. This would apply to attacks and spells. But residual energy is also great, and if you get rings with residual energy and the McFestern Interact, you can stack a lot of damage. So you can cast a spell, then you can buff your turret with that spell. That's why I think maybe turrets with mage seem to go better than turrets with a warrior. Probably, because here you're gonna get extra spell damage. And if you don't take those things here, if you don't need that rage generation, because you're gonna be using spells as well, that's fine. But you can still get the rage generation and that 2% extra damage to go along with a helmet and an armor that gives you Manic Slaughter. And you can still get this one because of the physical damage added to attacks to the turret. And Trial, needless to say, Trial is good, but with a good legendary min-maxed belt, you're probably gonna have more DPS without the Trial and just using Mark of Impurity yourself. If you're doing a turret build, you're probably gonna be able to cast Mark of Impurity manually. And I don't need this now because I'm not doing ailments, so I'm gonna do let's do this one. Little bit of extra slowing won't hurt. And basically what modifiers you pick on the skill, the trial applies those modifiers. So you can see something now. I'm gonna show you a great way to demonstrate this is I'm gonna make the enemies explode when I kill them. So you're gonna start seeing some whitish explosions. Look at that, those explosions. So I don't have the skill on my skill bar, but what the belt does is it applies the skill together with the modifier. So if you're using this belt, make sure to pick up the modifiers you want on the Mark of Impurity, because whatever modifiers you select are gonna be applied together with the skill. So you can see now the enemies are exploding when they die. Thanks to the belt, and this annoying sound comes from the belt, from the Mark of Impurity. I wish I could disable it, it's really hurting my ears, but I can't. Okay, I'm gonna go back to this one to be able to spread it. I'm getting a lot of wood now. You can see, unlike the other mode, I was doing the enemies drop gear here. It's not just the end and not just the chest. Ooh, baby! This is Toxic Fire and Shadow with three sockets and crit damage and attack crit hit chance. This is top notch. Pretty solid drop. Pretty solid one. Okay. This is a pistol that you definitely would wanna have if you're doing a pistol turret setup, if you're not doing a dagger turret setup. I mean, use whatever you get better. If you get a better dagger, use the dagger. If you get a better pistol, use the pistol. If you wanna be doing a hybrid build with what's it called? Catalyst. And as I said, my favorite catalyst is the unique catalyst that doesn't have... What normally catalysts have is a stat called transfer time reduction between rage and willpower, I think is the exact name, which means your willpower would transfer into rage slower and your rage would transfer into willpower slower. And you want this stat to not be there, the reduction of transfer time. It allows you, while using spells, to keep filling your willpower and to keep filling your rage, and while using rage spells or rage skills, to keep filling the willpower. And there's one thing I found out: you can spam shadow-based rage lightning together with spamming the sacred damage Arctic Spear at the same time. You can weave it in. Gasso, welcome to my Twitch, welcome to the Stroke Club. Thank you for the follow, I do appreciate it, dude. And this game is still early access until 11 days from now. The game is launching on the 13th of February, which is a Thursday. Oh, Sarganaris, nice. Sarganaris, amazing. So it is launching very soon, and as I was saying earlier, the price will go up after the game launches. If you wanna buy it, if you wanna play it, now you would be able to save €10 or $15 based on your region. So if you're interested in finding out more about the game, what's coming on launch, I'm gonna post some links. There's a lot of people, so I think some of you probably don't know the information. And you know, knowledge is power, so I'd rather share it with you. So just a moment. I'm gonna share some links regarding news for the game. So this is regarding what's coming on launch. The second link is regarding the third skill tree regarding fashion, like being able to paint your armor with different dyes, which they're calling Wolcen. You're also gonna be able to see the new hut, pretty nice and neat hut UI on the second link. The third link is about the crafting, and the fourth and fifth links are about new skills and active skill modifiers, together with reworks to the skill modifiers system. Currently we have modifiers with 2 and 4 cost, but the game would have 1, 2 and 3 modifier points cost, and we're only gonna have up to 10 modifier points opposed to 20 now. Jaka Crypt, welcome back, dude, nice to see you again. The game is very crispy and very spicy at the moment. I'm really happy with what it can offer, and I'm even happier with the things that are coming in 11 days when the game launches. You can see the animations are smooth, the combat is fast paced, it doesn't feel clunky, and that for an ARPG is very important. You want the combat to feel action, you don't want the combat to feel sluggish. And just give me a moment, I need to recharge my headset. Just a second to plug it in. I'm gonna mute my mic and give me a few seconds. Okay, everything's plugged in, mic unmuted. And yeah, as I was saying, the combat definitely feels like the A in ARPG is not missing, unlike some other games I've played and tested in the genre over the few years that definitely felt clunky. This one, when it came on Steam, when the first alpha version came on Steam, it definitely felt clunky, sluggish. But now look at that, you have such amazing skill animations, sound effects to combine them. You have very nice looking skill animations. I can show you some more. Do you want to see mages? Do you want to see rangers? What do you want to see? I can show you some more builds after that. I don't have the best gear for the other builds, but I can show you mages, rangers. Earlier someone wanted to see a bow build, so I showed him some bow and pistol play. I can't wait for the launch, and I'm assuming a lot of you also can't wait, and I hope you appreciate those links. There's definitely good stuff that developers have been sharing with us. I'm also checking every day on Discord, every weekday on Discord, they're posting new skill previews, and each Friday for the past 2 weeks they have been posting those previews as an article, separate article. Neck routes are gonna be fun. So far I can't confirm how many pets we can have, but I can confirm we can have at least 4. 2 rangers and 2 melee zombies. Together with 2 turrets, that's 6 deployable / pet things on the field. And as I said, Necro turret build is what I wanna play on launch as my first playthrough. Necro with turrets. It just see how silly this sounds and how fun it sounds. Necro with turrets. Engineer with summons. It's just too fun. And that's a game that allows you to have something like this. You can have a spin to win with turret. Earlier I was playing spin to win with turret because I had a 2-hander that allows me to use the Avenger auto turret skill. So the silliness you can make in regards to builds, the crazy fun builds that you can make would be too many. Too many. You can have a melee build that uses Frozen Nova, or a shadow version of the Frozen Nova, which I've actually used such a build, that uses rage instead of willpower as well, that shadow version. Okay, let's keep pushing. And if you want to see the summons, if you don't want to open the links, I can show you the summons. Just a second. So, Wolcen previews, feeding swarm. This is the melee zombies. You can reactivate the skill again to make them attack your target. So you can either have them follow you and attack randomly, or you can tell them to focus fire someone. Then there's hunting swarm. You can see rangers. So here they're summoning 2 melee and then 2 rangers. You have 4, and that's just the 2 rangers. Hopefully the rangers would proc off of projectile base damage, because Necro with a turret would spec heavily probably into projectile spells and projectile skills. And then for the turret there's this thing, a shield that reflects projectiles back to the enemies, and you can still shoot through the shield. So just think of this combo. And then there's Eclipse. If the enemies come too close, you can push them back. And what else? This one is amazing for melee. Look at this beauty. Just amazing. Blessed Hammer on steroids. What else do I want to show? What else? This one, I mean, 3 beams, really? We can have 2 beams, but 3 beams, it just looks amazing. And another thing that I really like is, where was this? Crashing Sun. You can charge it up to 3 times and you do sacred damage and heal allies on the landing zone. So we can see this is without charging and this is with charging 1, 2, 3 for bigger area, and yeah, more damage and more healing, I'm assuming. There's more things I can show you, but let's close this. Definitely a lot of stuff that's coming. What's this? 7 Purifiers Legion Archive. That's a tome. That's an offhand catalyst, which is a tome. Nothing too fancy, honestly, but it's not a bad one. Oh, and I have Sarganaris. I'd rather equip the Sarganaris now. So, 0 rage. This is how I like testing. 0 rage, so that's 2930. If I do this, it's 2766. If I do this, it's 2797. So in practice it's giving me less damage, and it's not as good for the spin to win because I don't need attack speed. I'm gonna go back without it. I'm gonna be spinning faster, but I'm not gonna be doing ticks faster. I've tested it together with some viewers. We had a discussion whether it works or not, and I put it to the test on stream, and we could confirm it spins faster, but the ticks remain at the same time. The intervals between the ticks. Nice. That's some good stuff. But yeah, whirlwind builds. If you want another build, feel free to ask for it. Don't be afraid to ask me to switch the build. I do love a little bit of backseat gaming every now and then. I can even let you try and make a build yourself, telling you which nodes to pick. If you have some ideas, feel free to do so. Let's see, curved blade. I have a very good curved blade dagger with three flat damage and 3 sockets. I got it earlier, and yeah, definitely a good one for turret or other rogue builds. I hope I get the rage-based rage mage setup. I need the shadow legs and the McFester and Eract catalyst. If I get those, then we're gonna see some good results. If I get those. Boosted Tin Can 79. Welcome to the Struck Club on Twitch. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it, dude. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Wow, those spear bearers keep getting me because I lost some HP. I think really need some more HP. Ideally, I would want armor with 3 sockets with the stats that I've got right now on my armor, and a helmet with 1 socket with the stats I've got, and preferably with some cooldown reduction as well as what was the other stat that I want, transfer time reduction. This game is amazing, man. If you're fairly new to ARPGs, this is not that bad of a game for your first game. It's still a bit more complicated than some others, but it's not Path of Exile type of complicated when it comes to build making, and you're not punished for making a mistake. You don't have to grind too much to respec, so that's fine. It doesn't punish you. You can completely respec if you make a mistake. You can keep experimenting until something works well. And the game definitely is worth it. I hope it gets a good, strong community. It deserves it. I think Diablo and Path of Exile players alike would enjoy it. If you're a hardcore trader in Path of Exile, probably you won't enjoy it as much, but this game does have the same type of trading system as Path of Exile, where you just go to someone's game, or invite someone to join your game, and then give them an item, they give you an item, they can give you money, they can give you skill points, mind you, affinity points, which are used for some endgame modes or for leveling up your skills. So a lot of things that can be done. Is my occult damage the most? What damage is the most for me? I think physical is still the most, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to stick to material damage bonuses. And I still have to kill enemies to get the bosses to spawn, so I'm gonna have to go back from where I came. Kind of rushed to the boss this time. Right, let's do this. I just hope there's enough enemies to spawn the boss, because sometimes there aren't. Yes, I can show the passives. Just give me a second. Make sure that there's no enemies. Okay, there aren't any. So this is what I've got. I've got the regeneration on kill, because Spin to Win really needs this to keep it going. Then I've got extra crit chance score here. Then I decided to go here for extra rage cost reduction because I wanted to get the max willpower and rage. And I think that's the better option for this setup. Alternatively, there is another option, not taking those two nodes and then taking this cooldown reduction and this health. So if you don't want this, it's fine. You can get some extra cooldown and extra health and just go this way, this way, this way, here, here, here. So you're taking those two damages. Then here for the crit damage and here for extra max rage and willpower. And then here I'm just taking some extra 40 crit damage. And on the way extra HP, like what is it, 30, 45, 55 extra HP, not too bad. There's many other ways to go on about it, but this is one way I prefer. Another way is going here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, instead of going those 7 points and 8, 9. So that's two less points invested if you go this way. But you're losing melee weapon damage and you're losing attack crit chance score and attack damage. So I think this is a very nice way of setting it up. Probably not the best, but it works well. It definitely works well, and with good gear I've been able to do even much harder content. Shit, I can no longer die on this map. I'm gonna have to be more careful. I have to make sure I don't die. I'm gonna stay away from those enemies. Alright, I can go for the boss fight now. Alright, let's jump. Push it, push it, push it. Ah, I hit something on the wall, on the way. No worries, dudes, you're welcome. And yeah, if anyone else wants me at any time to show something like the skill runes, the modifiers, I can always show you those as well. But the passives are the big thing that matters. One thing that's important for spin to win though, there's one thing to remember. This one can be held to prolong the skill. Once you get this and once you get the rage generation on kill, you are okay with the spinning and keeping it going. Look at this goodness. And if you're wondering why my damage is this high, it's because of certain items, like the belt for example, makes the enemies vulnerable and makes them take more damage, more crit damage. Then there's, as I said, the Manix Water. I was farming until earlier, the Manix Water helmet and chest piece. That gives me extra 14% damage, which can be actually 18% damage when min-maxed. For another 2% here and 2% here, damage per unspent rage. With better gear, of course, we can push this even further. But for now, I'm actually happy with how things are turning out. Yesterday I spent half an hour after completing the story, half an hour on the endgame content, and today I've been streaming for 6 hours and 33 minutes and already have those things sorted. The 2 Manix Water, 1 Argant and 1 Trial. And the trial, as I said, took me 160 hours or 150 hours to get the trial in the online mode. I think 150 hours for the trial and 160 hours to try and get the second pair of the Argant, and I couldn't. So this should prepare you for some grinding. I'm hoping they would tweak the drop rates, because it makes no sense to have one unique item dropping less often than another. I'd rather them rename some uniques to mythical or something else, so that you know it's a super rare item, that you know that it drops less often than others. I've been saying that before. If they want some unique items to drop less often than others, just rename them or make it known that's the case, because it's a bit confusing when one unique items for a few hours I can get probably 6-7 versions of it, but another one I could spend hundreds of hours and not get. But that's normal. I mean, in games normally that's how it is. Some items are super rare, even though they're the exact same rarity. Like, for example, in Path of Exile, there's a lot of items that are super rare to get, but when you get them, like what was that chest piece, the Kabbalist chest piece, that was very good for mages. I keep forgetting, but yeah, that chest piece, if you remember which one I'm talking about. Something's it was reddish. But yeah, I'm sure people understand which one I'm talking about if you're Path of Exile players. I just kind of forgot the name. But for my mage builds I always went for it. Not the Tabula Rasa, of course, but the one that was a Kabbalist one as a base. Ah, Impulsa, that was the one, Impulsa's chest piece. This one is one of the rare ones that costs a lot. It was actually Sadist Garb, not Kabbalist, Sadist Garb. I got the name wrong, but I haven't played in a while. I haven't played since this was my last PoE league I've played. Oh, wrong way. Let's go this way. But nice wood quality now, 185 without a single extra modifier. And sometimes what happens, by the way, is you can get more magic find by random additional modifiers. So when you vote into a new stage, sometimes at the beginning of the stage there would be an item that you can pick. It's kind of like the altars that are shrines. Oh shit, one-shotted. And it gives the enemies an extra modifier, but it gives you extra wood quality, extra magic find. Okay, let's keep moving. Alright, boss fight soon. Gonna skip some of the enemies and boom, headshot. It wasn't one shot, but yeah, let's keep pushing. See how far we can take it. Those zombies, the shadow spawn. Pretty annoying when you meet them and don't have some popcorn enemy trash mob killer. I love this term popcorn mobs. I heard Max Schaefer use it in Friday on the official Torchlight stream, and he called the enemies popcorn mobs or popcorn enemies, whatever. He used the term popcorn for trash mobs, and I'm loving this term. And he used it in the dev stream, the official dev stream this Friday for Torchlight 3. Because they do pop like popcorn, one-shot enemies. But they're very annoying. Those fast charging zombies, if 2 or 3 hit you, you're down. Even though they get one shot by you easily. But look at that, there was like 20 or something, 20 something of those at the same place. And that's how they normally spawn. And sometimes what could happen, you could have a group of those in front of you and a smaller group of those could spawn behind you. And you can end up getting ambushed. Look at that, my HP almost went down by 2 or 3 hits. It was down to like 10% or so, maybe less. Couldn't see exactly how well, but it was pretty well. I think I had 200-300, so not 10%, but still. Shit. My rage ran out. Okay, now I'm gonna wait for the beam to end, because enemies can spawn kill you here. And if you resurrect into this beam, you're gonna be a goner. And I think they really need to fix this. This is one feedback I'm gonna give if it remains like this on launch. Resurrecting and not being immortal. And you wanna see my runes. Just give me a moment. Let's make sure there's no enemies. What I suggest is either go all resistance or max health. I prefer to go for max health, but all resistance would be nice as well. If you can get all resistance and survive, that's good. So this is the spin to win. You kind of have like the Tetris block line with a middle decklink sticking out. Then you have this one here, Warpath. Oh, that's Warpath. That's Bladestorm. Actually, my Bladestorm and Warpath look the same. You want the damage dealing Shockwave. This one is not necessary. You can remove it and maybe do something else. But I do like having this stuns enemies. This is not bad to avoid getting crowd controlled. You want this, and this is nice, extra damage. Tracker's Reach. You do not want this. I was experimenting with some ailment here, but here what I do is I do something like this. Why? Because this thing only increases the range of the first hit. So only the big one has increased range, not the little ones. So I'd rather have this one, extra rage and extra reduced cooldown. Then here you want to apply weakness. Needless to say, why extra damage to enemies that are weakened, and stunning is nice. If you don't want to stun, you can probably give yourself some crowd control or removal of crowd control. You can give yourself extra resistances if you want. If you want, you can even increase the effectiveness, but we don't benefit much from the attack and casting speed, not on the spin to win. So I like stunning. And Wings of Ishmir, you really want this one to make sure you can use it to replenish rage when needed, or to use it as an escape mechanic. But you gotta be careful to make sure you have enough stamina to escape. And this one to apply weakness again, and this one for rage generation. This is how I prefer to play it. It's not too difficult to get it to work like that. There's probably better setups, but I really like this one. It really helps me do what I want to do with this build. Do you want to see something more? Did you manage to see everything? I hope I held it for enough time so you can see the things I fixed. If needed, I'm gonna go back and show it again. Another thing you can try is the alternative setup. The alternative setup is with damage to stunned targets. Damage to stunned targets, you do it like this. So instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you go like here 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you get this, and then you can take this extra damage to enemies with impaired movement. And then you can go over here extra damage to nearby enemies, because that was 7 points and we spent 5, then we spent 6 here. And then if you remove some of those points here, you remove 1 point, like remove this one and this one, like let's say we remove 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we remove 6 here, and that means we're gonna have another 7 points. So we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, because the Blade Storm has 4 meters range, and maybe 5, 6, or maybe instead of 5, 6 you can do extra ferocity 5, and actually I'd rather do this for extra HP if you don't have enough HP, or maybe do some extra cooldown. 2 things into cooldown would help you spam the charge more. You can also even get some extra material damage here as well. Bleeding Edge, it's not too bad. For Bleeding Edge you're probably gonna need more help with the rage generation. This is a good passive setup for Bleeding Edge as well, but you're probably gonna need some more dissipation. Another thing you can use with this setup is I'm gonna show you Anvil's Woe. I'm a big fan of Anvil's Woe. So let's show you Anvil's Woe. Although that's probably not the best map to show you Anvil's Woe because of those zombies, but it's a good one. So with Anvil's Woe we can do 20-30,000 damage when min-maxed, maybe even 40,000 damage with a min-maxed Anvil's Woe. But for Anvil's Woe you definitely would wanna get that extra damage for nearby enemies. It's a bit slower though, and with Anvil's Woe eventually my rage gets so much because it's not dissipating. So for Anvil's Woe it's better to have some sort of willpower skill, so you can keep dissipating the rage into willpower. Just look at that now. I'm kind of stuck without ability to spend my rage. Because Anvil's Woe and Bleeding Edge are very hungry when it comes to the rage. For Anvil's Woe, when you keep sustaining it, it gets hungry. For Bleeding Edge, it spends it really quickly, really fast, all of it, for a few casts. Sorry, had to mute my mic for a sneeze. Believe me, you do not want to hear me sneeze. It's gonna be ear rape. Not when using headphone mic very close to where I speak. Yeah, indeed. I have loud sneezes. Sometimes probably the neighbors from the second building after the next can hear me sneezing if my window is open. And that was not actually a loud sneeze I did now. It was one of the quieter ones, so probably it wouldn't have been that bad. But who knows? And the pun was not intended. Saying who knows with nose, you know, sneezing. I do stream every day. I stream every day. I mean, it won't be Wolcen every day, but I stream mostly Wooter games. What I stream is Wolcen, Torchlight 3, but Torchlight 3 I can't stream right now because of the non-disclosure agreement. So it's Wolcen, Warhammer Chaos Bane, Borderlands 3 is the only shooter game I stream because it's a Wooter shooter. And every now and then I stream different stuff. And on the 6th the 6th of February there's a game called Fractured MMO, which is kind of a sandbox, and there's gonna be a stress test. So if the stress test is fine, if there's not many disconnects, which probably is very unlikely, I would stream it. I would be participating in the stress test, and if I think the game is stable enough, I would start streaming it. Fractured MMO is a game developed by a small Italian company, and they're developing it on Unity with Spatial OS. And Spatial OS is very good for MMOs. It allows shit tons of players in the one place, because what it does is it links different servers, different server workers together into one big one. So there's different server workers who are connecting to the Spatial OS. So I can be connected to the European node, you can be connected to the American node, but all of us would be in the exact same server and see each other. So it's great for connectivity. Of course, the game is still in alpha and there's gonna be a lot of roughness around the edges. But they're making a very nice sandbox MMO that probably people would enjoy. But I think the game is far from release. Probably a year and a half, two, maybe more than 2 years of development before it's ready. Yeah, I'm from Europe. I'm from Bulgaria, from southeastern Europe. Like that's near Greece, Macedonia, Turkey, Romania, Serbia. That's my neighboring countries. But I normally stream until half past midnight my time. 30-40 minutes past midnight is when I stop streaming. And if I'm not busy making videos for YouTube in the day or recording content and things like that, I normally start streaming earlier. If I'm busy with making content and stuff like that, I would probably start streaming in the evening, which would be around 6, 7, 8, 9 depending. So sometimes the streams start late. I can't stick to a specific schedule because I do make stuff for YouTube, and sometimes editing, rendering, etc. takes long. I'm currently saving up for an SSD, and I want to get an SSD so I can have better loading times and I can have faster rendering times. Because with my upgraded CPU, it's okay. I do have better rendering, but my rendering currently is throttled by 16 gigabytes of RAM only, which is not too little, it's still fine, but Adobe Premiere is hungry and not using an SSD. I only use an SSD for my system at the moment. And I think I'm getting an SSD pretty soon. And then I'm getting another one, which is getting, I'm getting a gift. In September there's gonna be another SSD 4th generation one, which would be amazing for me as a gift, but until then I'm gonna get another one, a cheaper one, a smaller one, a 3rd generation SSD, NVMe. Shit. This guy killed me twice. But I definitely am trying to improve the content to make sure the FPS is better. And if you notice some stutters in the content, do let me know. I can always reduce the bitrate a bit to make sure at least it's smooth enough. I'm currently streaming on 6.5 thousand bitrate, and this game is hungry on the CPU, but at the moment, let's see, at the moment this game is using only 20% of my CPU. When I was with the old CPU, when I was using i5 compared to this 3700X, I was using 60-70% CPU. So definitely a great upgrade here. And only using 74% GPU on my 1060 6GB. So you can play this game with an old video card and you would be fine. You can probably play it with the i7 and you would be fine. With an i5 I used to play it without problem, but it wasn't that great. So I strongly suggest considering a CPU upgrade if you're running something like an i5 or equivalent. i7 or equivalent should be fine. But yeah, it's a bit hungry, and hungry for CPU. I think the GPU consumption is probably because of me streaming, and I'm using NVIDIA encoding. So I think NVIDIA encoding just adds extra extra usage, GPU usage to the executable instead of to the software for the streaming. I'm not sure how it works. Gore Maker, Bleeding Dagger. Nice bow. Nice physical damage bow. Oh, those spiders hurt. i7 and 1080, you should be more than fine. You should have very good FPS. You can see at the top my FPS goes down a lot. So I probably should see what I can do. And the thing is, it's not throttled. It's not throttled that much. It's not using all it can use. So I think it's just regarding optimizations. The game is not using as much as my PC can give it. My PC can give it a bit more. Especially when it comes to the CPU, I'm only using 20%. And 20 more for streaming, so I have like 60% free CPU unused. And I have like probably 10, 20, 15% GPU unused. But yeah, for now I'm thinking of upgrading the other things. I know I need an upgrade of the graphics card, but that's gonna come later. Thank you ZS Vent, Svent, I hope I'm pronouncing it well. Welcome to the Struck Club, thank you for the follow on Twitch, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, there will be a wipe. There will be a wipe. Actually, the wipe already happened. This is offline. I'm playing offline because the servers are down. The servers are down, so the wipe already happened. And I just created a new character for offline mode. And since there's gonna be completely different build, the offline character you have here, I'm kind of 99.99% sure you would not be able to keep this character if you create one now on offline mode and keep it. I'm thinking it won't be compatible, not with the new build changing so many things. So many items would be completely different. Just the gems themselves changing to give different stats, not just 3 but 9 different things that they can give you. Just this is big enough a change to warrant incompatibilities. Oh, and one shot. Unfortunate one shots. I tried to dodge it with Wings of Ishmir, but before the Wings of Ishmir procced, I was already dead. Okay, let's see what I need and what I don't. Anyone wanna see some other builds? And Negatu, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome to the Struck Club to you as well. Enjoy your stay. So this is what I've got for daggers. I've got this dagger, pretty solid one. Rend, Toxic, Whitening, crit damage, crit chance and Wife Leech. I mean, it's perfect. There's probably things to want, but that's fine. I'm still far away from 300,000 gold. But that was a good run. Definitely took it far enough. Got some more uniques. So I had a lot of uniques before, and I always offer to give away uniques I don't need to my viewers or help them farm. I'm always open to grouping with viewers. I'm not at the state where I can't accept grouping with viewers, where I would only group with subs or anything like that. I'm always open to group regardless whether you're following, not following, whether you're sub, not subbed or whatever. I like company, I like farming with other people, it makes things more fun. Let's start from +2 maybe. Or let's start from +3. Because we were close to getting to unlock +4, because I started from +2 and I think that was the last map. And it would have probably unlocked something else. Let's start from here. At the moment I'm not trying to push, I'm just trying to farm some stuff. Rent is bleeding. Basically you have three major categories, which is material, elemental and occult. material damage is split into physical, rend, which is bleeding, and toxic. So physical can do stun, rend can do bleeding, and toxic can do poison. Then you have elemental with fire and burning, frost and freeze, whitening and shock. Then you have sacred and weakness under occult, shadow and curse, and aether and stasis. So things like this one. Uh, Extra elemental damage would boost fire, frost and whitening altogether. Things like this one, fire damage to attacks, whitening damage to attacks, would only add fire and whitening. And those flat damages get boosted by the percentage damages. So flat damage of course is better uh, because it increases the base. Then you have things like, what is it? This one giving material damage. So this one that gives material damage would be boosting physical, rend and toxic if I have any. And you can see this weapon has physical and toxic. And some occult damage from the modifiers that are from the gems, and fire and whitening from the modifiers that wrote on it. Rend is very good with bleeding catch. Rend damage is good with bleeding catch, and depending on what weapon you're doing, you can experiment with certain passive points. I'm gonna quickly give you a hint. Just let me roll this map. Actually, fuck it, I'm gonna roll the map after. So, if your weapon, is something like the edgy axe, it only does physical damage, or the apex, physical and rend, or the Gore Maker, physical and rend, or the Ryger's Hope sword with material damage sockets. What you can do is you can go ahead and put points here. This gives you 80% more material damage, but it can only deal material, so any bonuses from rings such as whitening damage, frost damage, elemental damage, occult damage, sacred, or anything that's not material would be removed, erased. You would not be getting this bonus. But before it gets erased, what happens is you're converting 30% fire, frost and whitening, and you're converting 30% aether, sacred and shadow into physical. So even if you have a few of those stats left over, you would still get some of it, but ideally you would make sure that you have 0 of those stats from items, so that you can focus on the material damage. Then another thing you can do is you can do this: 30% physical converted into rent. This is gonna help with the bleeding. So this is an interesting setup, but if you want bleeding, you definitely want this immortal offering. If you're doing a bleeding setup, you want this one. So even if you don't get this, Wife Leech on bleeding targets a bleed chance on rent, you could probably get this one, then get this one, get this one, and get this one, and those things here together with some other things. And you can probably get these extra ailment stacks, depending if you're doing an ailment based damage. If you're doing ailment based damage, you definitely want to get this and this and this and this and this probably, but this one is not needed that much, although those two would definitely help you. And this one probably would help you to apply more than one ailment on an enemy, so that when it dies, it's not just gonna get the what's it called, the bleeding, but maybe toxic as well. This one is good for toxic builds. 50% physical converted into toxic. Then you get poison ailment, poison stack duration, material damage bonus. So there are some builds with this dagger and with this dagger. So you have the bleeding dagger, then you have the poison dagger, but of course it's always gonna be better to go for something like a good road legendary dagger for now. Because for now items are locked to level 20. Even though this item is level 22, this one is 25, they're still giving level 20 stats. A good example is this one, level 31 and level 21, they're almost the same, basically barely any difference. because both of them have level 20 affixes, and that's for balancing reasons. We can get higher level items, but they're not higher level in stats, only on level. And this is gonna change when the game launches. Currently we are capped at level 20 stats, but we can still do higher level enemies and get higher level only in number items. Okay, I'm gonna get this, and I'm gonna get this, and I'm gonna get this, and what else? Stamina regeneration. Actually, let's get this one. They're not gonna be stunned for as long, but it's fine. I like the willpower regeneration because it feeds my rage regeneration, like rage, not generation, but the transfer time. It's not that big of a deal, but it helps. Well, now I'm gonna have to get it though. I'd rather, if I have to punish myself, I'm gonna punish myself with this. Between those three options. So you can see when I do rage, you have this white bar. The white bar filling up. And when you have more willpower regeneration, that means it's gonna dissipate faster when it starts dissipating. It's not gonna start dissipating faster, but when it does start dissipating, it's gonna dissipate faster. And transfer this to this. That's kind of how this game works. There's some transfer time. Once the transfer time passes, you start transferring the rage to willpower or the willpower to rage. Let's get this out through there. So the game mechanics might seem complicated at first, but once you get the hang of it, it's pretty easy to learn how to make builds yourself and how to synergize your items with your builds and what things to go for. But there's definitely a lot of things I'm planning on making as guides, such as explanation of the different armor types, the different damage types, the different map modifiers. I'm gonna make a guide for crafting, but I'm gonna first spend some time playing the game. I'm not gonna rush making guides without exploring as much as I can, so I can make better... Oh, Beauty Eternal. That's an interesting armor, by the way. It's definitely a fun armor that opens up interesting setups. It gives you all resistances based on dodge chance. So the more dodge chance you pick, the more all resistances you get. And enemies that you freeze are frozen for 20% longer, but when you're frozen it also lasts for longer. So this is an interesting for a melee tank with freezing. Yeah, this white bar into rage is converted into willpower. So as I gain rage, you can see my willpower removes. As I gain willpower, my rage would remove. So if I were to use a spell, that would be happening. Like if I do this, let me just quickly show you. I'm gonna quickly show you with some skills. I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna do a spell. So you can see this consumes rage and then it goes to willpower. But if I were to do this, it's gonna consume willpower. Look at that willpower gaining. And at one point I'm gonna stop being able. And now we're waiting for the transfer time. And currently my transfer time is so low that it constantly keeps regenerating. And now I'm using rage. So look at that, at the moment my rage is getting transferred while I'm casting, so as I'm casting I still keep refilling. And this is kind of how it is. So hybrid builds are definitely fun. Okay, let's go this way. So when you're using spells, you cast by consuming willpower. And when you use a potion for rage, it removes willpower and fills rage. When I do this, this gives me rage. So this would remove my willpower. Watch me use number 2. It removed willpower, but it immediately converted it into rage. And that's the same for other things. You consume one thing and then you get the other, but as the time goes, it starts converting one to the other. Look at that. The white bar goes this way, and with the same speed the white bar goes down, the purple one goes up. And that's for the other white bar too. And this is called transfer time, and there's another thing. Where was it? So this one, transfer time reduction between willpower and rage, makes this transaction become faster, makes this transfer become arrive sooner than rather than later. And offhands have something like minus transfer time reduction from willpower to rage. All offhands but one. There's one offhand that doesn't have it, and it's perfect for mixed builds, for hybrids. If I get it, I'm gonna show you good builds with it. I hope I get it soon. If not today, maybe some other day, maybe tomorrow I can do some more Wolcen and show you. Shit, don't die. Fuck, I got frozen by this guy, and then the other one was reducing. Shit, okay. And the exploding spears got me. Alright, let's keep moving. And thankfully this game is not so punishing in regards to you dying and how many times you can die and all of that. It's not like Path of Exile when you have a full group and if one dies, that's it, it's over for them. You have downtime, and during that downtime your teammates can come and res you. If you end up completely dying, you can still resurrect yourself, respawn is what they're calling it, but your teammates need to be out of combat. So when you're playing in multiplayer, you actually have unlimited amount of resurrection as long as you don't die at the same time. If everyone dies at the same time, then it's over. But if there's one person alive, everyone else can resurrect, even if the down timer is over. And this down timer is not too bad, and you can still get gotten up during combat. So the down timer allows you to rest someone during combat, but once this is down, they can only resurrect outside of combat. That's kind of how they're balancing it. It's not like Path of Exile, you have a full team, one dies, and it's over for them because all the map entries have been used up. And that's fine, that's good how they made it in this game. And when you're alone, you can only resurrect yourself 3 times, which is not like in Path of Exile 6 times, but you're alone, so it's not too bad. I mean, the whole idea is to try and not die to get better rewards in some mods even. So you can rest 3 times, and the 4th time you die, it's gonna be over. So it's like you're having 4 lives. Phantom Magnus 82. Thank you, Jude, for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club and enjoy your stay. Nice to have you here. Again, guys, I'm loving all the questions that you're asking. And yeah, the transfer time always works like that. It doesn't need a special item, but there's items to make it better. Make the transfer time happen faster and with less delay. Envy's Denial, alright. There's that. I'm gonna get this because it might be good. I'm gonna get this because it might be good. It's a balance act. It's a balance act between willpower and rage. But you can still play a full rage build like me. This is a full rage build, you don't have to worry about willpower in this setup, because you're not using that much. You still have potions. Thirst, this is a nice mage amulet. That gives up to 60%, maybe even more than 60% spell power. This one gives me only 55. So there's definitely fun mechanics in the game to learn, and once you learn them, it feels like riding a bicycle. Once you learn it, you know it, and it's easy to understand. Thank you, Equinox AD. Welcome to the Struck Club. Welcome to my Twitch channel. Nice to have you, and I hope you have fun. And I hope I pronounced it properly. Equinoxadi, Equinoxadi. Sorry guys if any of you I've mispronounced the name. I think it's normal for some names to kind of give me difficulties. Okay, this boss is kind of getting filled up quickly. Normally some of those maps, as you've noticed, take slower to fill the boss. Some of them give me more spawns and I end up reaching the boss quicker. But one thing is for sure, in this game spin to win feels fun. I've played many games where spin to win just doesn't feel as fun. And in those games, like for example in Chaos Bane, the spin to win could feel fun, but it's definitely something for some of the lowest level content, the lowest difficulty content in Chaos Bane. And it still doesn't feel as constant. At one time you're gonna run out of energy, and getting it to regenerate energy is not as easy there as it is here to get willpower. And in Torchlight 3, the Cyclone mode, it's definitely a proc skill. It's skill to proc different things, to proc certain things like bolts cast on lightning, on shocked enemy, or poison bolts coming from attacking a poisoned enemy. Oh, Omari's Waki Belt. Nice. So it's not a skill for damage in Torchlight 3. But here you can still do some okay damage, do some of the easier content, do some good farming with it, without running out of rage. So this is the one magic find item in the game. This can give you up to 50% magic find. Of course the belt I'm using at the moment is very nice. The best belt so far when it comes to uniques. Last Epoch I've never played it. If I had access to the game I would play it. In cases like this where I'm waiting for the launch of Wolcen after the wipe, and where Torchlight 3 is currently in non-disclosure agreement, so I can't stream it until maybe 1 or 2 months from now when they remove the non-disclosure agreement. And with Wolcen I'm waiting for an update. I'm waiting for the Dwarven Engineer Kiwa to get released in Warhammer Chaos Bane. So this would have been the perfect time if I had access to Last Epoch. I would have probably played it, maybe made a couple of build videos in between. But I think Last Epoch needs some more development. From what I've seen and heard about the game, it's in a beta, but its beta is technically an alpha. Like this what I'm playing at the moment in Wolcen is a beta, only in name. Technically it's an alpha. Why? Because in a beta you would have all the content from the story, and it would be all about technical issues being flattened out. Fixing the server uptimes, fixing the lagging, fixing bugs and glitches, not adding new content. And at the moment this is an alpha because it's missing 2 of the major acts. It's missing half of the skills, half of the modifiers. It's missing 70 levels. It's only level 20, the maximum is 90 on launch. So this might be better in name, and I know why it's better in name, because they wanted to separate it completely from the old alpha, which the beta after the alpha was a completely new game. They scrapped all the progress from the alpha, and then it makes it easier for people to understand it's a completely different thing. And I understand why this game needed to do it. But from what I read on the Steam page of Last Epoch, what they're categorizing as a beta is exactly what the description of an alpha is. Implementing the core content. All the core content normally is implemented into a beta, but that's just semantics, so it doesn't really matter what they're calling it as long as we enjoy playing it. So in last epoch, I think they need a bit more time to fix what's there. From what I'm reading in the forums on Steam, from reviews, it's not there yet. There's a lot of stuff getting added bit by bit, but there's a lot of stuff missing. And I'm a big fan of testing alphas and betas. I'm actually a fan of testing unfinished games, because they can be unpolished gems that are just waiting for the right feedback to be given by the community to become something great. And if the developers, which normally indie developers do, if the developers listen to the community, then their games would become good, and the people who would be playing them would enjoy them. Because the community, your alpha testers and beta testers in an indie game are very important. It's very nice to listen to them, because they can tell you what feels fun and what doesn't feel fun. Of course, there is a certain extent to which developers should and shouldn't listen to the community, because if you're a developer, you probably want to enjoy making the games you like as well, not the games your community likes. But there's a balance between one and the other, because you can't completely ignore the community, which some big companies tend to do. Some big companies, Blizzard, EA, cuff, do think mostly about themselves, not about the community. They think about shareholders, they think about money. It's big guys with suits who decide a lot of the things and who try to push the developers' hands into implementing certain systems that probably do not belong into a ARPG, for example. And this happened to Diablo 3 on launch. Real money auction house, for real. It took them a while to remedy themselves and to remove this, but by that time many people have quit Diablo 3, and it was a graveyard game. And you can see how small the player base in Diablo 3 is from the leaderboards. There are some people who just played for a few weeks, a month and a half, and then pick up something else after reaching their goals. And this is one of the things with seasonal content and leagues. Not everyone likes it. Not everyone likes having to return every league and starting over. I know many like it, but I know many don't. And yeah, removing the PvP aspect of Diablo 3, that was a selling point for a lot of people. A lot of people were looking forward to the arenas from all the teasers and trailers. And now I don't want to overhype myself for Diablo 4 and get disappointed, so I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait and see. So far we have a lot of good stuff announced for Diablo 4. And for those of you who don't know, I'm gonna give you a link with a lot of information about Diablo 4. This is the link. You can learn a lot of stuff that has been announced on BlizzCon, and there's a lot of interesting discussions going on in there for Diablo 4, so keep that in mind. So far it looks to be promising. Of course it's not returning the rune words to the way we wanted them, but it's still returning rune words in a certain way. And it's returning the old type of skill tree system to a certain extent. Thank you Altidorian for the follow on Twitch, really appreciate it. Welcome to the Struck Club and enjoy your stay. So yeah, I'm gonna wait for Diablo 4. I'm gonna keep my hype to a moderate level, not too much, because I don't want to get disappointed by Diablo 4. And from what it looks like, and I'm not the only one that thinks so, they're making Diablo 4 as a Hail Mary to the community, to the people who wanted something similar to Diablo 2 and 1, and still retaining some of the aspects from Diablo 3 that felt okay. So we'll see how it's gonna be. In one way it could be good, trying to give Diablo fans what they've been wanting for in the forums and so on. But in one way it could be a bit limiting, because there's not gonna be much innovations. But sometimes some systems aged well. Like look at Diablo 2. At the moment a lot of people would be playing Diablo 2 Remastered if they didn't lose some of the source code. One of the reasons they're not remastering Diablo 2 like Warcraft 3 and Warcraft Reforged is that some of the source code was lost, from what I heard. That's just me getting the news from someone else. I don't know whether that's really true. But yeah, many people would play it. I personally don't like how certain systems in Diablo 2 aged, but there's a lot of systems that age like fine wine, as I like to say. So there's good systems in Diablo 2, one of them being the socketing rune system, being a fun one. I'm not a big fan of itemization being like in Diablo 3. Diablo 3 itemization, where set items are the go-to items, unless you're doing an LON build with uniques and legendaries, definitely doesn't seem that great. One thing that Chaos Bane did wrong is exactly this type of itemization. Get the people to farm that set. This set boosts this skill, you wanna be using this set with this skill for a build. Have a limited number of sets and only use builds that are centered around those sets. This is very limiting, removing the freedom, and that's what I like about Wolcen. There's no sets. Maybe they could introduce a soft set between a sword and another sword, or maybe between a shield and a sword. Something like this would be acceptable. I would enjoy having dual wielding swords or hammers, like let's say mace with shadow and mace with light damage, like sacred and shadow. And currently we have fire and ice swords for dual wielding. Something like this would be nice, and it would go well as a soft set, a small set between items. Maybe you can have something like a sword and a shield set. That's gonna be nice. Something like this would not break the game too much. How will multiplayer be done? No Eagle Gaming, thank you for this question, and welcome to my Twitch, thank you for the follow as well. Multiplayer at the moment, I can only tell what's available at the moment. The way you do it is you go to the main menu and you create a game. And while you're creating the game, the game is connecting you to the Steam servers, and it's looking for people who are looking for the same type of content. So it could be story, it could be Soldier of Fortune, which is the current two modes we have. Endgame is Soldier of Fortune, story is the quests. And there's gonna be more coming, probably on the launch. And it tries to look for people who are looking for this mode at the same time. I can immediately tell you I'm not a big fan of how it's done at the moment, and I think it needs improvements. Because currently I started the game, and if I was in online, I would not be able to team up with other people unless they were looking for a game at the same time I was creating mine. So what they need to add, and hopefully they've already added it for the launch, is pick me up matchmaking, I think is the term. So you start, you pick the selected rifting or story or whatever mode you wanna do, and it starts grouping you up, starts finding you a game that has already started. So you can be able to hot join someone else's game. Something like this would work great. Currently it doesn't. Currently it can only place you with team members that are looking for game at the same time you are. So let's say at the moment it's 11:51 p.m. And let's say from 1-2 minutes from now someone else starts looking for a game and I start looking for a game right now. So for the next 1 or 2 minutes, if someone is looking for a game together with me and they're probably from the same region, we would be put into the same match. That's how I think it works. But if my match has already started and someone 5 minutes later starts looking for a match, they can't join me. You can still invite people from Steam friends, and I think they need global chat. They need global looking for group chat. They need clans and guilds where people can look for groups. I think Diablo 3 style matchmaking would fit perfectly this game. Diablo 3 has guilds and clans with chats, it has global chats, and it has pick-me-up matchmaking, based on the content type. Lobbies with rooms would also be fine. Grim Dawn style of matchmaking would be amazing. Speaking of Grim Dawn, I think I saw a message about Grim Dawn. Let me scroll up, because I think it got scrolled down. Well, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing any message about Grimdown, but I think I saw something. Alright, maybe I'm not seeing it, but just wanted to check. And yeah, total damage on the weapons is calculated with socketed gems together. So what you get here is by socketing gems, you're improving this flat damage. So socketing different gems gives you flat damage here, and this increases the total weapon damage. So if I remove this shadow and sacred damage, and by the way, occult stones are the only ones that give you flat damage. So for material you have percentage based damage like this, and for elemental you have this one, but when I unsocket it, it's gonna give percentage damage elemental. So if you want flat damage, you have to go for occult gems, and that's giving some sort of a balance there. And yeah, this gives you flat damage, which goes transferred into weapon damage, which is taken for the skills. The trading we have in the game currently is Path of Exile style trading. You invite someone into the group, you click on their portrait here, and then it opens options such as kick, promote to party leader, etc. And then there's trading. So it opens a trading window similar to Path of Exile trading, or you can give them an item and they can pay you with another item or with money or with skill points. Mind you, they can pay with skill points, which are called affinity points. And the affinity points are not just skill points, they're a resource used for endgame modes. So you can either level up skills with those affinity points, you can use them to respec your passives with those affinity points, and you can also use them to do some endgame activities. So when you trade, you can pay with this or with items, or just give stuff for free. And both parties need to confirm before the trading is completed. Typical standard trading window interface. And this is where I'm split. When it comes to the trading, I do like Diablo 3 style trading because it prevents black markets of people selling items for real money, like in Path of Exile. In Path of Exile, you can see on the black market online a lot of people selling resources and items for real money. But as a content creator, I also want to have free trading because that means I'm gonna be able to trade with people and get items for builds faster, and experiment with the builds and make build videos on YouTube. And free trading would allow me to do that. Whereas if there's Diablo 3 style trading, only my teammates would be able to trade with me, and that's gonna be limiting. Another thing the game has probably in mind is auction house with only in-game money. No real item money, no Diablo 3 style launch auction house, but it doesn't have it yet. So 4 months ago on the public roadmap there was this card, and 4 months ago it was by a moderator, it was archived. So they either gave up on the idea or decided to postpone it for later. So at the moment I'm pretty sure there is not gonna be an auction house, maybe later in the future. But there were more important things to develop. So I understand why they decided not to complete this and archived it. Yeah, on the 13th February, on the release, the release date, the level would be level 90. There would be a lot of changes. We're gonna have 90 passive, actually we're gonna have 89 passive skill points. If I know correctly, we get the first one on level 2, and then at each level you're gonna get one. So that's gonna be 89 passive skill points. And there's gonna be a third tree. So currently we have 9 classes. We have the scholar, we have the soldier, we have the sentinel, then we have another 6 here, warmonger, ranger, warlock, praetorian, Assassin, and Kabbalist. So that's 3 plus 6 and then plus another 12. So we're getting twice, even more than twice the stats. We're getting 133% the current classes on the third skill tree. Then we're getting twice the skills. Currently we have 20 and we're gonna get 40. And currently those 20 either have 9 or 8 modifiers. But on launch everything is gonna have 16 modifiers. Currently we have 20 modifier points and up to level 20 on the skill. Up to level 21 on the skill. Actually it's 20. So on launch you're gonna have 90 levels on the skill and only 10 modifier points, but the modifiers would cost 1, 2 or 3 points, depending whether they're minor, major or whatever the middle one was called, advanced or whatever. Let me quickly check the correct terms. So they're gonna be called, so where did this go? Minor, medium and major modifiers. So I'm gonna give you some info. This is some info about this. And then at skill level 47 you're gonna unlock all the skill modifiers. At skill level 59 you're gonna have all 10 modifier points. And you're gonna keep leveling up until skill level 90 to get the skills be stronger. So there's that. And thank you Sniper Lead. Welcome to my Twitch. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the Strug Club. Oh, and a zap stick. Nothing too fancy, the zap stick. Greku, welcome to the Strug Club to you as well, and thank you to the follow to you too. Enjoy your stay, folks, and I hope you're having fun. So I've got another 30-40 minutes of streaming because it's already midnight here. It's already midnight, so 30-40 minutes from now I'm gonna stop. But thanks everyone for being here. So I'm gonna try and see if I can farm some more good wood. Until then, let's see. Yes, the price of the game is gonna change. So currently it's gonna be 10 euro more than now. So if you buy the game now, you're paying 10 euro less or $15 less if you're on the US region. So if you want to save 10 euro or $15, you might as well get the game now if you're planning on spending a lot of time in the game. So one of the perks of buying the game before launch would be this. And you're still gonna be able to play this. What I'm playing right now is the beta. So if you buy it now, you're gonna be able to play this. But currently the servers are down for maintenance. 2 weeks maintenance until the launch, so you're gonna be only able to play offline. And once the game launches, you're not gonna be able to carry over the progression that you've done here, because the game would be very different. So if you wanna play around, mess around, test some things, get used to the mechanics in the game, you can buy it now, you can play for another 11 days. Zimogore26, thank you for the follow, welcome to the Strug Club, dude, really appreciate it. And yes, I will be making, I keep forgetting to let you know, I will be making builds and guides and all sorts of things on YouTube for the game. I'm just waiting for the launch, I don't want to make stuff for the beta right now. But I would spend some time playing, pushing further and experimenting with things. I'm gonna try to push out fun builds. I'm not always aiming for the meta. I mean, some of the builds I push out probably would be meta, but I always go for the crazy builds, especially in a game like this that is like a sandbox. It would be a sin not to push some of the weird builds that are not the traditional setups. This game is kind of like a mashup between Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Diablo 3 and Path of Exile. So if you combine all those games, maybe a little bit of Grim Dawn as well, you get this. and it's kind of combining the good things about those games, which is pretty nice. I think if the community is growing up and getting bigger and stronger, the game would get a lot of funds to keep developing, maybe hire new people, maybe hire people to work on console release, hire people to improve the networking and anything like that. I think this game really deserves a good community because there's so much potential there, and the developers are taking cues from the community and are trying to make the game enjoyable. So far I've seen it grow in front of my eyes from the early alpha days. I've been an early adopter of the game, and I can tell you there's been a lot that changed. It's like a completely different game playing this beta compared to the alpha, and when the game launches it's gonna be a completely different game comparing the beta to the release. Alright, this was close. 3000. The other day I had an enemy kill me when it had like 100 HP or something. A boss kill me. It was the final resurrection, which was the more annoying part. So the game definitely has a lot of nice stuff from different places. Okay, let's do this. I'm actually gonna put some gems into the weapon, just to save storage space. This is how I save storage space in the game. If I got gems, I put them in socketed items to be able to carry more wood. You can always remove the gems, it's not expensive, and when the game launches you would be able to change the number of sockets, because you would be able to control the crafting of certain items via socketed gems. Basically, when you're crafting items, it would be consuming all the gems that are socketed, and based on the gems that are socketed, different things would be happening to the item. It would either be preserving stats, the same stats as the ones that have been socketed. So let's say I have an item with Wife Leech, and all the other stats are shit, and I want to remove all the other stats and get new stats. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put Wife Leech gems into the item, and then I'm gonna try and reroll it by keeping only the Wife Leech and everything else getting rerolled. And then there's gonna be another way of crafting by getting stats similar to what is socketed without rerolling. So let's say I have an item with 5 modifiers. Like this one has 6, so this one probably won't work. But let's take this one. It has 5 modifiers. Let's say I want Life Leech on this one. I'm gonna put either 1 or 2 or 3 sockets on the item, and I'm gonna put Wife Leech there. Then I'm gonna use an item that allows me to add a new modifier. Item like just a moment, I'm gonna show you, like this item. So this item can be applied on legendary items, and what it does is it consumes all socketed gems to guarantee a new magic effect. And the power of the gem, the power of the item depends on the tier of the gem. It says the of the gem's level, but that's also the gem tier. And the type of item modifier that I'm gonna get would depend on the socketed things. So what the developers did as an example, they put those 3 gems into this item. And into this item the result was this. And then on this item, you see there's 2 times health regeneration and then 1 time force shield. When they use this item onto that armor, they got this as a result. So they got the 6 health regeneration bonus, they lost all the 3 gems, and all the other stats are the same. And they just got the health regeneration from this setup. So this is one way of crafting. So it basically consumes the socketed gems, and that's why you probably wouldn't want 3 sockets if you want to get this stat. Because if you have only 1 socket and you only want 1 stat, you're probably just gonna go for 1 single socket and putting that gem you want there to make sure you're giving yourself this stat. Then you can reroll the item for 3 sockets and put some gems to give you stats as a socketed, not as a reroll one. Not sure what the chances are. Someone would probably come with some statistics. There's going to be some min-maxers, data miners that would come with the statistics on what the chances of something happening are. But that's going to require some research data. So it's gonna take a while before they have the there was a term, I can't remember the term, but it was some sort of data that they used to call it sample data. That's what I'm talking about. So you need a lot of sample data to kind of make predictions about what the percentages of something happening are. Without sample data, probably the results would not be as good. And this is how I normally deal with bad RNG. If the RNG is bad, food it. Food it with more drops, bigger quantity of drops. That's why sometimes I like pushing lower difficulty dungeons, but faster, rather than pushing the harder difficulty dungeons, but slower. To food the drop rates with sample data, with tons of items dropping, and eventually one would be legendary. That's how I used to enchant items in Lineage. When I used to play private Lineage servers, you know, in Lineage there's 67% chance to succeed enchant. If you fail, the weapon breaks and you need a new weapon. Pretty hardcore, isn't it? So yeah, before you make your weapons into crystals, I used to buy like 100 weapons or so. I used to buy as many weapons as I can, the same exact type, and then I used to try and get every weapon to the safe enchanting, and then after the safe, which was like +7 or whatever depending on the server, I used to get every next weapon to the next grade. So first I'm gonna make everything to +7, then I'm gonna make every weapon to +8, then whatever survives, then I'm gonna try +9, and so on until I get like whatever 20 something, as far as I can take it. That's how I used to flood RNG. Alright, let's see. I used to do the same in Black Desert, by the way. Kind of flooding, building what's it called, fail stacks. Although in Lineage 2 you didn't have something like fail stacks. But I still used to kind of build them, even though there wasn't something called fail stacks in there. I kind of find out to work good that way. But this is pretty different than Black Desert fail stacks, what I was doing in Lineage, because we didn't actually have an official fail stack system. So a lot of uniques already. A lot of uniques. Anyone wanna see a different build? Anyone wanna see a mage or a rogue? Now is your chance. I'm in the town before starting my next set of things, so feel free to request certain playstyles. I'm gonna put some items here, and I'm gonna put this here. Thank you Endeavor88 for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. Okay, you want a rogue. Rogue, let's see what I wanna go for. I'm gonna take this dagger. I'm gonna keep my material damage probably. Do you want a melee rogue, or do you want a ranged rogue? Just wondering what type of rogue to show you. Or do you want a hybrid rogue mage? Because I can do a hybrid too. I'm gonna keep one of those with me for a hybrid if I need to do it. And then what else do I want to pick up? I think I had a good pistol somewhere. It's here. Anything I want. Alright. So 612, 812. So let's put this here. Let's put the 612. Thank you, Shenk Mitro. thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Stroke Web Dude. Nice to have you here. So I'm probably gonna be going for a code. So that's gonna stay 610, 610, 711, 612. Anything better in my warehouse? Shadow damage? Anywhere? I don't think so. Well, let's get the 711 then. 711 it is. I'm gonna get this. And then later I'm gonna do something else. I'm gonna keep my current setup with the Manix Water. D4. I wish this was D4, but yeah, it definitely is a nice one. Definitely is a nice game in the genre. One to keep your eye out on, and it's coming in 11 days, guys. It's coming on the 13th of February, so if you get it now, you're actually saving money, but only if you're planning on spending a lot of time in the game. So I don't want to recommend the game and someone telling me, oh, you recommended this game, I didn't like it. So it's a decision. It's not that cheap, but it's gonna be more expensive when it launches, so it's probably still worth considering getting it now. So since I'm going for more occult damage, you wanted rogues. Currently turrets are OP. I'm gonna show you why turrets are OP, but I'm not gonna go for completely turret build. The turret would just be a part of the setup. And for now I'm gonna try and show you only a rogue setup, completely rogue setup, but then I'm gonna show you something else. So let's go for this here. Let's go for Phantom Blades. And well, I'm gonna show you Slayer's Fury later. First of all, I wanna show you Arrow's Whale. This should be fine. Oh no, I don't want this one. I can't use this one. Actually, I can use this one because I've got a dagger. Then that's fine. Pre-release purchase rewards. Currently, you just get access to the beta, which is currently offline only because the servers are down for maintenance for 2 weeks. So that's one of the things you get, and the other one is a cheaper price. I'm not sure about any other perks. Maybe there are, but I don't know about them. But I definitely don't think there's anything else. I still haven't gotten Udelia's March boots. So the rogue, I need to reset my skills. I'm gonna go for a projectile based setup. That means I'm gonna go for this. And this tree would go like this, I think. We're going for this here. We're taking this one here. I'm gonna take this. I need the pierce and I need the crit damage. Yeah, Path of Exile is fine for people that enjoy Path of Exile. I personally there's a lot of things about Path of Exile that outweigh the things I like. So there's a lot of things I don't like in PoE that outweigh the good stuff. That's why I'm not playing it. But everyone has their own preference, so everyone's free to play whatever they like, which is the beauty of certain things. So there's a various different rogue builds. The one I'm gonna do is probably not the most meta one, but let's see how it works. I'm gonna get that ailment based damage. Oh no, I can't. I can't get the ailment based damage. Well, I can get some extra projectile damage, I guess. The least I can do is this, get some extra projectile damage, or maybe get some material damage. Or maybe get some crit damage. And then, how's my HP? My HP is tragically low, because my gear is so bad. I mean, my gear is neither all resistance, nor force shield, nor HP, because I've just started. I spent Today 7 hours 53 minutes of streaming, and yesterday endgame wise I only did roughly around half an hour because I was finishing up the story on this playthrough yesterday. So let's say I spent 7.5 hours, so definitely my gear is not the most optimal when it comes to stuff. So I'm gonna invest into some HP with the final point. I probably should not have spent this point here as well. I should have gone for 50% HP. So I'm gonna do that. Less damage, more survivability. We don't want to be getting one shot. So I'm gonna get those 2 points. If you wanna post a link, yeah, just a moment. I'm gonna give you just a second. I hope you don't abuse it. Don't abuse it. Did it work? Or do I need to do it like this? I'm not sure how it works getting moderator. Oh, there we go. Don't abuse the power. And thank you for posting it. Thank you. I do appreciate that you're trying to help with this. So what did I have here? Wait. I think I'm missing something. Oh yeah, I had this here. So 5 points. What's missing? This is missing. And I'm forgetting something. This is missing. Now we have 1 point. Where is a point missing? Can either get material damage or I can get... I'm thinking of getting some more HP. Just to make sure I don't get one shot as easily. I mean, I'm fine if I sacrifice some damage and get some more HP. So one way would be getting this 10% HP. Another one would be material damage. And there's this 15% HP. I'm gonna get this one. And thank you for the follow. Oh, actually there's 20% HP there. So I'm gonna get that 20% HP. So thank you for the follow, Satan666. Nice nickname, Jude. How's hell? Is it hot there around this time of the year? Welcome to the Struck Club and enjoy your stay, man. Really appreciate the follow. So let's do some adept. Let's do something that's not gonna one-shot me, just to show you some rogue play. And I'm gonna be experimenting with different rogue setups just to show you some variety, some hybrid and non-hybrid setups. Since you wanted rogue, weakness chance. Do I do whitening damage? This does whitening. Okay, let's do element damage resistance. Let's do this. Thank you, KNasen888. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. Currently, the max level is 20, but in 11 days, on the 13th of February, this is changing to level 90. So there's a lot of stuff changing. A lot of things would be different. So you definitely might want to be keeping an eye out on this one. So do I reduce my whitening damage? Well, I'm gonna reduce the whitening damage, I guess. Let's accept and let's show you. So this is heavy rogue. It's gonna be using only rogue stuff with just this for movement. So just this would be for movement, the rest is rogue stuff. And mind you, my skills are not leveled up. My rogue skills are far from being leveled up. So you can see it's kind of slower than the spin to win, definitely slower than the spin to win. I definitely don't have the most optimal gear for this one, and you're gonna see me having troubles with the rage compared to that. And MNLS2, thank you for the Twitch follow, welcome to the Scrub Club, and enjoy your stay. Have fun, folks. And I'm also getting hosted by K9 on Mixer. Thank you for the host, dude. I'm getting close to the end, but I'm gonna keep this stream a bit longer. I was planning on doing another 20 minutes, but maybe I can do it another 30-40 minutes. Thank you for the host on Mixer, dude. Do appreciate it. I'm loving all the people today, all the new faces. Really appreciate you being here, folks. So yeah, this is the rogue setup if you want a full rogue, not a hybrid. The only hybrid-ish thing is using warpath. But that's because I'm using a dagger and it allows me access to melee skills, even though it's not a completely rogue setup. So you have your arrow, rain of arrows kind of skill, arrows well. Then you have this one which is like an AoE projectile. And there's a version of changing these two, instead of doing one projectile, doing two. And I'm gonna do it now. Just gonna get rid of the enemies around me. And then there's the turret. The turret is OP, so that's why I was avoiding using it. Because you can have two turrets and they can just auto-aim, so it's like having two aim bots around you, doing all the work for you. So let's change this one to a skill with two projectiles, as I said. There is a way to do it, and it's this way. So basically, I want you to see the difference, but just making sure that there's no enemies around me. There's a lot of things that Diablo 3 doesn't have. I mean, Diablo 3 doesn't have such a skill system as the passives. Look at this. This is definitely something that you don't have in Diablo 3. But yeah, there's a lot of similarities. They took the good stuff about Diablo 3, which I like. I like this system with the modifiers. There's gonna be 16 modifiers here. And as I said, 40 skills. Currently we have 20, but there's gonna be 40 skills on launch. Visually it's nice. This is CryEngine. So this game has been under development for a lot of years. And visually this is CryEngine. So this is engine made for shooters. Honestly, it's not an engine made for ARPGs, but this is the skill. Look at the damage. The damage here, I'm just gonna waste the rate so you can see the differences easily. So now look at the damage. The average damage is around 6,000, but it's only one projectile. Then we get 3 projectiles of 3,700. So that's overall much better damage, in my opinion. Because you have those projectiles, look at that. And they can go farther away, but then they're not gonna hit the same target. So if you're using those on bosses up close, it's very strong. There's also a way to add projectiles to this one. You can hold on one additional charge. Let me show you something with this skill. Look at this skill, how I changed it. Now it's traveling, so it's circling around the cursor. So if your cursor is here, it's gonna do this. If my cursor is here, it's gonna do this. So the further away, the bigger the circle. So definitely a lot of fun ways to change the skills. There's also a way to make it toxic and apply poison. Shotgun effects are fun shotgun effects indeed. There's shotgun effect for the turret, by the way, that shoots a Kono AoE. But I think this version of the turret is stronger. So turrets currently are probably the builds that allow you to push safest. It's the safest to push with the turret setup because you can just leave it be and you can hide and let it do the damage, let it do all the work. Definitely I'm avoiding playing it right now. But on launch I'm gonna be playing a Necro turret build just for the sake for the wolves. I wanna see how lazy man a build can get by having summons and turrets. when the game launches. So that's probably gonna be the first build I'm gonna try and gear up for. But if the game gives me gear for different setups, I'm gonna make different builds first. Whatever gear the game gives me, I'm gonna make it work. I think I've got enough knowledge already by my short experiences with this beta and before with experimenting with builds, because before a month and a half I really wasn't playing Wolcen much, just every now and then to check the new updates. But over the past month and a half I've experimented with so much stuff. Together with my viewers we've been theory crafting some different setups. So I've got some knowledge about different builds. But okay, let's get rid of the turret for now. I'm not gonna use it, I'm gonna use the other stuff. And I want to level up arrows well a bit more. I want to level up this skill a bit more to show you some modifiers. I want to show you this and this modifier. I'm gonna reduce the cooldown. The tap overlay is with tap. It's tap, so you guessed it, it's tap. If something is known to work, why change it? If tap is the globally known hotkey for overlaid map, why get a new one? Definitely, if I were to make an ARPG and have an overlay map, I'm gonna make it tap as well. It's just the globally known one. People know it to be that way. It's nice to have it, and actually you can increase the transparency and decrease the transparency. I can increase the transparency a lot. So if you go to settings, is it here? Map, you can see that's the maximum you can have it, but it wants me to restart the game. I don't want to restart right now, but it doesn't really want me to restart it. Look at that. That's the transparency at the minimum transparency you can get. I had it at 21%, let's keep it at like 24. So there are some options there. If you wanna, do you wanna see the options, by the way? The current options in the beta, they're probably gonna change, but you have things like that, shadows, animation, objects, water, textures. You have motion blur and lens flare, which I'm not a big fan of those in games. There's sharpening as well. There's chromatic aberration, VSync, show FPS. There's sounds, gameplay settings. You can see enemy health bars, auto equip stuff. You can scale the HUD, something that I'm really big fan of, being able to scale my HUD to as much as I want. Map overlay capacity, and by the way, the HUD would look differently. So just a moment, I'm gonna show you. The HUD would look like... Thank you for the follow, Jude. Chaos Dead, thank you for the mixer follow. So guys, I'm gonna show you quickly something about the HUD. Just a moment to see if I've got it saved here. I should have it somewhere. Okay, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save an image. I know I had it saved somewhere, but I'm gonna just save a new one. Save images, Wolcen, save. Save images, Wolcen, save. So this is what the HUD looks like. On launch, that's what's gonna happen. That's what we're gonna be seeing. Let me quickly check that you're seeing everything. You're not. Okay, just a moment. I need a... Well, okay, you're kind of seeing the idea. You're getting my idea what's gonna happen. So this is how it's gonna be when it launches. And just a moment. This is another image of the HUD. So you have in the middle here you have your transformation, the apocalyptic form. You have the two potions. Then here it's the force. There's something called dash attack in the game, so you can switch it off or on. You have your skills here, and here you have the purple thing, the willpower, and on the other side is gonna be the rage. And then here is probably some status effects, and here if you need to level up. So clean HUD, clean Western design HUD. It's not Asian design MMO style hut, something neat that is definitely gonna be enjoyed by many, me including. So what you're seeing here in the old hut is they initially they had 5 potion slots, but then when the beta came, they removed it for balancing. They removed the stamina potions from the game. You were able to reroll stamina, and stamina charges are used for dodge rolling. You have physical dodge rolling in the game, and you can get different stamina charges. And there's also skills that can be modified to use stamina instead of cooldown. On my spin to win build, which I was playing earlier, I was using for one of the skills stamina cost instead of cooldown. It's this skill. Where did it go? Wings of Ishmir. So you can see these stamina charges can go all the way to 8. No, to 7. I've currently got 4. But there's different things that can give you, such as gear or passive skill points that can give you stamina charges. And then this removes 1 point. So this is a hybrid warrior rogue now that I introduced two different skills from the warrior tree. But I removed the arrow's rain. This one, arrow's well. And normally this arrow's well doesn't work like that. It's damage over time normally. So let's do this. Let's do fire with increased damage. But it's gonna be doing damage over time, not at once. You can see how it's gonna keep shooting. So there's a lot of different ways to modify certain things, and there's gonna be a lot more. There's another way to change it. There's a way to make it fire and this. And this is currently, I have more points to unlock. Oh wait, I missed. So there's definitely a lot of ways to play the game. You don't have to stick to the meta. If you don't want to be pushing the strongest content, you don't have to stick to the meta. And if you don't care whether you've pushed the strongest content, you're still gonna be able to get good wood. The good wood doesn't necessarily drop, at least currently in the best zones. But there's definitely gonna be that competitive aspect, so people trying to push further. Not sure if there's gonna be leaderboards, but I wouldn't be surprised if they add something like leaderboards eventually. Because the game is gonna have offline only mode and online only mode. Offline only would be for people who wanna cheat. Kind of. And online only would be for people who don't want cheaters in their games. So if someone wants to use a trainer, cheating engine, or whatever other tools you can think of for the game, you can go ahead and make an offline only character, but make sure you're aware that online only characters cannot play with offline only characters. And there's not gonna be cheating in the online mode. Unless someone makes something that bypasses this, but I don't think there's gonna be. And that's good that they're keeping. If someone wants to, let's say, I know that many content creators sometimes do offline mode so they can push out builds. I'm not one of those, but I know that there are some content creators that have websites with different builds and guides that use trainers so they can reach the content quicker and faster. If whatever makes it work for them. If they wanna do it, they're gonna have the option to do it. So they're thinking for those people as well. And there's people who wanna play it offline, who maybe wanna go on a holiday to some beach house, a bungalow, whatever, with their family. Or maybe they wanna go glamping but take their laptop together with some chargers. Although going camping and taking a laptop kind of defeats the purpose of going away from technology in nature. But there's different situations. There's people who may not have internet access or only 4G access. So let those people play offline if they want to. So I like that they're offering different possibilities to people with this game. Of course, even with online-only games, there's gonna be the risk of bots. Like Diablo 3, there's a lot of people botting and using tools to help them optimize the process and get Paragon levels. Thankfully, this game doesn't have something like an unlimited Paragon level system and an unlimited Rift system. You have 19 Rift levels. You have Adept, which is enemy levels +1, then you have Veteran 1, 2, 3, etc. to Veteran 9. And then you have Champion 1, 2, 3, etc. up to Champion 9. And Champion 9 is 55 enemy levels above yours. So when you're level 90, which would be the limit, what you're gonna have there is level 145 level enemies on the highest level possible you can push. And I'm gonna show you how strong the turret is on the boss fight. Actually, I probably just did on the previous one, but I forgot to talk about it. Okay, I think the boss would be this way. Hopefully it doesn't switch directions. It's a bit of an annoying map with those shadow spawns. And let me show you a different rogue setup quickly. Before it's too late, I want to show you the rogue mage. I can't show you the best rogue mage I can, because with the best rogue mage I'm gonna need certain items. But I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you the melee rogue. Melee rogue is fun. Melee rogue is nice. And it gives the game a bit of spice. Do I want this one or this one? That's to be decided. So I want Aether Jump here. And I'm probably gonna go for Arctic Spear. Then I want the Slayer's Flurry. And 30 more crit damage or 1 meter more area. I think that's fine. And what else needed to level up? This one. I'm not gonna do the teleport. Okay. So with Slayer's Fury, actually no, I'm not gonna use number 1. I'm gonna use number 4 here. And this here. And this here. Or maybe let's do this. Oh, this one is not leveled up. Oh shit. This one then. So I'm gonna be very squishy with this setup because it's not min-maxed, so probably the worst map to test it on. With this setup you need some more defenses. But I wanna show you this Slayer's Flurry before it's too late. I don't have the skill modifiers to show you how great this skill could be. So it's kind of dashing between one target and another, and it can also be modified to teleport behind the target. But the thing is, it doesn't really teleport behind the target, it teleports like, let's say this is my target. This is my target here. And let's say the target is facing... Ah shit, this disappeared, fuck, the game is trolling me. Okay, let's say this is my target, this pistol. And let's say the pistol is facing this way. So he's looking towards this direction, but I'm facing him from here. So if I'm facing the enemy from here and I use the skill, it will teleport me here. So it's teleporting me behind the target, but behind the target from the way I'm looking. And if the actual back of the target is here, it doesn't always work the way you want it to. With this modifier here. Where did it go? Teleport behind the target. So it's not a real behind the target, it's more like on the opposite end of what you're looking, or I don't know how to even call it. It's still behind it, but behind it from your point of view, from your perspective, not from the target's perspective. But I'm really squishy for this setup at the moment against those specific enemies. Okay. Operative breaches. So let's check my damage quickly. I've got here 1104, and if I do this 14, oh, okay, okay. So dagger it is. We're gonna be using the dagger, and this one increased damage. What was the other one? That's another bounce. No, I need to go back because the boss hasn't spawned. You have this blink skill, which currently is with the bad cooldown. This works well with a specific offhand. There's a specific offhand that doesn't have this minus transfer time reduction from willpower to rage, and it gives you extra occult damage. And this skill has a shadow damage modifier, which makes it occult. Shadow is an occult damage. And it also has this modifier that gives you a buff. So when you hit, when you use the skill, even if you don't hit an enemy, you give yourself some extra damage buff. For the shadow damage if it's shadow, or for the whitening if it's a whitening. So it's definitely fun to play the shadow version, and there's a version of this skill when it's shadow to cost rage instead of willpower. So there is one item that allows you to cast shadow spells even if you don't have a spellcaster offhand or main hand, and on top of that it also makes shadow spells cost rage instead of willpower. So that's amazing. That's definitely amazing, and it works very nice with this setup. Okay, there's not enough enemies. What's with this map trolling me? There aren't enough enemies to kill on the way. Did I come from this way? Oh no, I didn't come from this way. Alright. Still need some more enemies. So Slayer's Fury is a good skill, but I don't have the gear for the setup, and I don't have the levels of the item for the good setup. Come on, few more enemies. They should be here. Alright, we can go for the boss fight now. But if I'm doing the rage mage, or the rogue, the spell blade as I like to call it, if I'm doing a spell blade, I'm doing something completely different with my passives. Because I want a specific passive that's perfect for this setup, and that's not just one but two passives. So the passives I want for a spellblade would be, first of all, you have this one here. Attacks gain 30% damage from the last spell cast. The type of damage is the same as the spell's damage, and that's why I use the shadow spells to get myself extra attack damage from casting the shadow spells. Then there's this thing here. Killing an enemy grants 5% damage for each element stack on that enemy, up to 5 stacks per damage type. And I can get myself extra damage for killing, extra 25% damage for killing a cursed enemy with shadow, and then I can apply some more ailments to get myself more damage, and that works well. That's amazing for a spell blade or whatever you want to call it. Shadowcaster. Shadowcaster actually sounds nice, because it's shadow damage, the setup I play, but it requires two specific uniques. Without those two specific uniques, I can't get it to be as efficient as I want. And by the way, this thing that I just showed you, this thing here in this one, residual energy, is actually on the item. On one of those two items you have this modifier, so you get another 30% from that one too, from the item, up to 30%. So there's rings that can give you up to 15%, so you can get 30 plus 30 plus another 30 from the two rings. That's going to be 90% increased damage to the attack for the element you did. And if you get that other damage from the elements, then there's some more. Alright, that's probably going to be the last map. It's 12:50 here, so 50 past midnight. And I wasted my rage, so I'm gonna have to teleport. Alright, that's gonna be it. Well, for those of you, if you're interested in subscribing to my YouTube channel or for just checking my videos, here's the link. My YouTube channel. I will be uploading Wolcen content, and I currently have some content for Torchlight 3, previously known as Torchlight Frontiers, for Borderlands 3, and for Warhammer Chaos Bane. I mostly do Wooter stuff. Talion, thank you for the Prime sub. Really appreciate it. Lots of respect. I wish I could stay for another. Okay, let's do another map. You made me do another map. Thank you. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. But yeah, feel free to check my YouTube channel if you are looking for builds for games or for other guides and things of this genre, the Wooter and Wooter shooter, Regardless hack and slash. This is what I enjoy doing, and thank you for the Twitch follow as well. I'm gonna do another map, but this time I'm gonna go more heavy on the mage maybe. I'm gonna go for this one, Arctic Spear. Let's do damage. Thanks for the support, but let's do another map. Gotta do it. I can't end it like this. Oh shit, I forgot to put the map modifier, so it's gonna be a fast one without much map modifiers. So this is Arctic Spear, another very good projectile skill. And since I don't do much mage damage, I'm not for a spell damage build at the moment. I didn't do a spell damage build. And yeah, there will be some more Wolcen tomorrow, guys. If you wanna watch some more Wolcen, I will be doing some tomorrow. Continuing where I left off, maybe trying to farm some stuff. If you want some advice for builds, you can always catch me on my Discord, which I'm gonna give you a link to. Just let me finish hitting those enemies. So my Discord is here. Feel free to join it. You can, if you don't want to join it, I can post you my name so you can add me in a moment. My Discord name is this one. And let me also post on the other channels. So this is my Discord name, and this is my YouTube in Mixer and Discord in Mixer. I think I got all the links there. Because I had only Twitch chat on, and oh, YouTube needs to see my my Discord. Sorry, Discord on YouTube. There we go. So I forgot to post it on all modes at the same time. So there will be stuff for Wolcen coming a few days after the launch. I'm gonna take my time and then make some content for it, such as guides for the different things that can be found in the game, crafting system, enchanting system, or whatever it is called, then general guides for the damage types, armor types, weapons, etc. And beginner guides as well. And then there's gonna be builds once I am high enough to do some builds, once I have the gear. I'm not gonna rush making builds before I am confident that the build is okay to do at least veteran content. So I'm not gonna do champion builds right off the bat, because champion is gonna require more min-max stuff. But it depends, I mean, I'm gonna keep trying and push, see how far I can push. Turret builds can definitely push champion, even now. Can't imagine how stronger they would be when the game launches. And the good thing about Arctic Spear is you can cast it while moving. Okay, that's nice. I've got some levels, I'm gonna spend the points now on skills. Okay, we got the shadow one now. This is nice. Not sure how much better it would be, but I do a lot of shadow damage. And then this leveled up, which can also be shadow. And this one is very good because it can be changed to sacred, and sacred damage applies weakness, making the enemies take more damage. So it's a great skill if you can put it into a build. Alright, I think it's this way where the boss would be. My cooldown reduction is so low that I can't spam this skill. Normally there's an option to spam this skill, but I think the option to spam the skill is this one. My attack speed is a bit slower. Normally this build goes very well, and not exactly this build, a certain version of the build I have goes very well with Wipe Leech, attack speed and a lot of HP. And there is one armor that allows you to convert all your force shield into HP. And with that you can reach up to 25,000 HP, which is a lot. I have 22,000 at the moment. Just think of the number there. So if you have enough passives, you're not gonna have as much damage, but you're still gonna have good damage if you have good attack speed and Wipe Leech. And that's gonna be good sustain, so that's gonna be one of the builds I wanna upgrade on launch. A Spellblade, Shadowcaster, whatever you wanna call it, hybrid, that requires 3 unique items. 3 specific unique items: leg, armor and offhand. And that gives certain things that cannot be acquired otherwise. And I do have a lot of shadow damage, that's why this is doing decent numbers. Vanity Spree, another junk item. This is part of Ice and Fire swords, which are probably meant to be using as dual wielding because they go well together. Like this one, additional damage to burning targets, and the other one does additional damage to frozen targets. So that's for an element based dual wielding setup with the two, but it definitely doesn't seem as powerful as one might want it to be. Oh no, oh no. I'm in danger, I'm in danger. Alright, battle bow. And that's gonna be it. That is gonna be it. Thanks everyone just for being here, for the follows, for the subs, for everything. I really do appreciate that. Keep it cool, folks. Until next time, and see you around. Goodbye.